All right, ladies and gentlemen, hope you're all doing well. Welcome to today's tournament. Today we have a lot of matches. I believe it's going to be 18 or 19 games in total, and it is going to be a showcase of the talents of the Round Table Knights, or RTK. We have two teams or two factions within those ranks. It is going to be Team Lord Chickenfeed versus Team Dustman, also going by the names of the Flock of Doom and Team Dust, which should be quite a bit of fun. So I'll break it down. We're going to be keeping tabs of the score of the various teams here in today's Civil War. So let me get the scoreboard counter up. And we do have our first match, which I don't know if it's going to be a Skaven mirror match, but it very likely could be a little rat Civil War, which have we seen a Skaven mirror match in Warhammer 3? I don't know if we have. That's certainly something to think about here. All right, so let's get the scoreboard up. It should be all reset now. Perfect. Power of technology, baby. Let's go. All right. Cool. Just got to adjust some of these names real quick to make it all fit. That's what she said. Yes, and this should be bigger, obviously, just by a little bit. So all the games are going to be best of one. Each player's score is going to be counting for one there. We have the scoreboard at the top. And outstanding. Lord Chickenfeed's name is always a little bit too powerful. It is very long, so we're going to have to shrink it on down there. Dude, look at that. It almost looks professional. Yes, perfect. So in this particular match, Lord Chickenfeed obviously is going to be representing his own team, and Dustman is going to be representing his team. And I think we do actually have a Skaven mirror match in the first game, which is pretty wild how they came across that. I know Dustman's a Warriors of Chaos player. I'm surprised he's betrayed the Dark Gods. Granted, I guess technically the Horned Rat is also one of the Dark Gods, so it is what it is. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of matches. And also for any of you guys who are interested in Conquest mode, maybe you're not a Domination enjoyer, we will be having Conquest games today as well. So it's going to be a big old showcase of both formats, which is going to be fun. Did you guys see that Creative Assembly announced the Alien Isolation 2? That looks pretty exciting. I know that's one of my wife's favorite games. I never played the original myself, but I'm so curious what the next big Total War games will be, right? Because in the blog post, some of you guys can maybe clarify it, but in the blog post it said, oh, we have Alien Isolation 2, and then we have, a fantasy game and a history game, right? Now, does that mean science fiction also, fantasy? Is that something that could be 40K, or is it specifically like, hey, this is a fantasy game. It's got to be, Lord of the Rings. It's got to be, whatever, Game of Thrones. One of those type of things. I'm really curious what they meant by that. Yeah. All right, guys. So we have a Skaven Warlord versus a Grey Seer. I can't help but think that the Grey Seer might be a little bit more impactful. We'll have to see. We do have a Jezzail build versus a more swarmy build. So one of them has a couple Ogres and more Skirmishers. And the other build here does have a bunch of Jezzails. Hey, welcome. So first match of the day, it is going to be the two, namesakes of this tournament. So we have Lord Chickenfeed and Dustman, both of whom are going to be team captains here in today's Civil War in RTK. And the scoreboard at the top is going to be staying perpetual. And I will rotate it based on which side people are on and everything. Sci-fi isn't fantasy, so no. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, it depends on how far the galaxy far away is time-wise, yeah. I don't know. I'm curious what fantasy game it could be. I mean, obviously, they're going to be wrapping up Total War Warhammer 3 next year, probably, right? Because we have, maybe 4 or 5 more, updates for this game, I would wager. So I would assume they're going to want to, keep that fantasy market going. So what are they going to release? God, I would have such a hard on if it were Lord of the Rings. And, the Tolkien estate is kind of handing out their IP like candy right now, right? Like we're seeing Rings of Power, we're seeing animated shows, we're seeing, I've seen mobile games for Lord of the Rings popping up. I wouldn't be surprised, man. Lord of the Rings would be insanely cool. I know it has some similarities with Warhammer, right, faction-wise, but who cares? Like, the Lord of the Rings setting would be so fun. And the magic would be a little bit more reined in, unless they did, First Age or Second Age Total War, which would be a little bit more, wild, but I think Third Age would be the best. Who doesn't want to have a big Rohan cab charge, right? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. We have Lord Chickenfeed versus Dustman in our first Civil War match of the day. And taking a look at the armies of Dustman, he's going to have an Unholy Legion of Clan Rats, which of course is very Skaven, with Skaven Slave Slingers into the Sunset, a Warlock Engineer for Dustman as well, with Cleansing Ruin, so that's going to be very punishing if he can catch the enemy characters. And Dustman is going to be going for a Marksman build, so he's got 3 units of Jezzails, which is a pretty expensive investment. Jezzails are not cheap, but, against Skaven, I don't know. What are their applications? I mean, they're going to be good against Rat Ogres, they'll be good against the Grey Seer, but against most of the infantry, they're not the most effective at clearing out troopers, right? So we'll have to see what they're able to do. On the sides here of Lord Chickenfeed, Lord Chickenfeed is going to be up here, and he's got his Night Runner Slingers, Skaven Slave Slingers all over the place, a Plague Priest. So he's going to be going for Plague Magic instead of a Ruin Magic, although it looks like his Lord is going to be a Warlord on... Oh, he's got a Warlord on a Brood Horror. That's interesting. So it's kind of like a Walmart version of Throt. He does have Regeneration, right, and is a decent fighter, so could maybe, you know, assassinate big targets. And I believe there is a Grey Seer on the side of Dustman, right? He had it somewhere in the trees. Or is he just hiding in the bushes? Okay, he's just hiding a Grey Seer in the corner. So classic old school Skaven tactics. You know, you can choose to not bring a Lord and just use your Plague Priest as a caster. I mean, the Lord is in the game, but he's just going to be hiding in the bushes, which it really won't be worth hunting that man down. So those are the tale of the tapes for the two armies. This is going to be a domination game. And we will see which champion of the Horned Rat is going to be claiming first blood in today's tournament. Yes, yes. Battle for Middle-earth remake. Well, if it's Total War doing it, it's not going to be like a true RTS game. But, I mean, yeah, I would love a remake of Battle for Middle-earth. I mean, I think that'd be super popular too, right? That'd be really, really fun. I mean, RTS isn't like a big money genre these days, but still there are some RTS games that do well, right? Like when you see RTS games playing on the nostalgia, let me just double check here to make sure there's no admin stuff. Nope, doesn't look like it. You know, like Age of Mythology Retold apparently did really well. Age of Empires 4 had pretty good success, but again, these are both IPs that are playing on, you know, previously established games, you know, remakes of old games. So the nostalgia and the audience is already there to a large extent. So Battle for Middle-earth would probably be a pretty easy development, I would imagine, and would yield that forbidden fruit. Yes, yes. All right, guys, the battle is on, and we are going to be seeing the forces of Dustman advancing out and getting ready to face off against Lord Chickenfeed over here. Lord Chickenfeed, of course, a recent season champion of Total Tavern, so he did win the big major tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, wait, that was Catholic Alcoholic, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. I don't know why. I think they are both German, so maybe I got them confused. I'm not sure, but he's definitely done very well in tournaments. So on the side, we are going to see the skirmish heavy army of Lord Chickenfeed moving up. So that is the one difference he has between Dustman, is he has a lot of Night Runners. Night Runners are, you know, sneaky little rats. They can move up, they can grab the point before the enemy can get to them, and you know, in a game of attrition, you know, with two mirror matched armies, that is what could potentially make the difference. So we're going to have to see if the little Night Runners ninja ratting up to the point are going to get the job done. These advancing clan rats do have shields, so probably using ammunition on them isn't going to feel great. I mean, you could, but probably better to just call in. I mean, you could call in a single wolf rat, for example, right? You call in one wolf rat like this, come through the trees, rear charge them, hammer them with shurikens in the front, and then surround them with wolf rats, and you probably tear apart that position pretty well. On the other side, we see Lord Chickenfeed grabbing objective number 1. So he is going to get some points out of the gate here, and now his Brood Horror character is going to be on its way over, and he's going to be making sure that he gets his objective. So Lord Chickenfeed sprinting in with his Warlord on the Bonebreaker, which I guess is a somewhat durable character by Skaven standards, right? 6,000 HP with healing. You know, it ain't terrible. So here he comes. The Brood Horror is going to be pouncing on in, and you're going to be seeing a bunch of these little rats get feasted on. We also see a Doom Flare on the other side. So these Skaven lawnmowers of Doom are going to be getting in and sending these rats flying. So there they go. Good night, sweet clan rats. You guys will be forced off the objective for now. But looking at the overall battlefield situation, we do see Dustman with battlefield control, right? So he's able to get objective 1. He's able to get objective 2 here. And yeah, he can happily sit on those. But in response, Lord Chickenfeed is going to be getting his natty boobos and unleashing some firepower. Now, where are the Jezzails here of Dustman? Dustman did have 2 Jezzails of his own. I think 3 in total, actually. One of which was natty boobos, maybe? I'm not sure. Playclaw Catapult coming out for Dustman, going to be launching some chemical warfare at his Skaven brothers on the other side of the battlefield. You can see the legions. I mean, they could have at least picked different colored flags too, right? They literally like picked like 2 of the most similar flags that you could possibly choose. I mean, you could do like Eschen. Eschen has like a black flag with like some gray in it. That would at least be very different than the red on red. But I'll do my best to give you guys the analysis as well. This is the battle that's continuously happening in our pantry. That's very true. Can you imagine just like all the this is what the sewers of New York City look like every afternoon. You just see legions and legions of rats with sniper rifles and toxic grenades. Yeah, all sorts of crazy stuff. So anyways, Playclaw Catapult's going to get in range. Lord Chicken looks like he's going to be doing a more aggressive push. He's actually pulling back his army and preparing, calling out a lot of Doom Flayers. So it seems like Doom Flayers are going to be the epicenter of his army. He does have 2 of them in total right now, and these little flares, they're getting ready on their Limp Biscuit wheels. The Rat Biscuit's going to be moving in and looking to envelop most likely. So most likely going to head this way, I would guess. Now on the backfield, Catapult, is it shooting yet? It is not. So Lord Chickenfeed going to be doing the dreaded Mordor buildup. So he's going to be taking his time. But You know, he's already ahead on score, and if you want to do a build-up strategy, what he did initially was a good call, right? Because he grabbed Objective 3 and Objective 1. He built up a points lead, which is going to give him some of a cushion against this, you know, kind of build-up style, and then he can go from there. Yeah, it is time. So where do we have here? Skaven Slave Slingers sit up on the high ground. We got triple Rat Ogres and also some Elite Infantry mixed in. Oh, okay, we got some Plague Monks. Plague Monks in the Skaven matchup are probably okay in the mirror. They're great at killing Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves, but again, very vulnerable against any sort of weapons teams or Slingers or Artillery. So yeah, it depends if Dustman noticed these Plague Monks mixed in. I would like to see the Plague Monks used at a very circuitous route. So if I were using Plague Monks in a mirror match, I might like spawn them through the trees and come around the outside so they don't get kind of hammered by all the weapons teams and various other pieces on the way in. Yeah, very, very conservative play here from Lord Chicken. And now we can just kind of hang out with you guys in chat while he gets it going. Yes, yes. You think the Rats are going to win? Wow, that is a good assumption. Yeah, New York City Rats are pretty savage. I can tell you guys some stories about them. But my dad lived in New York City most of his life. He lived in upstate and then moved to New York when he was 18. And yeah, whenever I'd visit my dad in New York, man, we would see some colossal rats. It's not a joke. You see them like dragging a big piece of pizza. They'll like literally have a full-on slice of New York pizza, and they're gonna drag that bad boy. And it's pretty intense. They're big too. They're pretty big. All right, so here they come. Lord Chicken is going to be advancing. He does call in the Plague Monks, and is going to be leading the charge with his Brood Horror. The Brood Horror Warlord, which obviously can get a pretty easy tear route on these guys, especially if they start running like this, getting attacked in the back, potentially going to get broken here. But immediately there is a response coming in from Dustman. He gets his Jezzails, but oh my god, the MLG Lord Chickenfeed hiding behind the pillar here, although he moves out immediately and is just going to be running and side strafing, just trying to get some shock damage where he can. Ogres have advanced in, but immediately going to be targeted by Skaven Slaves, and the Jezzails up here unfortunately have bad positioning. So you can see here the positioning of Lord Chicken's Jezzails. Many of them are hitting the trees right here, so that is going to be diminishing them quite a bit. And it looks like they are shooting at Clan Rat Spears right now, and the first wave of Clan Rats have been broken up a little bit, and there is going to be a Flensing Rune going down to the Warlord, which also hits the Rat Ogres and some of the Skaven Slaves in the front, and is going to be spreading onto the Doom Players there. So a bit of an unfortunate pathing there for that Warlord, but he does get away, and that means the effect is going to be wearing off. So overall, I would say that Dustman probably has the superior position. He has the two objectives, right? And he's just cackling with these weapons teams here. They're all shooting very comfortably, and it is going to be up on Lord Chicken to try and break through, which isn't going to be easy. On this side, we do see some Plague Monks battling Wolf Rats. Going to be an easy fight for the Plague Monks, and Ogres on Ogres, but one Ogre unit has been peppered with, I think Pebbles. Yeah, I think it was just Pebbles over here. I don't think it was like weapons teams or anything. But they're going to be breaking, and out of the gates, we do see Dustman taking a massive lead here against Lord Chickenfeed. That's what they get for picking a mirror match. You know, that one of them is going to have to suffer here. As the Ogres continue to hold the ground, we do see the Doom Flayers of Lord Chicken being called in. So if we look at where the Doom Flayers are on the battlefield, we got one right here. And I believe there was another Doom Flayer back here cleaning up Wolf Rats, which is a decent little value grab. But is the more melee-focused army here of Lord Chicken going to be able to break through? I mean, so far, it's not going great. We see absolute domination in terms of value by Dustman. Dustman is sitting here with his Warplock Jezzails, and they are just feasting on these hills. Like, every Rat Ogre, every unit with mass is being pounded. We also see catapults. I mean, the Skaven weapons teams are doing brutal damage. And I don't think Lord Chickenfeed has had a single breakthrough. I mean, he has stolen the objective, but, you know, there's a pretty big points lead for Dustman here, so he has a lot of time to kind of grind this back. We do see Plague Monks making a little bit of progress in the front line. So the Plague Monks are chewing through several of the Clan Rat units, and here are the Ogres, and it's a bit of a wet noodle contest. They're just kind of bashing each other in the face, and nobody's really making a ton of progress. Lord Chicken, has he gotten into the secondary line? He does manage to kind of sneak a little something through. It looks like it's a summon, actually, so he did use his Plaguecaster to summon some Vermintide into the secondary, but is it going to get the job done? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Now, looking at the value, 3,300 against 26, we do see the value coming back for Lord Chicken a little bit, so he must be grinding out some of these fights in the front. We see Plague Monks winning their fight here, Plague Monks winning here as well. Cleansing Rune going to be cast over here, it looks like, so it is going to be targeting Lord Chicken's Rat Ogres and also one of his Skaven Slaves, or, yeah, no, double Rat Ogre, it looks like. But, again, a little bit tricky to tell who's who. The banners are very, very similar, but hopefully you guys are able to follow with me. And once again, we do see the weapons teams online, pretty firm. Triple Jezzail unit, Plague Claw Catapult, who's going to start doing some big damage. Got to start punishing down these Plague Monks if you can. Over on the side objective here, we do see it being held and controlled by Dustman, and there is going to be a column of some Wolf Rats by Lord Chicken. So he's going to be trying to sneak around the back and see if he can slip in some old Wolf Rats right there. The Warlord character for Lord Chicken has endured pretty damn well, so he's doing all right, and he's sitting at 3,600 HP and, you know, just tons of healing. I believe it's a 0.10 healing rate, which is one of the lower amounts, but even still, it's doing all right. So, middle objective still owned by Lord Chicken. I mean, he is managing to Vermintide these points. He does have a lot of idle units here of his own. He's kind of sitting here with a fair amount. Maybe could engage those guys. Unsummoning some Rat Ogres to make sure to get them back in the pool. And now we see the middle objective actually starting to flip. So it is owned by Lord Chickenfeed, but Dustman does start to get that objective back. Plague Claw Catapult's doing nasty damage. You can see these Plague Monks getting absolutely last samurai as they do move in. But they're going to be charging up the hill, looking to raise the Skaven flag on the high ground. And they will get there and get into some of the Slinger units. So they're going to get their cudgels and their maces. Maybe do okay. But there are going to be some clan rats flanking them on the side, and that should be enough to kind of drag them down considering how tattered they are. Also, we got Skaven slaves throwing their pebbles right here. And really, this has been the tail of the tape so far, is Dustman's ability to keep his weapons teams online. Granted, right as I say that, we do see a wolf rat slip into the back of these Warplock Jazales. Definitely needs to be a response here by Dustman, and Dustman is going to be responding by charging in the Skaven slave slingers, maybe. He gets his own wolf rats to intercept them, but yeah, that is one Warplock Jazale taken down, and look, that's all it took, right? That Warplock Jazale getting taken down basically equalizes the value. However, the middle point does flip back, it looks like, to Dustman, but Dustman probably going to be losing this here relatively soon as the Limp Biscuit Flayers do make it onto the objective and are able to clear off most of the threats. Warlock Engineer of Dustman is going to be falling, and I think Lord Chicken is going to start showing his, flex on his muscles right here, getting that late game pressure going. As his combat character, you see we have one Skaven character, we have the Virgin Sorcerer hiding in the trees versus the Chad Warlord, who is actually going to make a difference in this game, right? So the Warlord is going to get out here and he is going to just obliterate characters, be a late game source of terror. So I do think if I had to be, predicting this, I think that the late game is probably going to be favoring Lord Chickenfeed, simply because he has a terror-causing character that is going to be brutal, whereas the forces of Dustman don't really have a Lord that's contributing to the battle, and they're fill-in Lord here. The Warlock Engineer is going to be getting mulched by that Warlord there and having a bad time. Also, all the weapon teams just got shut down, so the Flayers got into the secondary. Wolf Rats were able to penetrate in, and I don't normally call games like at this point, but I have casted enough games that I do think that Lord Chicken is going to be running away with this game and probably winning. I don't see any comeback really angle, because the weapon teams were the carry pieces that were keeping Dustman ahead in this game, but they were all compromised. We do see the Warlock Engineer here getting mulched by the Warlord. Not Throd, of course, just a basic Warlord. Kind of cool to see him in action, but yeah, he's pretty solid, honestly. I don't hate it. Big stinky rat, he causes terror, and he's going to be able to kill that Warlock Engineer, getting rid of the magic, and we do see just hordes and hordes of infantry coming up for Dustman, but the problem is they're just going to get grinded into Stormvermin Halberds, and then they're going to get terror-ratted by the Warlord here, and we do see the double cap. Lord Chickenfeed is up a bit, so 922 here as we see the Halberds advancing in, so they got their pointy sticks, and they're ready to go. So advancing up, we do see the Plague Monks arriving, but Plague Monks do have good leadership. They actually have really good base leadership and are ITP, so I guess you don't have to worry about them getting terror-ratted quite as much, but nonetheless, they are eating a lot of slinger shots, and now we see some ranged warfare being called in by Lord Chicken finally, so he's got his own catapult. On the side, do we see any sneaky business? We do see Dustman with a couple idle units. He's going to be moving those guys in. A lot of slinger fire. Skaven Slave Slingers are amazing. One of the more cost-effective, cheap range units in the game, in my opinion. They just pepper things down and do such solid work. And look exactly what I was talking about, right? We have the contamination from Plague Claw Catapults, lowering their leadership in tandem with the Warlord, just terror-routing and bunching on everything. He hasn't really been able to get that Warlock Engineer, which has been pretty funny. Classic Total War jank, but it is what it is. So Warlord anchoring down the middle objective, and on the far side, we do see this point being contested, and there is a fair amount of stopping power here for Dustman. This is pretty much Dustman's last hoorah here. If Dustman could maybe flip this objective, he might be okay, but I don't think he's going to be able to. There's got to be a Wolf Rat called in or something. Lord Chicken, he has a full health Rat Ogre, right? And the other side is very beat up, and Lord Chicken does also have some Skaven slaves supporting him. Back in the middle, Warlord is chilling out. He also has his magic still and the ability to drop summons if he needs to. The Chad Stormvermin going to be running up through the fire and flames. They are able to push back most of the infantry here and are eating some Plague Claw Catapults as they scurry, yes, and keep moving towards the Plague Claw Catapults, and we'll see if they're going to make contact here. I think they will. So looking at the battlefield, yeah, this is probably GG. It's going to be a triple cap situation very, very soon. I don't see any chances to, when you're down, 2,500, 3,000 value to triple cap somebody, I mean, good luck with that. It's not going to happen. And first blood has been drawn in today's tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Lord Chickenfeed coming out swinging with his little chicken claws, and he does get victory in game one for his team here today. And for anybody just joining, this is a RTK Civil War. So if you guys don't know RTK, they're one of the most top clans in Total War Warhammer. Very, very skilled players, a lot of great players in both Domination as well as Conquest. Plenty of major event wins. Houseplan, of course, has won some. Tim the Wilder, several other players as well. Very, very scary. So it's going to be a victory here for Lord Chickenfeed and the Flock of Doom, as he calls them. Dustman He's down, but not out. And we're going to see if his team can bring him back. So looking at the value here, yeah, the grind worked well. But I mean, Dustman was winning that game until he got his weapons teams compromised. He was up by about 2,000 value. He had battlefield control. He was starting to flip the middle. But then Lord Chicken managed to get some flares through and get some hounds into the back line and shut down those Giselles, and that was basically it. So, GG, well played. All right, guys. So let's get this next party started. We're going to be finding our next match here in just a second. So let me go ahead and get this and move this on up. All right. Perfect. And perfect. And yes. All right, so now we're going to be setting up the next event. So let me find this. Yeah, the Warlord and the Brood Horror was pretty cool. I didn't hate it. All right, so let's move into the next game. See what we got here and join up. Curious what the match is going to be. Okay, so we actually have a conquest match, which I'm excited to jump back and forth here. So let me see which player represents what team, and I will adjust the scoreboard accordingly here. All right, so Angel is on what team? So Angel is on Team Dustman. Okay, so that means I need to flip the scoreboard here. So we're going to go ahead and switch to this. All right. Oh, no, that was supposed to be one still. Outstanding. All right, so Lord Chickenfeed needs to be adjusted here. Very cool. So the Civil War continues here, ladies and gentlemen, in the Valley of Thieves. And it is going to be the Tomb Kings battling against Kislev. I know Kislev is very OP in domination mode, but in land battle, it's honestly not so bad. In my anecdotal experience, Tomb Kings are actually really good against Kislev in this format. It often comes down to Little Gromber's Bone Giants. It's like who's willing to bring more firepower in that regard, but we're going to find out here today. All right. So let the games begin. Winston, I don't need your Civil War if he eats the rich berry support. Yeah, sure does, sure does. All right, conquest mode. So obviously this is land battle, the capture point, as you guys have seen before. It is certainly my preferred way to do land battle. I like it a lot. Although I think I would probably bump up, after playing, you know, a fair amount of conquest mode, I think I would probably bump up the capture point to 600 points instead of 500. That's like seems like to be the sweet spot where people can't really cheese, and it also forces them to fight in a very effective way. We're on game 2 now. We are in game 2. Lord Chickenfeed's team has jumped up to a 1-0 victory, and now we're going to be doing a land battle, aka conquest mode, and they're just loading on in. Thanks for joining, team. I know it's been a while since we've had some old Warhammer, but don't worry, Warhammer isn't going anywhere. It's just, you know, when we're in these kind of slower time periods, I like to cover other games a little bit and then mix Warhammer in. And then, you know, when we get an update, Warhammer is going to be going hard. Turn, it looks like my thumbnail is broken on my ends. Looks like the thumbnail was broken on my end. Interesting. I've heard some people say it's fine. I'll double check it after this. I will double check it. So let me get this, get that. Get you down here, and we're going to go ahead and check this. It should be fine. Yeah, RTK Civ. Let me try updating it here and see if I can get it all fixed for you guys. Okay, we're going to add this and get this going here. Yeah, it looks fine on my end, but I'm going to update it just to be safe. All right, maybe that'll fix it. Let me know. That should fix the old thumbnail. Warhammer honey cured, that's right. Sons of a Solar Empire looks fun, but it doesn't call to me too much in terms of streaming it. That would probably be a game I would play on my own, just casually. The current games that we're covering are Total War Warhammer, Age of Mythology, Legion Tower Defense, and kind of with a splash of a couple other games here and there, but those really are the ones that we're going to be covering at the moment. It fixed? All right, great. So that works. Good. Glad to hear it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here are the Legions of Henry. It is going to be the skeleton front line. Makes sense. You just want to bring trash here. Melee Shopti are really good. So there's going to be Chosen of the Gods, which are pretty good against Kislev Chariots, Cavalry, whatever. They can nail down a lot of targets. Melee Shopti are freaking awesome against Kislev. They have good enough armor to endure the small arms fire. And if they're able to get onto armored Kossars, and even against some of the Cav units, honestly, they can do okay. I really like them. With their bonus versus infantry increase they got a couple of patches ago, just chef's kiss. Lord is going to be a Grand Hierophant Katep. Okay, so probably going to be using Lich Staff. No Lich Staff, actually. Just going to be using Usirians and Sandstorm. So mostly DPS. Okay, so Usirians against the heavy Cav and the infantry, and then Sandstorm to just nail down whatever you want, really. Cameron War Sphinx, the Battle Cat, one of the best monsters in the entire game. And last but not least, we do have a Boner Giant. So he is erect, he is pissed. But I don't know if Angel brought enough. Because typically here's the formula in this matchup, right? Double Bone Giant usually defeats double Little Grom, in my anecdotal experience, with good micro and proper control. They just have so much more HP than the Little Groms. Little Groms have 5,000, Boner Giants have 12.6. Despite the lower range, they can close the distance and usually win 2v2. But one Bone Giant will probably lose against 2 Little Groms. So looking at the build here of Zegzi, Zegzi is going to be rocking a horde of Kislevite warriors, Armored Kossars, double Little Grom, Ice Witch of Tempest. So the Ice Witch is going to be dropping the Gust of True Flight, which is really good on Little Groms. It gives them a range increase and also gives them accuracy. So you pop that on top of the Little Groms. And yeah, that looks like that's what's going to be going down here. And then they can immediately start shooting those Boner Giants and doing some nice work. Heavy Cav on the flank, we do have Kossovite Dervishes. So there's going to be 2 Kossovite Dervishes here as the Little Groms do begin to shoot out. Sorry about the lag, it happens. Nothing you can do about it. And on the outside, we do have a couple Skeleton Horseman Archers. Yeah, I don't hate that. Little skirmishing. I mean, Kislev backlines are pretty hard to break. I mean, even if, what are you going to dive with them, really? Probably your best bet with these horsemen is to shoot Kislevite warriors because they have 30 armor and pretty much no missile mitigation whatsoever. So, yeah, it is on. Civil Wars are a cool format. Yeah, absolutely. Clan Wars, Civil Wars, all that stuff's always pretty fun. We haven't done them in quite some time, but this is some pretty brutal lag. One of these guys is definitely on a potato internet here. So if it continues to be really horrific, we might just move to the next game and get a replay of this. I don't know. But this is really, really bad. Well, it is a Conquest game, to be fair. So Conquest games typically will be over very, very quickly. The matchup looking good for Team Dustman. Yeah. I think the double Little Grom build, if I was a betting man, I would probably favor here. And they do have the Kislevite warriors to fight the melee Shopti, and the double Little Groms, like, theoretically should kill that Bone Giant very quickly. And then from there, yeah, don't try and snipe the Lord. Or the Great Bows. You need to kill the Bone Giant. Because the Bone Giant can't dodge you. If he just sits both of the Little Groms on top of the Bone Giant, it's going to be dead in like 2 or 3 minutes. And then from there, the Little Groms can just, take out whatever they want. The Chosen of the Gods, of course, are not a bad target. They're, as a matter of fact, a great target. But you want to take down the Bone Giant here. I hope people aren't playing on Wi-Fi, I know, seriously. Yeah, some people probably do have Wi-Fi, I would imagine. There's no way for us to enforce that. But yeah, hardwire connections are the way. I remember in Warhammer 2, we had some big tournaments where people were playing on like Wi-Fi in their college dorms and whatnot. But yeah, it looks like, oh man, double tap right there. So that cannonball did shoot that Bone Giant and then also managed to go through and pound those Ushapti in the secondary row. So those bad boys took some work. Yeah, Germany versus Brazil, Battle of the Copper Cables. Next time we'll figure out. Yeah, no, that's pretty brutal. Yeah, so one player being in Brazil and one in Germany, of course, is going to be causing some peer-to-peer issues, I would imagine. So we do see skirmishers from Angel, which I like this play. They're shooting into the Kossovite Dervishes, which are very lightly armored. So if they could just, use their speed and kite out these Kossovite Dervishes, I think that's going to be very strong. We do see the Battle Kitty getting in here. The dreaded slideshow Total War is going to be moving in, and you're going to see a lot of damage on the Armored Kossars. It is, again, one of the best monsters in the game. And where are the Little Grom shooting? What are they going after? At least we get the slow-mo so we don't miss the action too much. So looks like the Little Groms are going to be going into the Ushapti here, and you can see 2 direct hits. That's going to be some fat damage. Ushapti down to 7 models. Those guys are probably going to be losing the models based on that. And Battle Kitty is able to get up on the high ground, so Battle Kitty does get into the Armored Kossars, immediately does big damage, and is going to be continuing its charging. So yeah, good start here for old Angel, getting the Skeleton Archers to pull apart these Kossovite Dervishes a little bit. Although a bit of a lapse in micro on this side, he does manage to get caught. We see a new Syrians going down. Oh man, a big blunder there. There's pretty much no reason to send those Skeleton Horseman Archers into combat. But alas, it's given the Dervishes something to fight before they die. And the Skeleton Horseman Archers now are just going to be crumbling and dying out. So that was a mistake. Not the end of the world, but it is what it is. So we see the big cat moving through and the Boner Giants unleashing its salvo into the Little Groms here, which is the correct target. You just want to sit on those Little Groms pretty much the entire game. Nothing else to really shoot here. I mean, you could try and snipe Kostalton. So we do have old Rasputin down here. He just has his healing ability, as well as Buyer Blood. Up on the high ground, we do have the Kossovite Dervishes here, so it is going to be Zegzi, and he is able to chase him. So lapses in micro on the Skeleton Horseman Archers is leading to big casualties. They really should have just pulled back this way. And then, pull back when you get chased, you kite them and shoot, and when they run, you turn and chase them again. Just classic tactics there. In the front line, Khemerian War Sphinx able to get some okay charges, doing some good damage against these Armored Kossars in the secondary row. But now this bad boy is going to be pulling back right here, so we will see. And Kostalton is going to be intercepting on his horse. So old Horse Dalton, we'll call him Horse Dalton. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like Death Hoof. That was who's that? Karl Franz? Yeah, we used to call him Death Hoof when he was on his horse. So moving on in is the Khemerian War Sphinx. And a little risky, though. Kostalton is a good AP fighter, so you're not going to want to, play that game. On the backside, we do see Angel losing one of the Chosen of the Gods. So that's a really, really rough start here. Or not one of them, but the Chosen of the Gods, the Arawar Ushapti Great Bows. And the double Little Groms Then we'll just switch on to the Bone Giant. Bone Giant is getting some okay work in, but with just one Bone Giant, you know, he's not going to kill these Little Groms super quickly. Little Groms do also have better range, so with proper micro, the Kislev player is going to be able to pull those guys back. But the Tomb Kings are definitely massively behind here in a very heavy-duty losing position, because now the double Little Groms are going to be able to train their sights on any number of targets, right? You could go after the Bone Giant, but considering there's only one Boner Giant, what I would probably do is switch onto the Big Sphinx here, you know? I would just switch onto this bad boy. So just blast into the Camarine War Sphinx and finish that thing off. And without the Camarine War Sphinx, like, I just don't see any chances for the Tomb Kings to win this. Because the Boner Giant isn't going to be able to clear out all these infantry. The melee Shopti are also viable targets, because they are one of the few things the Tomb Kings have to actually kill your infantry. Kotsep, of course, can do that as well. So we see the Camarine War Sphinx here stabilizing, you know, on the brink of crumbling there. And a lapse in micro here by the Tomb King. So Angel moves in with the Ushapti. And the Ushapti are going to be doing glorious battle with the Kislevite warriors. It's actually a really cool scheme. I like this. I like this color scheme a lot. Like the black robes with like golden and brown trim, and then using the, yeah, you know what? That might actually be like an inspiration for my tabletop, one of my tabletop armies someday. Yeah, it's a really nice color scheme there. I'm gonna have to look through this. And if you guys play Warhammer tabletop in general, there's a lot of really cool schemes in this game, and you can go look through them and get some cool inspirations for your armies for sure. I have done that myself. I mean, that's how I did my Chaos Dwarves. So yeah, 3,800 value. Nobody's even playing the objective, so they're just kind of playing it like a true land battle. I'm surprised the Tomb Kings didn't take the objective. That's a pretty massive blunder. In Conquest mode, especially if somebody's camping back here with artillery, because that way at least you have like a win con in the late game. Like if things are going badly, you can still try and win that way based on your opponent just kind of sitting in the corner here. So yeah, we do see the forces of Kislev hanging in there. There's going to be a gust of true flight going down from the Mage of Tempest, and now they're just going to be continuing to finish off the Ushapti. This is like, if this game wasn't lagging, it would already be over. We would probably see the Kislev player emerging victorious. He is dominated in so many aspects of the game. I mean, now we're going to see these two gun units mow down that melee Shopti unit. We're going to see these guys doing this. Hopefully there's not too much lag in the other games. I don't think there will be, but I think it's just because the players are in such wildly different zones that it's causing some peer-to-peer haggardness, but it wouldn't be a Total War tournament without a little bit of this. So Boner Giant shooting into Little Grom. Little Grom does get nailed, but you need two Bone Giants in this matchup. Typically, I like to use two Bone Giants, and then from there, you know, you can force Kislev to come to you usually. There's a multitude of ways you can win it. The melee Shopti are also a good choice. Kotsep is a good choice. I think there's many things that Angel did well with the build, but... And this is the problem, right? Like, even if you try and dive a Little Grom, this thing is super tanky. It has 105 armor and great leadership, and it is a decent fighter. And with some Kislevite warriors nearby, you know, they're just going to give you the business. And it looks like the melee Shopti are very low. We see the hybrid pistol shooting into the Camarine War Sphinx, and also some Kossar archers, which is an interesting choice in this matchup. I kind of feel like just bringing more pistol archers might be better. Not more pistols, but more Kossars would just be better than bringing the bow Kossars in this matchup. But yeah, it's hard to say. So Skeleton do get into the secondary, and the Boner Giant is trying to close the distance, and we are going to be seeing the Little Groms kiting backwards here. Up on the high ground, everything's looking very, very comfortable for Kislev. Really, no fights are going badly for them. I mean, maybe this melee Shopti is going to be breaking through this armored Kossar unit here in a minute. But at the end of the day, I just don't think it's going to be doing the trick. So we see a lot of firepower going down from these guys. Are these Tomb Guard? I think these are just basic skeletons. Yeah, they are. Tomb Guard look really cool. I love their tabletop models as well. Tomb Kings are one of my main factions in tabletop. I really like to play them. Casket of Souls in tabletop are amazing, by the way. They're super good. They have really good firepower, and they also give an aura to all your casters to make them cast better. They do a lot of stuff very, very well. Yeah, Tomb Kings are basically dead right now. The balance of power massively shows that, and I mean, this is only a 3-minute long game. Again, if this weren't like a lag fest, this game would have been over like a long time ago. Kostalton is probably going to be bullying old Kotsep right here. The Boner Giant probably doesn't have enough. I mean, maybe it's going to be able to get down that Little Grom, but yeah, this is the correct choice at this point from Zegzi. Zegzi wants to take down the Ushapti. That is good, for sure going to be the smart choice. I mean, shooting at the Camarine War Sphinx is a good call too. And there are, I think one of these is summoned, or no, actually 2 natural melee Shoptis. I think there's still plenty of halberds on the battlefield though. The Kislevite warriors just copious amounts of halberds. So we have halberds here, we have two full health Kossars here, one of which I believe is the bow variant. Here, the Kislevite Cav are going to be chasing down the Skeleton Horseman Archers. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that is going to be it. Would not be surprised to see one of the players tap, well, not one of the players, to see the Tomb King player tap out here. But looking at the team roster, Zegzi is on Lord Chickenfeed, which means that is going to be a 2-0 victory for Lord Chickenfeed. So sorry about the lag, but hopefully it was still an educational experience. You know, still a good way to see the builds and what works in this matchup and what doesn't. So yeah. It is go time. So let's see what's going on here. Let's get it cracking and get to the next game. All right, all right. It's fine. Okay, so we got our round 3 match here. Let's get the next one going. Taking a look at the value, though. You need 2 Bone Giants. You need 2. Because if you have 2 Bone Giants, you win the range duel. I would probably recommend double Bone Giant with Arc in the Black, okay? So what you do is you get Arc in the Black and you get double Bone Giant. You overcast Spirit Leeches from downtown, and then your 2 Bone Giants are going to be crushing those little Groms. And then Kislev has to come to you, which takes away the whole advantage of having that defensive formation. That is my 2 cents on that matchup. Kotsep has been exiled once again. Yes, he has. By Mighty Kislev. All right. So let's do this. And we have another one here. Let's see this game here and see what's cracking. So this is going to be a domination game, this next one. And let me see what team the player is on. So Elvio is on team Dustman. And he is on the wrong side of the lobby, so I need to switch that. Okay, so we're going to switch it. Once again, keep track of the score. Keep adjusting Chickenfeed's name. I need to get like a more professional overlay, although I feel like you guys enjoy the Haggard stuff. Wow, so 2 very meta factions here. We have Wood Elves versus Beastmen on Chateau de Roquefort. So this is going to be a big old duel of fates. Very fast, very furious by 2 of the best factions in the game. Ironically, you're probably still going to see Centaurs of Tzeentch, even though they're not good against Wood Elves. Maybe in reserve, not in the starting army. All right, all right. Let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. Go time, baby. And it is going to be the dreaded Drika facing off against Morker the Pimpclaw. Okay, Frost, checking your message real quick. Yes. Thank you, Frost. Appreciate it. Yeah, that color scheme is really cool. That'd be an easy one to do, too. Just a couple contrast paints. The red and black. You know, Abaddon Black, not Abaddon, but Black Legion contrast paint is amazing. It's really good. Oh, yeah, baby. So, it is go time. Chateau de Roquefort. It's a very cool domination map. Nice Brettonian vineyards off on the periphery, off on the horizon. And currently, Lord Chickenfeed's team is up 2-0. You know, chickens are fierce creatures. When threatened, they will get their claws, their little tiny rat claws, and they'll get out there and get you the business. So, looking at the legions here of Elvio. So, Elvio is going to be rocking a front line of War Dancers. Now, War Dancers against Beastmen are fine. They'll be able to massacre most Beastmen infantry pretty effectively, but are vulnerable against being charged by Centaurs, Ungor Raiders, you know, different things like that. So, we're going to see how well he's able to position those bad boys. A couple Deepwood Scouts. And Drika. Drika is going to be rocking Enfeebling Foe as well as Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma. Very, very good spell against Centaurs. So that is going to be the plan for Drika. And on the flank, we have a Dryad Vanguard with a Waystalker, probably going to be using Arrows of Kurnus. Very meta these days. Arrows of Kurnus is excellent to use against the Beastmen, you know, Beastmen characters. On Chariots, for example, it's going to do a lot of damage. And it's just overall a good sniping ability. On the far side, there is going to be the Wild Riders too on Vanguard. Now, looking at the Beastmen army, we have Ungor Raiders, the very solid counter against War Dancers. And aside from that, Brave Shaman of Shadows with Melkoths. And on the far side, Razorgore Chariots. Interesting seeing Chariot play in this matchup. Wood Elves have reasonably good mass. Wild Riders are pretty meta these days. Not Wild Riders, but the ROR Wild Riders. And also Glade Riders, even just a very cheap variant, could probably fight off Razorgore Chariots and do some good work. So yeah, very loreful match indeed. And thank you guys all for joining today. Morker the Pimpclaw is going to be here, rocking his Stave of Ruinous Corruption. So looking to turn some of the War Dancers into Chaos Spawn, which is, you know, it's always a fun afternoon for him. It's what he looks forward to the most. Beastmen pulling back, and we do see the advance of the Wood Elves. I can't help but feel like this defense... I know some people like the build-up playstyle, but I'm really not an advocate of it. And I'm not just saying that from a spectator's perspective. I just feel like it's such a stressful way to play. Personally, I like to get up. I like to contest the points. You know, if I were the Beastmen player, I would probably have like a Centaur, maybe some Ungor Raiders up on Vanguard pressing some of the points to play those. But you're going to be giving up so many points to Elvio, especially if you let him triple cap you. I mean, Beastmen are good at, you know, hard pushing, but Wood Elves are also like, you know, they're stalwart. They're going to be able to fight and do a lot of damage back to you, and you're going to have a relatively tough time. Any advice for driving a 5-ton cargo truck? So here's the thing. At my old job, I used to drive, not semi-trucks, but I used to drive massive cargo trucks because I was an athletic director. So I would put on sporting events. I would put on hockey tournaments, soccer tournaments, you know, basketball, whatever. So I had to haul around a ton of equipment for those events. And, you know, uniforms, jerseys, you know, goalposts, whatever. So yeah, we, you know, I have a little experience. If you have any questions, I can help you out. All right, guys. So on the backside here, yeah, the Beastmen are just being really, really, really conservative here. And they're just going to be, this is so out of character for the Beastmen. I understand the Wood Elves hiding backwards and kind of using some of their archers to get some value first. But for the Beastmen, I mean, I feel like Beastmen are a faction that like to just knock down, drag out, move in, and just get in there and do some work, you know? So looking here at the Wood Elves, of course, are going to be on Lord Team Chickenfeed. If Lord Chickenfeed goes up to a 3-0 win with his team this early on, that would be freaking brutal. That would be a massive setback for Lord Dustman. Lord Dustman. He's just Dustman. I don't think he calls himself Lord Dustman. Although, Dustman, we can call you Lord Dustman for today. I think that'd be fun. All right, so Beastmen are now going to be going forward. I think they've gotten the memo that they don't want to let the Wood Elves get too much of a points lead. Immediately out of the gates, we do see the Wood Elves sitting at, 225 points already. That's rough. I mean, this must have been something he's practiced. Maybe he's tested with some of his fellow teammates, and they have discovered that building up a little bit before pushing into the hardwood is good. But I definitely don't agree with that. Now, Minotaurs in this matchup, I wouldn't bring regular Minotaurs probably, but Butchers of Kalkengard, yes. Butchers of Kalkengard are amazing in pretty much every matchup. They have silver shields, they cause terror, they hit incredibly hard. Just one of the best RORs in the game. They're very good. Maybe I would bring one great weapon. Minotaur. Maybe one. And it looks like that's what it's going to be over here. No, Minotaurs with shields. Okay, that's curious. Because I would probably be more of a Centaur enjoyer. Like, I would usually use Raiders and Chaffs and Gores, and then Butchers, and then from there, mass Centaurs. Because Centaurs trade super well in the Wood Elves in general. They'll obviously lose head-to-head with the Wild Rider, but for their cost, they do pretty damn well. And they're super fast. They can compromise the archers. They can cycle charge the infantry. There's a lot of that. But he's going to be giving up almost 400 or 500 points. So we will see if this works. But did the build-up strategy work in the previous game? I'm trying to remember. I can't recall who won that. Yeah, Lord Chicken sat back, right? Yeah, it kind of worked, but it wasn't a full build-up. Like, he had one objective, right? In the Dustman versus Chickenfeed game, we saw the Skaven yield one objective to the other Skaven player. So it wasn't like a true build-up. It was much more cushion to build up. Whereas this is rock hard. This is a triple cap, ladies and gentlemen. This is not going to be easy. All right. So the Beastmen are going to be advancing. I would have really liked to have seen the Beastmen like get a lot of units in these woods and do like a big crash and then like start pushing this way. And then when the Wood Elves overreact, you then flank with some Vanguard and steal that point. Beastmen are such a dynamic faction; they can really do quite a bit. So here come the cows, and we see the Arrows of Kurnus. It is shot in there. So the Waystalker did move up and was able to get a little bit of a volley. The Goreherd here and the Minotaur with shields did take a little bit of HP damage, so certainly not bad at all. But now the Beastmen are going to be advancing up. Dude, Wood Elves already at 600 points. I mean, man, I really don't like this build up here. Well, we're going to have to see. It depends on the skill of the players, obviously. If Keter is really practiced in this and maybe has like tried it and knows how it's going to play out, but yielding such an advantage is so painful because before you know it, it's going to be a triple cap situation. What I would do if I were the Wood Elf player is I would relinquish one of the objectives right now. Instead of taking the Beastmen on really wide, I'd probably pull my Dryads back from this point and consolidate on objective 1 and 2. That's usually what I think the counter to, not counter, but a good response to the build-up is. It's like they want to catch you with their wide swarm, right? The Wood Elves are banking quite a bit of supplies too. In the front line, we do see the Beastmen advancing in. Chariots going to be coming on the far side here. Wild Riders need to intercept the Chariots, but the Chariots are going to get in, and there is going to be a Mel cost on top of the Wild Riders, which will do good damage, but overall, the Wild Riders should counter this Chariot play pretty damn hard. So advancing in are the Beastmen herds. On the backside, we see another Wild Rider unit. Really cool to see them being used and actually being a little bit meta. Dryka going to be engaging in the front line right here. And we do see the Chariots circling about over on this side. And on the back, there is going to be a Melkoth's going down. But yeah, overall, we're going to be seeing the Centaurs getting chased back. Wild Riders are about the same speed, a little bit slower. Depends on if the, I believe Frenzy does affect speed by 10%. So it depends on if the Frenzy is active here. But the Wood Elves are trading pretty well in the front. Obviously, War Dancers versus Goreherds with dual weapons. It's a pretty even-ish fight. I would say they're going to trade for their cost pretty evenly with one another. Dryka is going to be tree slapping some of these guys, and the Wood Elves have broken through the front line over here. The Wild Riders absolutely crushing through that front line formation, chasing down the Chariots and the Bray Shaman, and now we're going to be seeing the War Dancers come across this way, while the Wild Riders do continue to feast. Deep-Put Scouts are probably going to be shooting into Minotaurs. That is your best bet, probably. Goreherds with dual weapons, Minotaurs, or Ungor Raiders are what you want to be shooting with your archer units in this situation. So probably just going after Butchers of Kalkengard, trying to get that sweet value would be the money play. So value trading here is very even. We do see the Dryads sitting in the secondary line and more Dryads here just trading extremely cost effectively. And these Minotaurs with shields going to be charged. Wild Riders are such a freaking cool unit. Oh, I love it. I love the way they look. Such a cool aesthetic. And they get a beautiful rear charge in. And Wild Riders do a lot of damage. Immediately, you see the Minotaurs start to melt horribly, getting crushed by those Wild Riders. Granted, there is a counterplay of the melt cost and a countercharge from Centaurs as well. There's going to be a little bit of a sandwich here as these Wild Riders do saturate on top of the Centaurs. And the focus fire, though, from the Deepwood Scouts, probably going to be helping to melt those Minotaurs. So looking around the battlefield, we do see the triple cap going very firmly for the Wood Elves. Now, here's the thing, guys. Value trading is somewhat even in this game, but if there hadn't been some sort of a build-up, you know, maybe the Beastmen would have an objective or two and they would have more time to grind value, but, like, they are really against the clock right now, as all three objectives are in the clutches of the Azrai, is it? That's the Wood Elf, right? They're called the Azrai, yeah. But they get a nice charge into the back of the Centaurs. Centaurs do find a home, though, so Keter is able to get a good engagement here. So the Beastmen do swarm in, get those Deepwood Scouts, but they are going to be sacrificing a unit for that, basically. Beastmen do have a really nice Ungor Raider position. This is like a really, really, really good pocket for the Beasts. They're able to get a Chaos Bond summon, and the Minotaurs and the Archers are doing great damage. Morkur and Dryka going to have a slapping contest. Not sure who's going to be winning that one. About 1,200 points here, and if I was a betting man, the Wood Elves definitely going to be taking this game, right? They have triple cap, they're up on value, and even if the Beastmen do start to flip some objectives, they're going to have to get all three, and that's going to be incredibly difficult. We do see the Desperation cap coming out here on the far side, so Centaurs of Tzeentch have emerged, an extremely powerful unit. And you see what I'm saying? They're such a busted unit that even in a matchup with no armor, you still bring the Great Weapon. Like, come on. That's a pretty big testament to that. Laps and Micro here on the other side. We do get the Wild Riders charging into the Centaurs. Centaurs are a unit that really need to get their charge bonus off, or else the Wild Riders are going to be doing them dirty. And even with a head-to-head charge, Wild Riders do win that. They just have a much better stat line. They're more expensive, right? They're quite a bit more expensive, but yeah, that's going to be a win there. But Centaurs of Tzeentch going to be coming around and folding them up like a piece of paper, so that is going to be a brutal amount of damage on those Wild Riders. You see a lot of DPS going in, and maybe the Beastmen can start to get some play on this side, like win this fight, but there is another Wild Rider unit coming, and a Dryad unit can come over here. We do also see the Beastman caster just randomly dying to a unit of Dryads. Should not happen. The caster should be sitting back here and, you know, perpetually casting Melkoth and doing all that kind of good stuff. So the Wood Elves seem to be hanging on to the point pretty well. I don't see any chances for the Beastmen. The Beastmen are kind of losing on most fronts on the battlefield. Wild Riders engaging against the Centaur Legion. Another unit of elite Wood Elf Cav. Very cool to see heavy Wild Rider play, though. It's not something you see often. Really nice arrows of Kernus by that Waystalker. He sees the threat coming from across the battlefield, and he straight up Legolas as those bad boys. And then the Crispin's Cavalry going to be coming in, getting a flanking charge against the Centaurs of Tzeentch. Big old Slam Jam, Space Jam, and that is going to be collapsing that position, 1,400 points. And yeah, so I think my predictions about the build-up that game were correct. It just wasn't the right play. The Beastmen traded reasonably well on value, but I think they needed to contest some of those points early. Granted, they probably still would have lost the game based on how the fighting is going. 9.8 against 7.6, but I think they would have had a better chance. GG, well played. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be seeing Lord Chickenfeed's team going up to a 3-0 run here in today's RTK Civil War. Yes, yes. Traumatized moves. Yeah, those are definitely some very stressed out moves. 100%. Okay, so that's looking good. And we do see Deepwood Scouts did pretty good. That was really a game carried by Wild Riders. Oh my god, this man had 7 Wild Riders in his build. That's cool to see, though. Like, they're a unit that's been considered terrible for a long time, but honestly, they looked pretty damn good in that matchup. And in a way, they're very good against Centaurs. They seem to trade very well there, so I did like that. Yeah, GG, well played. It's probably not going to be a sweep. There's a lot of games in today's tournament, so yeah, don't you worry about that, my friend. Don't you worry. All right, so let's get the next lobby all set up and good to go. And where are we at? All right, we should have the next one here. And let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Getting through a couple of these matches. And I believe that's the password. And here we are. Yes, yes. Oh, LVO is Team Dustman, is he? Did I get that wrong? Oh, he is on Team Dustman. Okay, sorry, I got the score wrong. Okay, so yeah. For some reason, I set it up wrong in the lobby there. My bad. All right, so that is 2-1 actually in today's tournament. And now we have Nurgle's PAs on Team Dustman, and that is going to be on the... Yeah, so we do need to swap this then. All right, switch. Okay. Oops. So yes, I did get that wrong. LVO did get the dub for Team Dustman. As a truck driver with a mullet, baseball cap, and pot belly. Hell yeah, dude. All day, man. So we got Lizardmen versus oh my god, another. Why are we getting all these mirror matches? Come on, guys. What's this about? You know? We have a big event. Why do we have to get so many mirror matches? There's 25 factions in this game. Your name is literally Nurgle. Just play Nurgle. You know? What's going on with this? I was bribed by Lord Chickenfeed. It's correct. He came to me before the stream with some old chicken feed and threw it down on the floor of my disgusting office. And I ate it off the floor, and you know, it is what it is. One sec, guys. All right, it's getting a little warm in here. I had to take the old sweater off. God, another mirror match? They did it for me. Why would they do this? You know? We have so many factions. Mirror is the worst shit ever. Nobody likes mirror matches. Only people who just like to suffer. There's just like the whole cool part about this game. Look at, they even brought the same Lord. Oh my god. Let there be a vampire counts mirror, dude. It's just the worst. It's just absolutely the worst. I hate art mirrors in every game I play, like everything. It's just my bane, my antithesis. They did pick different banners. Yeah, that's true. They got that going for us. Hear the call of the Banana Slan? Of course he will. Banana Slan, if there is a Lizardman game coming up, you'll probably see Banana Slan. They're very popular, but Mazdamundi also has healing, so he's very meta as well. Yeah. The masochists in chat are thriving today. This is just pure suffering. Sorry about mirrors. Bouncing is hard. I think there's plenty of matchups that you can play. Like, Lizardmen have a lot of even matchups. You know? I think there's a lot. Like, it's not like this game is so unbalanced that the only fair matchup is Lizardmen versus Lizardmen. I mean, they're sure, to an extent. I guess it depends on the player's range of abilities and whatnot. But, like, honestly, Nurgle versus Lizardmen would probably be fine. I can see Nurgle doing okay in that matchup nowadays. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. And it is go time. Taking a look here at the forces of Japardors. He's got a front line of javelins, which, you know, no surprise there. They throw javelins and they tank. And there's going to be a battle line of skink skirmishers to keep things like pterodons honest. And also just, you know, give a little bit of utility on the battlefield. In the backfield, it is going to be some Croxagors with a bunch of feral cold ones, cold one riders. And Lord Changamundi is going to be on his toilet seat, not on his big steed. And there are going to be 2 salamander hunting packs. So salamander hunting packs are okay in this matchup. My only critique of them is they don't have good armor piercing. So if they're trying to shoot Croxagors or big dinosaurs, they do okay damage, but it's not like anything that's stellar. Arguably, maybe Razordons would be a little bit stronger, but it's hard to say. It really, really depends on the build that your opponent brings, right? Because Salamanders will give you better dual purpose against like infantry because they have this like kind of fire splash attack. So they're going to be more effective at kind of bringing down better troops. Now, looking at the forces of Old Nurgle, it is going to be Nurgle's PA with Japardors, yeah, both using Mazdamundi. Wow. So Mazdamundi here does have the Net of Amnitok and Apotheosis, and the other player is going to be using the exact same spells. Certainly very original stuff here. Feral Cold Ones on all sides, and we got a couple Spears, as well as Temple Guard in the middle. So yeah, the builds are a little bit different. One build is going to be more Salamander focused. Look, we got Razordons here on this side, so we do have the Razordons here, and they're going to be very good at killing Croxagors. That's basically what they're there to counter, as well as like big dinosaurs as well. So we will see what they're going to get done. All right, on the other side, Razordons versus Salamanders. Let us know who you guys think is going to be winning in chat as they clash on the objective. One side does have a much swarmier front line, a lot of skink cohorts here, whereas this army here is going to be rocking some Temple Guard. And it looks like the Temple Guard are going to be protecting Lord Mazdamundi. They're, of course, going to be sitting here using their sacred duty. So if there's a Lord nearby, they become ITP and do cause fear, which is kind of nice. Certainly not the worst thing in the world. The lines are going to be clashing. Darts are going to be blown out on both sides. One of these Mazdamundis is the Changeling, I would imagine. That's got to be my headcanon here for this game. Objective going to be opening up in about 20 seconds, and the battle is now on, ladies and gentlemen. As on the outside, we're going to have a blunder out of the gates potentially. Nurgle's PA is going to be throwing away his Feral Cold Ones. So they're going to get mulched by Japardors here. So he does get in, gets a really nice charge. So out of the gates, initial advantage here for Japardors. Now Nurgle's PA, what is he going to be up to here? He's going to be advancing up on the point, taking the objective here despite blundering. Although he does get a little bit of counterplay. Looks like Nurgle's PA is able to move all of his skink skirmishers out. He does get them there in time to salvage this situation. Also arrives with some of his own cav, it looks like, or maybe another Feral Cold one. And Japardors is going to be forced back with his Spear Riders right here. And overall, Nurgles is getting pretty good push here on the battlefield. On the outside, we do have a similar fight. The Cold Ones of Shepardors, as well as the Cold One Spear Riders, do get caught in a bad situation. So what looked bad for Nurgles PA in the beginning is starting to look a little bit better, right? These two Feral Cold Ones hunting down these expensive units, backed up by Skink Skirmishers as well as Razordon hunting packs. I mean, that should be enough to potentially kill these units, but we're going to have to see how this all unfolds in the front line. So on the objective, Kroxigor's engaging for the yellow Lizardmen, and they do manage to bash through the skinks here of the brown Lizardmen. And the objective is most likely going to be flipping back because we do get some Cold One Riders coming in. I don't know why they're being given an attack order on top of the skinks, though. Definitely want to be charging into the Kroxigors. So a bit of a blunder here by Nurgles PA because they're just going to waddle into the Kroxigors. They're not going to get their charge bonus. Banishment going down as well. So the Banishment there is going to be tickling those guys and doing some respectable damage. Granted, they are a very cheap unit, so it doesn't feel like super amazing, but it is what it is. So Salamander hunting packs are shooting into the Temple Guard. They probably should turn their sights on maybe the Cold One Riders here. I think that would be a little bit of a better target. On the outside, we do have a big engagement here. Again, it's a little bit hard to tell in the dreaded mirror match what's going on, but we do our best. Shepardor is able to stabilize his Skink Skirmisher back line using his Cold One Riders that got chased back here to then counterpunch, pushing into the Feral Cold Ones here. He does also have his Razordon hunting packs caught up in melee a little bit, which I don't know how that happened. Those things should definitely be back a ways. They do have some spears defending them, some Sar spears, but overall, it looks like on this side of the battlefield, Shepardor is going to be conquering this pretty hard. He's going to be killing a Razordon hunting pack, which is basically full health. That's a colossal loss. And on top of that, he wipes out 2 cav units. So, yeah, that's a big win for Shepardors. Nurgles PA seems to be in the pits a little bit. We have a Mazdamundi battle as well. So there they go. Those guys could be duking it out. Lord Chungamundi as well as Mazdamundi. You know, you got to give them different names. They're going to be rolling away from each other. Some high-octane Total War mirror match action right here as we move over to objective number 1. Kroxigors are on it, and they're going to be trying to flip it. Granted, I mean, this is going to be over soon. Yeah, I think that Shepardors just had a pretty crushing victory there, and Nurgles PA is going to be tapping out. So, GG, well played. That's why we don't want mirror matches. God, give us something else. No more, please. All right, so let's see who is on what team there. So that was Shepardors versus Nurgles PA. Shepardors was the winner, and he is on Team Chicken. Okay, so that's going to be a victory for Team Chickenfeed. All right, Chatamundi. No, nobody loves mirror matches. Only the awful love mirror matches. No. Low speed pursuit. Very true. All right, let's see what we got cracking next. Hopefully it's not a mirror match. One sec here. Okay, perfect. And where are we at? Let's go find the next one. Okay, Flamaster plays Slaanesh, I think. This should be a very good fight. These guys are 2 high-level domination players, and they usually have really, really good matches. Slaanesh vs. Warriors of Chaos, that's pretty fun. Yeah, that'll be a cool one. Most likely going to be seeing some old rampaging going down from Flamaster, but yeah, great. So Battle of the Dark Gods here. Let's check the scoreboard. You know what? We don't even need to switch the scoreboard. We could just adjust it afterwards. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, we're going to see. There's a lot of games still to be played, guys. We are only on Game 5 right now out of, I think, 19 games. A lot of the matches are being done via replays as well. So we will be getting to the replay section of this event soon. And we'll be going through all those and figuring out who's on what team and all that goodness. Vampire versus Vampire glue special before... No Vampire versus Vampire match. Why would you do that? Why do they do that? All right, guys. Taking a look at the builds here, it's going to be Festus versus Azazel. It's kind of a fun one. Now, the problem with the Skirmisher game in this matchup is when you try and skirmish against Slaanesh, they rampage your cav and pull them to their doom. Granted, these are just cheap Marauder horsemen, but look at this. I love the Chosen of Tzeentch. See, this is what I'm talking about. Faction diversity, fun stuff. It's great. So we got the Chosen of Tzeentch with some Forsaken horsemen and Festus. Festus is going to be probably hanging out with the Chosen, trying to provide healing and more Ascension effects. And for the forces of Slaanesh, it is going to be a bunch of Marauders, Warriors, a couple anti-large Hellstriders. Cool to see them back in action. And some Skirmishers here via the Horsemen. But Azazel is just going to be dominating the Skirmish game. Slaanesh usually does dominate the Skirmish game against other Chaos factions because of their ability, like I said, to rampage your Skirmish cav to their doom. So against Slaanesh, I usually don't even bother bringing, Skirmishers these days. I find that they just dominate you so hard in that way that it's tough. So yeah, not a lot of AP on either side. My guess for Flamaster is that he's going to be calling out Fiends of Slaanesh. He's probably going to be calling out Fiends. you know, some heavy AP. A little bit later on, maybe some Seekers, because he's going to need it to get through the Chosen, to get through the Forsaken, all those different units, right? And I do like the Chosen, actually, pick of Tzeentch, and I'll explain why. So the Chosen of Tzeentch have a little something that we like to call in the industry magic damage. So magic damage is good against demons. It does mitigate the demon's physical resist save. So having the Chosen of Tzeentch against Seekers, against Fiends of Slaanesh, against Exalted Demonettes, it's going to make them more viable, right? Because normally, like, a Chosen would get ripped to shreds by an Exalted Demonette, and would struggle to do damage back because of the physical resist, but the Chosen of Tzeentch probably have a more even trade in there, especially with Festus supporting him, so I do like that as well. I think that's going to be fun. Marauders, and a big Skirmish Corps here for Martinius. Martinius, of course, one of our homegrown Chaos champions. He pretty much is always championing the Dark Gods, which is fun. And a lot of Marauders of Slaanesh, well, only 2, I guess, mixed in with Hellstriders. So Hellstriders did get buffed. They were one of the most broken units in the game for a long time, but then they got nerfed to the point of not being used at all, and then they got buffed up again a little bit, and now they're in a pretty good spot. Some good water right there. They fulfill their niche, I would say. So Zazel's going to be screaming on out here, and on the top side, we do have the Hellstriders of Slaanesh chilling out. A lot of Marauder Horsemen. Are they going to be throwing their old javelins? We will find out. Okay, they move up, and no javelin fire in yet. Azazel's coming for blood. He's going to be methodically rampaging. We do have the Pavane, right? So you just Pavane one of these guys, you charge him, and then just pick off your opponent's mobile game, and then from there you just take over the battlefield. So Slaanesh should get a triple cap here out of the gates, 100%. The Warriors of Chaos Army is much slower. In my experience in this matchup, I would say that maybe it's Slaanesh favored, but I'm not sure. I'm a little bit out of the loop right now. I have been playing a little bit, but not as much as I was last season, for example. So, but yeah, I would say like Slaanesh has got to be favored here. Like Fiends counter so much of the Warriors of Chaos roster, right? Like Armored Chaos Trolls, Warriors, like what does Walk have outside of Marauder Horsemen that can effectively kill Fiends of Slaanesh? They're just so damn powerful. So the Heretics are going to be advancing up on one another. Slaanesh does get a triple cap here. So that's got to feel pretty good for the Dark Prince. On the outside, we see an Exalted Hero of Tzeentch. Is he going to be rocking Buna? Oh, is he on a Chariot? That's interesting. So he is on a Chariot. He doesn't have anti-large anymore. That's so strange. And he has the Book of Buna. I mean, he still is a good AP fighter. So he's going to be able to maybe run over some of the warriors here, and also does have the Book of Buna. So if he gets really lucky with the Book of Secrets, there's a chance that he's potentially going to be able to Buna down some of these very expensive Slaanesh units, like Demonettes and different things like that. Yeah. So moving up, the Marauders and the Forsaken do arrive to the point, and now we're probably going to be seeing our first Pavane soon. I really like the caution here being shown by Martinius. He's not letting any of his horsemen get rampaged. He's not really trying to skirmish his opponent, because if he does, he's just going to get rampaged. And he's also using his Marauders very effectively to screen out the Marauder Horsemen here. So they're able to move up. Forsaken going to be arriving to that point as well. This objective going to be flipping. Both Chosen going to be chilling out in the middle. And now we have Exalted Demonettes being called. Yeah, that is the correct play. In the woods, we see the Hellstriders kind of waiting it out. And Warriors of Chaos playing a very cautious, kind of methodical play style. Moving up on the points, but now we have the Murder Ladies coming out, so these things will just do so much work. If they can find any infantry unit, man, especially armored, they're just going to tear it to shreds. Not even infantry. They're kind of like a cav unit in a way. 54 movement speed, you can use them against like Chaos Knights, assuming they don't eat the charges, and they'll do very, very well against those bad boys. Alright, so on the point, we see the Warriors of Chaos do manage to get their double cap, and now they're just going to be hanging out. They're just going to be like, come at me, I challenge you to knock me off these 2 points. And the Chosen, of course, are going to be providing a very nice backbone. Festus is using his healing elixirs. So healing elixirs is great for elite infantry. It's honestly good for everything. Festus is a very, very solid character. He's not like as meta as he once was. I feel like he's kind of fallen off a little bit. But at this matchup, he's pretty good. He does have some good direct damage spells as well. Stream of Corruption is really, really nice against Exalted Demonettes and against Slaanesh Warriors. Up on this point, Forsaken, you're going to need to move up on the point to try and grab this. And they do maintain the capture weight. So the Exalted Hero has moved in on his Chariot. He does make the impact hits and immediately takes down 13 models, and potentially going to be pulling back from here. But yeah, I've never really seen an Exalted Hero of Tzeentch on a Chariot. That's kind of an interesting application of those bad boys. Frontline Wet Noodle contest is going to be underway. We have Slaanesh versus Tzeentch here, purple versus pink. The Chosen obviously going to win this fight very, very decisively, I would imagine. We do see the casualties starting to mount. But there's going to be a big charge in with the Exalted Demonettes and Hellstriders swarming onto the Chosen here as, oh, a Pavane being used on Festus. I don't know how much I like that. Like, what are you even getting out of this? Okay, Azazel is now going in for the kill, but Festus does have some support nearby and probably is going to be able to weasel away here. So at the end of the day, that was a very wasted Pavane there by Flamaster. He gets some damage on Festus, but Big Chungus does have good melee defense. And look at the Javelin fire coming in from Martinius. So Martinius gets all of his Javelins right here, and he's just pounding into Azazel. And Azazel, you know, might enjoy it a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's doing a lot of damage. He does use the Tempter upgrade, or ability, not upgrade. That's going to be giving him ward save and melee damage reflection, but now he needs to pull back, and Festus is going to be laughing all the way to the bank. I think Pavane would be better to methodically use on Marauder Horsemen just to get that kind of incremental value. So on this objective, Warriors of Chaos still do own this. The Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh beat the basic Marauders, and we do see the big flank coming in from Slaanesh, and it looks like he might be able to get this objective back. Chosen are doing reasonably well, actually very well. They haven't taken a single casualty yet, which is super impressive. We see the Exalted Hero of Tzeentch as well, swinging his blade around, and now there's going to be some Furies attacking the Chosen, but this is like what Chosen want. Furies are extremely weak to magic damage, and the Chosen will be able to fight on both sides of their formation, right? So they're going to turn around and probably beat these guys down. Up in the high ground, Slaanesh did manage to take that point back. We do see the Armored Chaos Trolls on their way in. Marauder Horsemen and Martinius getting some cost-effective firepower. Forsaken and Martinius also fighting off Chaos Warriors here. But yeah, I think that overall Slaanesh probably going to be winning out on that side. Now looking back towards Objective 3, nobody's really playing that objective right there. And the Warriors of Chaos are doing pretty good in terms of just raw value trading. These Chosen are just giga-chatting it. Festus is nearby with his healing elixirs, healing up quite a few units. The problem for the Warriors of Chaos is where the fight is happening is not on an objective, right? Like, doesn't have capture weight here. He doesn't have capture weight right here. So the position with which, or where he chose to fight, ultimately cost him a bit of agency on the objectives. And we're going to see if that matters. Now, Festus is battling it out versus Azazel. Kind of a cool tech here. The Exalted Hero, maybe, you know, since he's an anti-infantry character, he's there designed to fight against Azazel. That could potentially be what it is. Now, on the backfield, though, we do see Flamaster using his mobility, so he's got his Marauder Horsemen, he's got Furies, Hellstriders, and this could be a big game-changing play, potentially. You can see all the Marauder Horsemen, which have been doing really, really good work, are actually now being routed by the superior mobility of Slaanesh, whereas the Warriors of Chaos are still grinding in the fight very well. The Chosen are hanging in there. Festus is providing the healing elixirs. He's also casting spells non-stop to try and get the constant healing proc on his army, and yeah, they're doing good on value trading. Martinius is up. And I would say he's actually truly up on value this game, but if he doesn't manage to escape this fight and get some objectives soon, he's potentially going to be losing on objectives as well. So we will see. Forsaken cleaning up shop in the backfield, so really, really nice stuff there by Martinius. And I think they're just basic Forsaken, despite the fact that he's using like a Tzeentch banner. Yeah, they're just basic. And objectives 1, 2, and 3 all owned by the Dark Prince. 8,000 against 6,000, 2,000 value lead, probably even worse with Festus providing that healing aura. The Chosen are grinding, doing great work. Trolls are healthy. That Exalted Hero's in really, really good shape. And Forsaken, honestly, they hit really hard and can do okay damage against the Marauders and even against like Demonettes if they can get like a side charge on them or, you know, not catch them in a head-on fight. And here they move in. Chaos Warriors starting to get worn down. Festus getting a little bit beat up though. So could Flamaster be getting his prize finally? He wants that big thick booty, and we're going to see if he's going to get his clutches on it. We do see Festus running away terrified. But he does also heal while he's running, which is pretty funny. You know, his healing elixirs don't stop. Nurgle doesn't stop helping out his homie just because he's running away. But now Festus does rally, but he is a little bit surrounded by the Fiends, and the Fiends could be the comeback mechanic here that Slaanesh really needs. Granted, Slaanesh is winning very dominantly on the objectives, and this is a nice rally here for the Warriors of Chaos. They do manage to get all their horsemen back online, which is going to give them some counterplay against the Fiends here. Forsaken charging in, and Festus is just trying his best to live. He's shaken. Azazel's hunting him, but Azazel's actually just dying to a bunch of Forsaken. Very, very low. I mean, Azazel has like no armor, right? He's got 5 armor. So Forsaken, which hit for over 60 weapon strength a pop, pretty nuts, right? Like every single Forsaken model hits you for 63 weapon strength. So like if you just do the math, right, it's only a handful of Forsaken to really equate to the same amount of damage as a Legendary Lord if they can all pile in and do all that sort of good stuff. So a little bit of lag, but this game hasn't been laggy, so I think one of the players is having some potato problems. You gotta love Total War Haggardness. It is how we roll. So Warriors of Chaos starting to get a little bit of cap weight back on this objective. They move Trolls and Marauders. Might be able to get that one. Looking at the value, Martinius is pulling super far ahead. We see Azazel running, and a very rare potential victory for the Warriors of Chaos against Slaanesh. Usually it does go the other way here. So we see Armored Chaos Trolls on their way in. And yeah, the Forsaken break through. And now finally, the Legions of Slaanesh have broken. Now, if you're looking at the position for Martinius, I think what you do is you start to just fervently defend Objective 2 while also planning a triple cap situation defense on Objective number 3. That's probably your only chance. Because if you just pull back and start playing Objective number 3, for example, you know, the Warriors of Chaos are going to have to split up, and maybe that will allow you some opportunities. But in all my years of casting Domination Mode, which has been about, what, 3 or 4 years now? Yeah, 3 years. Now I think this game's over. Warriors of Chaos just have such an advantage. They have so much more on the battlefield. Their durability, the Chosen, were just such chads this game. They really held. We have seen a couple very off-meta games today. Like we saw Chosen doing very well. I mean, Chosen are still, you know, not like unused, but we also saw Wild Riders performing very well in one of the earlier matches, which was cool to see. But yeah, Chaos needs to get all 3 of the objectives here. Shouldn't be too hard for them. A little bit of housekeeping going down. I don't know what Flamaster thinks is going to happen here. I mean, he literally has 2 units on the battlefield, and his Lord is at like 1%. Warriors of Chaos have pretty much an entire legion. Forsaken are everywhere, and the Marauder Horsemen going to be swarming towards the 3rd objective. And once they get that 3rd objective, Flamaster is trying to save up right now, like for a big alpha strike somewhere. But really good positioning by Martinius, showing his chops for the Warriors of Chaos. And they're hanging around here. And Tim the Wilder wants to see how the Chariot character did. I'll try and find him. Is he still alive? He might have actually gotten killed by Azazel. Yeah, at some point. I do think I missed that. Fiends move it in, but Fiends are going to lose 2v1. Forsaken will be able to cut through them. I mean, in a head-on fight, Fiends would annihilate Forsaken, but with Armored Chaos Trolls, you know, absorbing most of the damage, probably going to be a very good fight. Miasma Pestilence going down, which lowers their melee attack. It's going to be forcing them to retreat right there. Festus going to be waddling up that way. And objective number Trace is going to be going to the forces of Chaos Undivided. So moving up are the Armored Trolls. Forsaken, we see some Exalted Demonettes coming in, but they're going to be countered by Festus probably. He could just turn on the Harbinger Pestilence to Mortis Engine them down, and from there just swarm them with all these units. And I think there's still some Chosen of Tzeentch around. They might have gone to the other objective. Yeah, Chosen of Tzeentch will be able to trade against them pretty effectively. Nothing really going crazy on the low ground. Couple Marauder Horsemen. Going to be trying to steal Objective 3, but that Marauder unit, honestly, will probably be able to hold against them, even in a 3v1 situation. Forsaken versus Fiends. Fiends going to win that, obviously. Forsaken are a bit of a glass cannon unit, especially when they're afflicted by the Soporific Musk. That's going to be putting their stats down very low, but there is going to be another debuff here, the Miasma Pestilence. And the reason why he's doing that is because it triggers the Lore of Nurgle passive, which is going to be healing the entire Warriors of Chaos army. So that's certainly very, very nice. On the side point, Horseman trying to take that, but like the triple cap situation is just going so hard in the paint here. Another Marauder is going to move down there, basically shut down the hopes and dreams of Flamaster. And now the Exalted Demonettes are running. Oh, the Exalted Hero's back. He got 1,600 value. That's pretty good. I think he was resummoned, though. Or maybe he's just full health. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say. He must have gotten some Bunas. Yeah, he just got a Buna there in the 4th quarter. Talk about a game-ending play. Plus, he's a magic damage character, so he's going to be excellent against Exalted Demonettes. You know, this is a really good tech, actually, by Martinius. Like, Exalted Demonettes are weak against magic damage. They're weak against anti-infantry bonus. So an Exalted Hero of Tzeentch on a Chariot is a very sturdy anti-infantry character. And with the Book of Buna, he's actually able to do some work against them. Granted, he still took a shit ton of damage, which is just a testament to how good Exalted Demonettes are. But yeah, there's no way. Flamaster, you know, a very scrappy player, very, very strong. But I think he's just going to lose it here. And the Puppets of Misrule do get the dub. GG, well played. All right. Which faction is meta right now? Wood Elves, Kislev, Beastmen. Very meta, I would say. Yes, yes. Fun times indeed, as we get a non-mirror match, and look at the great times rolling then. And now we will go and see who is on what team there. So Martinius was the winner, and he is on Team Dustman, bringing Dustman back up. So he's only down by 1 game now. It's actually a pretty closely contested series. Team Dust versus the Flock of Doom. Very fun stuff. So next we have Charix versus Big Bees. These are 2 top 16 players in the world here in this next match, so that should be very, very fun to cast and see. And let's see what we got. All right, checking here. Sounds good. And all right. So now we have our next game here. Let's load into that bad boy and have some fun. Thank you guys for joining today. I know we haven't had too much Warhammer lately, but don't worry, Warhammer will never... There will come a time when we eventually, you know, obviously if like 40K comes out or something, that'll be our primary focus. But we'll still jump back every now and then, do an old Warhammer tournament for the good times. Yes. Charix versus Big Beast. Should be great. Charix, of course, has played some pretty fun builds. We got Wood Elves versus Dwarves on the Glade of the Everqueen. That's going to be a cool one. Yeah, Chariot. It's kind of funny because Chariots work the same way in Tabletop. Like, putting a character on a Chariot in Tabletop is really strong because they're immune to Killing Blow and they're also immune to Monster Slayer, and they get a ton of extra wounds. 40K is still Warhammer. That's true. I just meant Warhammer Fantasy. No. I want that Total War Star Wars. You know, honestly, I would take it. As long as I can play as Palpatine, I'm happy. If I could just play evil Palpatine and be doing like Force Lightning and stuff, oh my god, I'd be so happy. Or Vader. Oh, Vader would be so cool. It depends on when they do it. Yeah. When would they do a Star Wars Total War game? Like what time period? Old Republic? Would they do, you know, the original trilogy time period where you have the Rebel Alliance, you have the Empire, but what other factions would you have, right? I'm sure some of you real Star Wars nerds could let me know, but yeah, it's hard to say. Dude, look at this. Battle of the Zoomer Micro. Yeah, we have two of the youngest players in the community battling it out right now. Oh, yeah. So look at that. Mass archers from Charix with high magic? What forbidden witchcraft is this? That's going to be hard. Dwarves have a lot of shields, right? They're going to be hard to crack. And 2 Thanes as well. Like, how are you going to kill those Thanes? Charix is probably going to be calling in, like, you know, I don't know, heavy armor piercing cav at some point or other. But that is a lot of archers, ladies and gentlemen. You want to spam battle droids? Yeah. Dude, Turin wouldn't be able to cast if Palpatine was in. He'd just be cackling, yes. Yeah, both those are good. Both those are very strong after the buff. Very, very strong. All right, so taking a look at the team placements, just to update you guys. Big B's is Team Dustman and Charix is Team Chickenfeed. We have 2 more live games after this, and then we're going to be jumping into replays. So that is going to be the tail of the tape, ladies and gentlemen. All right, all right. Elvio says, I brought 7 Wild Riders in my testing, at least the shielded variant, because they beat Centaurs. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Elvio, you made it look really good. You know, I was unsure how the Wild Riders would trade, but you made them look great. So props to you, man. It was a really, really nice game. Props to you. Go forth, my Ewok legions. Yes. So, guys, taking a look at the build here of Charix. This is some wild shit. He's going to be using Apotheosis, probably to heal his Great Stagonites that he's inevitably going to be calling in. And then Soul Quench is just going to be there to blast some of the artillery characters. It's also good against infantry if you get the right angle on it. So, yeah, curious to see. Double Waywatcher. Glade Guard, most of which have Starfire Shafts, some Hagbane tips as well, but mostly armor piercing, and more Waywatchers up here. So he's going to be grabbing those points, trying to pull apart this Dwarf army, and we're going to see if he's going to be successful in doing so. Looking at the legions of the Dowie, it's going to be a Dwarf Lord, so a mighty Dwarf Lord coming from his hold. No plot armor for him, though, so a little bit scary, but he does have Longbeards galore, backed up by a Thane, bolt throwers here, and yeah, so very, very well-rounded, like standard Dwarfish army. Although against Wood Elves, I don't know what the meta is against Wood Elves. Definitely lacking in blasting charges. Okay, there is a blasting charge in Vanguard, and I suspect he's got more, because mass blasting charges are so good against Wood Elves. They really struggle against that. It's incredibly nasty. All right, guys. The battle is on. The dwarves are waddling towards the objectives with their very short legs. And we do have the Spellweaver rolling up. I'm really curious to see what he's going to be doing with this. I mean, he could attack the blasting charges even if he wants to, but got to be very careful not to eat those bolt thrower shots. And we see the first Soul Quench going down. No, he canceled it. So it looked like he was about to cast it, and then he wants to get a bit of a better angle here. There is going to be a Low X Blessing going down. Okay, so he used Low X Blessing to give his Eagle stock and Unspottable and also a speed buff. And now he's going to be casting it down the pipe on those Longbeards. Oh, this is going to do big damage. Oh, boy. Here it comes, and oh, big damage. Half HP off those Longbeards. Man, that was a really, really MLG catch right there. Super nice play by Charix. Now we see the Waywatchers starting to melt the blasting charges. Of course, blasting charges are kind of a cheap target, but still certainly worth picking off in my opinion. Wood Elves do get the 2 points, and Charix is not called out as Cav yet, so there is going to be some fast Cav called out soon. I would suspect it's going to be Great Stagonites. They're very good against Dwarves. And the Dwarf army here doesn't have any Slayers or anything, so I think you would probably do okay. So is the Eagle going to be moving in to do battle? I don't think so. I think the Eagle's just going to be looking for another Soul Quench on those Longbeards. And on the backside, the Dwarves are going to be calling out Slayers. Good call. You know, inevitably there's going to be some Cav coming out, whether it be Glade Riders and or Great Stagonites. So I do think that is a good call right there. So what is the Great Eagle going to be doing? Okay, it attacks into the Bolt Thrower. Not a bad idea. Just get in there, and if the Eagle can kill a Bolt Thrower or two, I mean, that's going to be pretty nice, right? I play tabletop Warhammer with my buddy every week, and he plays tiles against me, and he loves using Great Eagles to just chase down my artillery. It's so stressful. He's very, very good at it. You Soul Quenched your pants from that? Oh, I love it. Glad to hear it. That's great. So Bolt Thrower is doing good damage against the Glade Guard, though. They're taking a little bit of work, and I'm certainly getting a little bit nervous for Charix here. I feel like the Dwarf battle line is going to be so effective at just kind of slow pushing with all these like silver shields that they have. Oh, man, it's going to be tough. Corlers do have shields as well. They have bronze shields, and it looks like the Elven Archers were able to get their 2-1 first strike going. It's a magic reference, by the way. Onto the Corlers here, and there's going to be another Soul Quench going down. What kind of damage are we going to see? And he cancels it. So Charix cancels the cast when his opponent reacts to it. That is some really sweaty play. I love to see it there. So archers galore, blasting away. A lot of firepower going into the Longbeards. And, I mean, sure, that is going to do damage, but the silver shields do mitigate 55% of those shots coming in, which is going to be pretty brutal. Now, on the other side, what is Charix saving for? Is he just saving up for a great Stag Knight push or some witchcraft like that? I suspect he is. The Eagle character just juking back and forth, flying, you know, doing laps around the Dwarven army, just making sure it doesn't easily get shot by Quarrelers or Bolt Throwers or different things like that. The Glade Guard have moved up, and they're going to be putting some firepower into the shielded units, but again, that feels pretty bad. Soul Quench going down to the Quarrelers there, so he does get a good cast on that. And here we have the Way Watchers. I think what's going to happen is Charix is going to save up for a big Alpha Strike here. He's going to soften these units on this point and then maybe call in a bunch of fast cav. I don't know. Blade Singers could also be good. If you could slip some Blade Singers in, that would be very nice. Okay, he's calling out a mass Glade Rider Spear push. So he was saving up for a big Alpha Strike. And yeah, so we got triple Glade Rider here. And, you know, my crusty Elder Millennial hands probably wouldn't be able to micro this many units, but, you know, he's the fearsome Zoomer. He's coming in with these Glade Riders, and he's going to be trying to penetrate into the Bolt Throwers, into the Archer units, and potentially even capture this objective, right? Because, like, these things, this is 12 capture weight, and right now the Dwarves have, like, nothing on this objective, so... Charix is a very, very solid player, and he plays unorthodox, too. He's definitely, historically, been one of my favorite players in the world to watch. I really, really like watching him play. War Dancer is moving up, and there is going to be Loix Blessing. Oh, my God. Oh, what a play! So Charix using the Loix Blessing to make all of these cav invisible. Stock and unspottable. Dude, that is so freaking cool. That's definitely one of the most awesome innovations I've seen. So now all these cav are 118 speed, and they're stock and unspottable. Dude, that is so freaking cool. So we got Gyrocopters being called in, but the Hawk character is going to be able to chase them. And the Way Watcher's getting brutal damage, but now they're visible. So the Glade Riders are going to be visible for now. But, you know, they were able to maneuver in such a way that, yeah, they were in the backfield, or are in the backfield. So they've gotten to the backfield here. Slayers are going to be trying to defend here. And the Glade Riders with Spears going to be circling around the back, looking for opportunities to charge in wherever they can. And the Gyrocopter is already dead. What a loss for Big B's there. Tyrol is what he's playing as right now in Tyrol. But yeah, the Cav are able to get into the backfield. Blasting charges screening very, very well. So Big B's doing an excellent job of defending his backfield. Glade Riders do get on top of the Bolt Throwers. But back here, despite the very flashy moves from Charix, Big B is able to counter it. So he does manage to get his infantry in front of the Glade Riders. Some of the Glade Riders do get on top of the Bolt Throwers. But at the end of the day, that effort did not pay off too much for Charix, and Big B's kind of got the last laugh there. Kind of owned him a little bit. Now, we do see a Thane moving up. Thane is going to be eating some shots, but this is like some of the most ineffective shooting you're going to have, right? Though they do have armor piercing, well, one of them does at least. The Thane is just silver shielded with a ton of HP, and Charix does manage to steal the side objective. So using his mobility, we do start to see some War Dancers called in, and War Dancers and War Dancers. So this is the kind of infantry section of the game, and Charix does manage to outmaneuver the Slayers. Gets on top of the Bolt Thrower, and he still has another Glade Rider hiding in the bushes here. He's very sneaky in the tree line. So Blasting Charge is going down, nailing those cav, but they don't really do a lot of damage against the Bolt Thrower. I mean, that's the thing. Dwarven artillery crews are very, very hardy, especially compared to like Tomb Kings and Empire and these other factions. Like, they're going to be able to hold for quite a bit of time. Quite a bit of time. So back charge going in for the Glade Riders against the Quarrelers. And on this objective, we do see Charix managing to hold on to this one, and he's got his back objective as well. So very, very cagey plays. We do see the War Dancers arriving. Are they going to engage against the Dwarf Warriors and Slayers? Honestly, it wouldn't be a terrible idea, but the Dwarves do have quite a bit over here, including the Gyros. It looks like the Gyros did rally, and more miners with blasting charges on the other side. Dwarves kind of starting to get some momentum, it looks like. I mean, the Archers are going to run out of ammunition, and they're going to be kind of useless, right? Whereas the Dwarves are going to still be useful even when the, you know, when the ammo dries up. They're going to be able to move up. They're going to be a problem. Could unsummon some of the Archers, obviously have them fight. Here, 2 Glade Guard Starfire Shafts are chased back by the Thane of Big B's. And these Archers pouring into Slayers, which is a good call. Slayers are a very solid target. Charix has a little bit of value, but overall Big B's has been very, very solid defensively. He has not been letting too much damage get into his backfield despite big efforts from Charix. And it almost makes me think that I would have liked to have seen some great Stag Knights more. Rather than the mass diving in the backfield, maybe a couple Stag Knights just like hammer these positions of infantry. Or like Blade Singers or something. I don't really know. So Dwarf Warriors move it up. Going to be going after the Way Watchers here. And talk about a very cost-effective chase here. These Dowie pumping their Dwarven legs. One of the Legolases does get hunted down and bashed by the Dwarven axes. So yeah, I mean, a 400 gold unit routing back like 2,000 gold worth of Archers, that's got to feel really good. In response, Charix is going to be using a counterspell here, Force of Will, and no, he's just getting his War Dancers to move in, chasing down the Dwarf Warriors there, and might be able to finish them off. But I mean, it's only a 400 gold unit. So the Dwarves are able to just throw so many cheap, cost-effective armored and shielded units that the elite archers really just aren't finding a home. I've had some mixed success with Stag Knights. They're okay. They're not awful, but they're not great either. Awful is like Rot Knights and Skull Crushers. Like, great Stag Knights can be meta and can do very well in some situations. So now we see the great Stag Knights called out here, and honestly, a good fight for them, right? Because these great Stag Knights have 100% AP on their attacks, if you look. So they're going to be able to kill, like, look how quickly they just smashed this Thane. So that's very, very cost-effective for them. Immediately able to take out some of the heavy armor. Still anybody's game. Value is very close, 3.9 against 3.2. Neither side has healing, really. And we see the bird character coming in to snipe the other Thane. So Charix is sweating really, really hard to try and get through the Dwarven lines here, as we do see the Thane kind of getting his butt kicked by this Great Eagle a little bit. Certainly need to see some Bolt Thrower support, maybe some Slayers move up to help out. Don't want to be losing those Thanes. So in the backfield, are we going to be seeing a rout? The Thane does get routed and or broken. So he is down for the count, probably just going to be chased by some Dryads. And the Lost Sylvan Knights have arrived to the battlefield. Some good opportunities for the Sylvan Knights. What I would recommend is engaging my War Dancers here, and then using Sylvan Knights to slowly start collapsing this flank. And then if the Slayers move up to fight them, you could just like pull back and reroute this way. A couple other decent opportunities like that as well. So bird character is going to be retreating. This Thane is going to be broken. This is a mistake by Charix, though. You don't want to be using the Lost Sylvan Knights to chase down like a 500 gold Thane. It's not worth it. Like, you need this 2,000 gold unit involved in the battle elsewhere, or else you're going to be losing it, right? It's going to be bad. Soul Quench going down, and it's a pretty good one. Not bad. It does manage to take down about 15% HP off those Longbeards. Quenches their souls, and ammunition is running really, really tight for Charix, though. Looks like the archers are trying to pick off the enemy quarrelers here. And the trees, did I see some Elven Missile Fire coming out? I don't think I did. Dwarves going to be calling out miners with blasting charges. A very old school Dwarven style of play. Just like classic units, none of the new stuff. We're not seeing, the Pirate Slayers or, even Doomseekers aren't really good in this matchup anyways, but yeah, very, very OG Dwarves. So up in the sky, we do have the Spellweaver chasing the Gyrocopters, and we see another Steam Cannon over here on the other side. But the Steam Cannon's pretty damn nasty. Very, very powerful unit. Bombing run going down there on the War Dancers. Charix is trying to get his archers in position, and the Way Watchers should be able to kill the Gyrocopters. They should be able to do some big damage against those bad boys. So they shoot in and immediately kill a couple of those. Dryads coming in. Is there going to be a bombing run? Looks like he was not paying attention to that right there. As far as the points go, we do see the Dwarves up. They're up by about 100 points here, a little bit over 100 points, which is good. But now it looks like the Wood Elves are going to be trying to make a play for the side objective. So we see multiple units of War Dancers coming out. Lost Sylvan Chads are here with an Apotheosis. Where are they going? Yeah, definitely get in here and try and take this objective. The Dwarves are going to be rotating over. You see Slayers coming. You see Archers in position. Dwarves are cackling pretty hard on this point. They just have a couple of cheap units like screening out like way more than they should be. That is for sure. This Thane is low, but he is making his way back to the battle. Lost Sylvan Chads going to be trying to penetrate into the secondary. As long as they don't just dive into Slayers, I mean, they should be fine. And I really don't like sending the Lost Sylvan Knights like right up the center like this. I mean, sure, they'll do okay against Dwarf Warriors, but there's just so many Slayers here, and you're like right in your opponent's kill box of shooting. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what kind of value they get. Yeah, definitely want to pull those back when the Slayers arrive. The Slayers will be able to cut them out pretty good. This point is going to start flipping for the Wood Elves. And we do see War Dancers versus Slayers. That is a very good fight for War Dancers. We have the battle of the naked ladies and the naked... Oh, man, look how giant Slayers are, by the way. It always cracks me up how big Dwarves are in this game. But that Dwarf literally just got chopped up there. And yeah, they're taking some big L's. But there are 2 Slayer units, so they're going to be winning that fight 2v1. Sylvan Knights overstayed their welcome in the middle. And yeah, use the Sylvan Knights on the flanks, I think, is the appropriate play here for Charix. Like, come annihilate the Slayer unit that's really low. Maybe like come around around the back is too risky though. I guess the Dwarves don't really have anything to catch them effectively, so maybe you could. But as far as this point goes, Dwarves managed to hold on to it. The Chad Slayers do arrive. Dryads are going to be an excellent counter against Slayers as well. Slayers do not like to be fighting anti-infantry units, especially ones that do high DPS against light armor, which is what Dryads do. I mean, head-to-head a Slayer unit would probably beat a Dryad unit, but it's not going to be effective. Right, but I guess the 2v1 here is just such a numerical advantage for the Slayers that they are able to get the W there. So Sylvan Knights still trying to do what they can, but they do pull back to this point. We do see the Dwarves cackling, and I think the Dwarves maybe starting to get a little bit of momentum here to kind of hold the game down, get to that triple cap situation. Because if the Dwarves get to the point where the Wood Elves have to triple cap them, it's going to be game blouses probably. Wood Elves desperately trying to capture this objective, literally sending all their archers up on the point for capture weight. A couple of these Way Watchers are pulling back right now as the Stag Knights are going to be maneuvering across this way. Yeah, he needs to get a cap like right now and then not lose it again for the rest of the game. That's basically what needs to happen, and it's going to be super close. This one's close to flipping. It looks like some of the Glade Riders do arrive. I think the Way Watchers should have moved up on the point, but man, the Dwarves just barely hold it. They do break the Wood Elves off that. A big mistake there by Charix not capturing this. He needed to get his Archers and his Great Stag Knights on that objective and flip it. Because now it is going to be a triple cap situation very, very soon. Extremely soon. But if he had capped that, then he could have won on 2 and maybe had a game going. But I think that the Dowie are probably going to get the job done and probably are going to win it at this point. That was a big blunder by Charix. He had the means of getting it if he sent the Stag Knights up on the point and sent his Way Watchers up on the point, sacrificed a little bit of their HP. But now I think that we are going to be seeing a Dwarven victory because now it's a triple cap situation, hands down. So he can just pull back and hold objective 1, you know, and has really easy Vanguard spawns for minus with blasting charges. Can just bring his heavy armor out and just hold down to that point with Slayers. And the Wood Elves are going to have no chance. I mean, even still, they're struggling to get this point. And we do see the Stag Knights getting in, doing great work, you know, getting terror routes and pushing back these Dwarf units. It is starting to flip right now, but is he going to have enough time to get the other objective? I don't know. We see the Dwarves with the value lead as well. But it's not really a true value lead because Charix does have healing. He's been casting Apotheosis on his very expensive Stag Knights nonstop. So overall, the game is probably like dead even, I would say, in terms of value. Dwarves getting mulched off this objective though, but like, good luck breaking this. This is going to be very, very tough, right? We see Slayers arriving to the point. We see Corlers coming up. There are going to be more Corlers here and Gyrocopters getting ready to party. So yeah, I don't see Charix getting this. A valiant attempt, surely. I feel like this matchup is pretty good for Dwarves. Maybe like a 55-45, 60-40. Not unwinnable for Wood Elves by any stretch of the imagination. We've seen Wood Elves win it multiple times in, you know, high-level tournaments and SFTs and also in, you know, more traditional 3x3 tournaments. But here, I don't think we are going to see that. The Dwarves are just going to be cackling on this point. They're just going to plop down a cart. They're going to enjoy some Bugman's Brew, and they're just going to continue unleashing hell here on the poor Wood Elves who are just running for their lives. This is a cool color scheme as well. Yellow is an incredibly hard color to paint, though. That's always been one of my gripes with it. Very, very difficult. Although some of the new contrast paints make it a little bit easier. So yeah, GG to Charix, I think. I mean, he's going to mobilize for one Alpha Strike, but the Dwarves even have a defensive like position set up. They have Bolt Throwers still operational, though a couple War Dancers might be able to get in. So the Bare Naked Ladies have arrived. Going to be playing some music and chopping up some of the Dwarves. We'll see what kind of damage they can get. Some Archers shooting into the Slayers here. But the Dwarves like could even feasibly maybe push the Elves back if they wanted to, but he's just playing cautiously, right? Like, the Dwarves have a lot. There's a chance they could retake Objective 3 for the Karazhan Corps if they wanted to really, really push it. But they don't need to, right? It's always better to just kind of play the safer of the two options here. So moving up are the Dwarf Warriors and the Slayers. Slayers will be okay against Lost Sylvan Knights. Lost Sylvan Knights do have 55% physical resist, which is really good. Makes them incredibly tanky against non-magic damage units. And I don't know what kind of value they've got. Probably nothing too crazy. Yeah, 1,000 isn't bad. A lot of Glade Riders coming out and just trying to get capture weight wherever he can. Glade Riders do have 4 capture weight. In case you guys are newer, Infantry have 5 cap weight and Cav have 4. So yeah, the Infantry obviously is the best way to hold objectives, but the Cav can steal it very quickly. Archers coming up, and on the side point, we have a couple Dwarves even threatening to ninja Objective 3, as the Sylvan Knights are going to have to pile in for their last hoorah here. 1430. Bolt Thrower is called back in. I don't know if I like the Bolt Thrower call in. I feel like that's just going to be free real estate. Probably be better to just call in some capture weight here, but I'm suspecting he doesn't maybe have anything to call in, so we just had to do that. He kind of ran out of troops to really, really summon there. So only another 50 seconds left. The Wood Elves are trying to get in with their Lost Sylvan Knights. They're even sending their Glade Guard Starfire Shafts to fight in melee, which is going to be a disaster. They're going to get dominated by these Dwarf Chads with their pointy helmets. And more Archers moving up to do battle, but Lost Sylvan Knights do get broken. I mean, they basically had to charge into a fully erect Dwarf army there. Glade Riders coming around the backside, and looks like Big Bees is going to be coming in with the dub. And he's going to be doing the Dowie proud, not losing to any of these foul elves. And yeah, the grudge has been satisfied this day. Literally using Bolt Throwers as tank traps. Yeah, kind of. I don't think it was an intentional like tank trap, but it kind of worked out that way. More War Dancers do arrive. Only 15 seconds to flip this objective. Literally impossible, but Charix, you know, he wants to go out on his shield here, ladies and gentlemen, and he is going to be doing that. So GG, well played. Gyrocopters coming in. We have a little apocalypse now, some napalm being dropped. And GG well played. All right, guys. That was a good one. Looks like that's going to be tying up the series. We got 3-3 here. Team Dustman versus Team Chickenfeed. Had some even matches here today. Charix's build was extremely ambitious. The Way Watchers did good, but the Glade Guard were, you know, they kind of struggled a little bit in that game. The Lord was quite nice. And yeah, the Great Stag Knight was kind of cool. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say. Really, if Charix had grabbed that other objective, he might have had a chance if he had got that. That was, I think, the deciding point in the game. I think it was. All right. So let's get that next game going. Have some fun. So where are we at? And we're in round 7. I think this is one of the last live games we have, and then we're going to be going mostly to replays after this. Let me go ahead and double check here. No, we have 2 more live games. Okay. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Okay. So this is a domination game. We'll, of course, be back to some conquest games soon. Let's have some fun, see what they got. Kaiser, thank you for the 20. Just joined, like the thumbnail. Yeah, it wasn't made by me. This thumbnail was made by Big JP, I think, or someone in RTK made it. So shout out to them. Shout out to them. Hey, Bjorn, thank you, man. Oh, look, we got some orc spears in here. The forbidden tech. Ogres versus the Greenskins. Kind of a cool matchup. The barbarian battle. We got the Snowhorn of Morn. In my experience, usually ogres win this matchup. Like if the ogre player has a big monster and he effectively heals it the entire game, it can really just break the back of the Greenskins in the late game. In my personal experience, but again, we will see. I think ogres typically do well. It's double Stonehorn. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that. They're pretty nasty. Depends on the map, of course. But yeah, the Greenskins do struggle to deal with that. I mean, trolls kind of can, but their leadership becomes a problem. They start to run if the fight goes bad at all. Ogres, my lord. Yes. All right, so taking a look at the players here. So Cow Z is on Team Chickenfeed, and Opal Blackbear is on Team Dustman. So those are going to be the lineups here today. And we're going to do it. Man, Cows is my boy, but he's not on my team. I know, you're in a bit of a precarious situation, aren't you, Iskander? It's a hard match to see. It's like watching 2 brothers do Mortal Wombat. Yes. All right, so taking a look at the Ogre Kingdom army, it looks like it's going to be a Terror Route build. So he's got a Hunter on a Stonehorn and the Snowhorde of Morn. Okay. The rest of the army is going to be just Crap House Noblars, which makes sense. You invest in all these big characters. We also have a Tyrant, which is kind of an interesting choice. I would think a Slaughtermaster would be more cost-effective here because he's a good enough fighter and he also provides, healing. But there obviously is going to be a Butcher in reserve, which is going to be bringing healing. But we do have the Thunder Mace for a little bit of AoE. And also, you know what? This is actually really good. This makes me think that maybe he might be a more viable choice with this build, because he gives -8 leadership to everybody nearby, which is crazy good against Greenskins. And then you just roll in with like Stonehorns, and then, yeah, you just break them with leadership. I like that a lot. Cool Ogre build for sure by Opal Blackbear. Now looking at Toxic Cowsy, he's going to be using the Troll Toll Horde, so he's going to try and Danny DeVito his foe. Oh, what the hell is it? Is this like molten like lava? And that was weird. You see how the earth like rendered there? Yeah, look at that. When I like do that, I've never noticed that before. Look, it's like the earth is like warping and bending. Interesting. But a lot of trolls with orc spears, I mean, in theory, good, right? Like the spears will fight against ogres and the trolls will be able to fight against the big stuff, like, you know, big monsters. But leadership is going to be very problematic. We do have a toxic Night Goblin Warboss as well, yes. He's got the poison. But Fermented Fungi, Spotted a Bad Moon, both very, very good. He's going to be on foot. Squig Hoppers just to secure flanks and shoot through Noblars, and Orc Boarboy Biggins. Anti-large, armor piercing. What's not to love? What's not to love? I don't know what that is, Harrison. Red Zone? Is that like a show that's going on right now or something? Yeah, this is live, dude. It's live, Zash. Come join the party, man. Team Dustman versus Team Chickenfeed, RTK Civil War. So everybody you're seeing today is an RTK player, which is truly a testament to their range of ability. We have had 2 dreaded mirror matches. Thankfully, those are a thing of the past. I think there's only 1 more left on the docket out of many, many more games that we do have. So you guys should be safe. And here they come. Noblar Trappers arriving up, and the Boarboy Biggins going to be surging forth to meet them with some Night Goblin Squig Hoppers. Perhaps going to be trying to penetrate into the secondary. We'll have to see. It looks like they are targeting these Noblars in the backfield initially. Greenskins probably just going to be playing these 2 objectives. Going to be playing Uno and Dos, each knee, if you're speaking some Japanese. The Orc Spear is definitely a very nice inclusion in this matchup. Like getting a cheap, good fighter unit with spears, great, man. What's the complaint about? Very risky charge for the Snowhorn, though. I mean, it could take a bit of a beating from the Stone Trolls if it's not careful. And I think he does realize this and is going to be pulling away. Stonehorns are incredibly hard to kill in tabletop as well. They're just absolute nightmares. On the far side, we do see the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers getting in and just mowing down these little gobbos. So these Noblars going to get massacred, and hey, that's great. I mean, Squig Hoppers cost about 600 gold, and they immediately just farm you 200 gold out of the gates. That's pretty good, taking no damage on the swing back. So Rampage going down on the Snowhorn and more, and the Fermented Fungi, and we see a big, disgusting blob coming in for the Greenskins. A lot of Trolls moving in. I don't know how good that Rampage was. I mean, it was okay, and this is a mistake. Oh no, the little Goblin. He does not want to be fighting that thing. The Hunter is going to probably bully him, I would imagine. Although he does have some spears. Maybe if he fights with the spears, he'll be okay. Trolls surging forth, getting good damage, and we do see the Snowhorn and more holding it down, but there's going to be some Man-Eaters with great weapons. That's a great choice. Man-Eaters do have anti-large, so they're going to be able to bash the Trolls in the face if they are able to isolate them. The Snowhorn, it needs to try and take care of the Orc Spears if they can. Man-Eaters getting in there, and they do manage to make contact with the Swamp Things, who are taking quite a bit of damage. As the French would say, objective number 3 looks to be belonging to the Ogre Kingdoms, so they hold that one down, whereas the other 2 objectives have been taken by the Greenskins and the Wog. So the Wog is going. Stone Troll's trying to hunt down the Snowhorn, or the Hunter, who's going after the Rusty Arrows. Pretty good call, just, dive into those Rusty Arrows. I don't know why that charge did such limp damage. It was, like, basically nothing. Total War's so weird. Sometimes, like, charges just do a ton of work, and sometimes they're just, like, terrible, right? But, yeah, a bit of a clash here with no decisive winner. Swamp Things do get terror routed back. So now what you would want to do if you are a seasoned Greenskin player who's used to using Trolls, you probably want to just sit them back on the hill and let them heal for literally like 3 or 4 minutes before you re-engage them. They have 11 of 16 models. Let them take advantage of their healing, and then you're really, really going to benefit. Now, on the far side, we see the Greenskins completely dominate the Ogre flank. It was just Noblar Trappers, so the Boarboy Biggins and the Squig Hoppers, with the Wog ability going down, able to get the fat dub, and that means they're going to triple cap the Ogre Kingdoms right now. Meanwhile, the Troll Toll Horde seems to be doing pretty well. Big old, was that a Burning Head? Okay. A Butcher of Burning Head, or a Firebelly. That's an interesting choice. Oh my god, massive break from that Burning Head! Oh, that broke the leadership of that army, and then the 2 Terror Route characters, and then the -8 leadership from the Tyrant. Pretty much the entire Greenskin army just went from like piling in and doing a ton of damage to scattering to the winds, which feels so bad. And we see the big monsters hunting them down, keeping that Terror Route, really, really pressing on the back of the Greenskins. Trolls are naturally broken. Oh my god, that is so bad. If these Trolls don't come back, if they get routed off the battlefield, dude, that's going to be such a feel-bad situation here. But huge, huge back-breaking play there as the forces of Opal Blackbear are able to crush. His Man-Eaters do end up falling. Boarboy Biggins are still very much alive. If the Trolls rally, however, and get their healing, we could see the Greenskins, re-stabilize and come back, right? That's all it takes. Because Trolls have like 40 base leadership or something. 45, I think is what it is, so pretty awful. I like to actually use Trolls with Grom the Paunch because he gives them ITP, which is really nice. Anything that can give them a little bit of a leadership buff, like using Archaon with Warriors of Chaos, the Trolls is good with the Crown of Domination. A lot of neat tricks you can do for that. But the Ogres are still behind on the objectives pretty heavily. Looking at the score here in this game, the Greenskins have done quite a bit of DPS. The Firebelly character is trapped up here, so big blunder here by Opal Blackbear. If he lets this guy get surrounded and or killed, that would be a disaster. I mean, there are some Trolls nearby helping. I guess there is a healthy unit of Stone Trolls here. Oh no, those are the enemy ones. Duh, I'm stupid. I was just spacing out. They have so many monstrous creatures on both sides. Easy to get confused every now and then. So looking at the Greenskin side of the battlefield, Broken Tusk Mob is going to be the call-in. And for the Ogre Kingdoms, it is going to be a couple Ogre Bulls, which are always a solid unit. And the Firebelly, he's doing all right. He's hanging in there. The Hunter who's nearby is able to help him get a terror route here on these Orc Boarboy Biggins, but there is going to be another Orc Boarboy Biggin coming in. And on this side, we see the dreaded Rampage going down, so it does lower melee defense down to a very low amount, but the Snowhorn still has an insane amount of melee defense, so he's able to hold it. But here, is he on the run? He is. Troll's able to bash him, and one of the big monsters is running. If the Greenskins have like a Wolf Rider or any sort of quick mobility, this would be the opportunity to try and hunt this bad boy down. One of the big Stonehorns is down for the count, and that is a big play. And also, maybe the Tyrant's going to be in some trouble. The Tyrant is getting clubbed by all these Trolls, and also there is a Night Goblin Warboss in here. He's got to be careful not to, run into a Rampage situation. Looks like he does use his Thunder Slam ability, whatever the hell that thing does. I think it does a little bit of AoE damage. It is a Monster Mash, it is. Yeah, a lot of monsters. Greenskins calling in more River Trolls. So this is like a Troll Herd build. This is actually a tabletop army. The Greenskins have an Army of Renown in tabletop, which is it's like all about Trolls. Yeah, so it kind of looks like it's one of those, to be honest, which is fun. So Tyrant is smashed up. Opal Blackbear could be in a position where the Greenskins are going to get this game back. Typically, I've seen Ogres do pretty well in this matchup, but I've also seen Greenskins win it historically. But yeah, this Tyrant really having a bad time, and he might actually end up dying here. He's sitting at a low amount of HP. He's only at 2,000. He doesn't have any healing, and he's being circle beaten pretty heavily. Rusty Air is also getting in range of the Snowhorn here. Going to be lowering, or the Hunter, lowering its armor down to 80. And the Troll Toll is being paid, guys. Danny DeVito is rolling up, dude. And this Troll Legion, their staying power, and they're up in value. Plus, the trolls have probably had several thousand value in healing. Really cool to see some, we're starting to see some interesting builds as we do get to the second portion of this tournament for sure. Because yeah, mass trolls, I mean, god man, that's working. These guys are getting ground down, and here the Tyrant is broken. We see the Snowhorn coming back, but he's going to pay the troll toll also, dude. Yeah, it's not looking good. We do see the Night Goblin War Boss probably trying to hunt down the Tyrant. Get the kill on him would be a very, very good play. The Hunter is actually shattered, so it looks like the little Gobbo Archers were able to get the job done. 450 HP, most likely going to be falling here. Not that you actually need to finish it off, but, you know, it's about sending a message. So one more volley should get him down. And, yep, down goes the Hunter. You see how he fell? He just, like, fell directly sideways. That was so weird looking. Burning Head coming down, but, you know, I can't help but think it was a big blunder by the Greenskins to not, or excuse me, by the Ogre Kingdoms to not bring a healer. I think you need a Butcher. Like, if you're going to have those big, scary monsters, sure, the Burning Head is cute, but, like, you need that sustainability. You need to just be heal capping those guys. And I think that was one of the reasons why the Ogre Kingdoms lost this game, is because they didn't have healing. Having healing on the big monsters, it's, like, so MLG. So, Cows is going to get in there. He's got his trolls, and they're taking him to the club. That is for sure, 50 cent style. There is a Fire Belly here, but it's triple cap. I don't know why Opal Black Bear hasn't tapped out yet, because this is a very decisive victory here for the Greenskins in the fourth quarter of the game as we do approach the 8-minute mark. And whoever said domination games can't be quick, I mean, this is as quick as a lot of land battle games. That is for sure. Over here, we do have great weapons coming in. A good choice, a little bit too late probably. It would have been nice earlier against these legions of trolls. Noblar's on their way in, 1,000 points, so 1041 against currently 178. A brutal disadvantage. And every second that we are going in this game, the trolls are healing and the Greenskins are getting even more value. Trolls were actually making a big comeback in land battle at the end of Warhammer 2. I remember we were seeing players like Voidlaws who just have these like this god tier micro. Like he would just like barely obey the attacking rules with like some skirmish cav, and like he would engage with his trolls, take some damage, and pull back and heal. It was brutal, right? They can do really, really well. Yeah. All right, guys. GG, well played. The WOG has done it. The Greenskins with victory, and that is going to be Cowsy and Team Chickenfeed re-securing the lead here. All right. So 4-3 here in today's Civil War. No, Ogres are... I mean, like, we have the data on it, right? So, like, we can make... We'll make statements, but we can actually see which matchups are Ogre favored, right? So if we go to Total Tavern, Ogre Kingdoms are not doing great this season, but it would seem that, yeah, Ogres actually are, I mean, we don't have a lot of games played, but they're undefeated against Greenskins, Lizardmen, Dark Elves, Tzeentch. Good against Warriors of Chaos, good against Chaos Dwarves so far. You know, not a lot of games played though, but last season, I remember Ogre Kingdoms were considered a counter against Greenskins, even when Greenskins were like OP with Warzag. So yeah. Yeah, the end of Warhammer 2 regen meta was hell. It was for sure. Yeah. Okay, cool game. I feel like we have a mirror match. That they're already apologizing to me somewhere. Why do you guys have to be like this? You know, have some dignity. Is going to be a mirror match here? It's probably going to be a vampire count mirror match. I know there was one forbidden mirror match. Oh God. Oh. Why? Okay, so Valkanos is on what team? Valkanos is on, he's on Team Dustman, and the, and Agrippa is going to be on, Team Chicken. Seriously. You guys need to get your house in order over there at RTK. All these mirror matches. Come on, man. What is this? Oh, God, dude. No, it's not fun, dude. This is not fun. I mean, every other game has been fun. I'm having a great time. I'm just saying the mirror match is not fun. Oh, God. Oh, Vampire Count mirror matches are just the dumbest shit in the game. It's just like Mortis engines grinding and like two big monsters fighting. It's just like the tactics are just so minimal. Okay, so we have a Red Duke versus a Strigoi Ghoul King. What's he going to be on? Or a Strigoi Vampire Lord, excuse me. He's going to be on his Terrorgeist, it looks like, yeah. So, honestly, if I were looking at the builds, they're like pretty much identical. Both have Mortis engines. I mean, I guess there's a Hero Core here, which could make the difference. The Scab Scraith could be very nice against the zombies and skeletons. Yeah. Is there any more AMA? Yeah, there will be tons of streams this week. I mean, we're going to be streaming almost every day. Give us the trash. Yeah. Can't you forbid mirror matches? You know, in the future I might. Not like for competitive. I mean, this is more of a casual tournament anyways. There's no prize at stake. It's just an in-house fun tourney. But yeah, in the future, maybe I will disband mirror matches. Yeah. I mean, it's not my event, though. I'm casting other events, so. RNG simulator match. I mean, there still is nuance to it, right? Even though I'm exaggerating a little bit. Build-wise, I would say that the Strigoi build maybe would be a little bit stronger, but it could come down to play. Because the Strigoi will trade pretty well into the Red Duke character. And the Scab's Grace will be really good in the infantry fight. And they both have Mortis Engine, so that's a bit of a wash as well. We're going to have to see how this works. Yeah, just meet in the middle and see who wins. That's right. VC versus VC is like Zerg versus Zerg. Oh, dude, I hate watching Zerg versus Zerg in StarCraft. Oh, my God. It's like the early... It's just some Zerglings and Banelings, and whoever screws up and just gets like caught by a Baneling loses. It's like... Oh, that's even worse, though, honestly. Is it Red Duke or Blood Dragon? I'm pretty sure it was Red Duke. We'll have to take a look. Yeah, we'll see. It's pure pain, dude. Pure pain. Yeah, the map aesthetic does match it. So it's I believe Proving Grounds is more of a chaos-centric map. Yeah, you can see there's like some Slaneshi shrines over here and some like chaos architecture around. I think on the outside there's like a little ruined chaos camp. Yeah, you can see there's like a Norskin kind of encampment. And then you have a Shrine to Khorne here. Really, really cool map. Shout out to our map makers, by the way. They've kept... If we didn't have any custom maps, I'm pretty sure Domination would just be like a dead game mode. If we had to play on like 5 or 6 maps that Creative Assembly gave us. So the map makers literally saved it. That is for sure. 100%. So, yeah, I think it is Red Duke. But let me go ahead and check. Yeah, it's the Red Duke. So he does have Elsif, which is nice. But at the end of the day, the Strigoi Vampire Lord, I think, just does so well there. Because he has poison and anti-large. So in terms of the monsters trading, it's so powerful. Abilities he has Soul Blight, which is a strange choice in my opinion. An Invocation as well. So should trade well into Red Duke. Because Red Duke has one ability called Elsif, which is insanely good. So when he pops this, that's when he Alpha Strikes you. But if you can like mitigate the damage while Elsif is active and is run away and then turn back and fight him with your anti-large and poison. Because here's the thing, right? This guy's going to be getting poisoned and his weapon strength and stats are going to tank super low. And then the Strigoi Lord is going to be feasting. We got 7.7 HP against 8.2. See, that's another weird thing. Zombie dragons should have more HP than a Terrorgeist. Yeah, like that's a bit of a strange one that CA has probably overlooked. Maybe the Strigoi Lord is the reason why. Maybe he's like a little bit more HP heavy. You know, to really make this the true Suffering experience, like if we want to go back to the early days of Warhammer 2 Suffering, we need to like have it be super laggy, like 15-minute long game, but at slideshow pace, so the game is actually half an hour long, and then yeah, just Vampire Count Mortis engines slowly draining each other down, which would be pretty funny. But yeah, taking a look at the nuances of the army, Strigoi Lord, very premier anti-large fighter. Double White Kings, the Scab Scrape down the lightly armored infantry, and the Mortis engine here. So that's the plan. And for Valkynos and OG, and also a caster as well. I don't know if he's casting anymore, but he did a lot of great stuff in Warhammer 2 casting. He does have his big scary Red Duke, which if Agrippa messes up and decides to fight the Red Duke while Elsif is active, then maybe that's going to give Elsif a chance to win that fight. We'll have to see. He does have a Mortis engine, a couple Crypt Horrors, and Corpse Carts, and yeah, that's it. You know, I would say build-wise, if both players play equally well and no mistakes are made, probably going to be a favored matchup for the Strigoi-based army. I think the White Kings are going to be really, really important. And yeah, the Strigoi character will be a beast as well. Now, the difference is that the Vampire Lord, the Red Duke, is going to be better against infantry, his breath attacks. The Strigoi breath attack isn't nearly as devastating. Although, yeah, you know, using the Death Shriek on top of the Mortis engine is really good. And the Death Shriek ability does great damage against a single target, yeah. So you just use it on the Mortis engine and you're going to be feasting like the Heathen Kings of old. All right, yeah, you just came just in time for the Vampire Mirror match. It's everyone's favorite. It's what we're here. Team that wins this win the Civil War. Yeah, no, it's not quite. Currently, Lord Chickenfeed's team is up by 1 game, so it's pretty close. It came out, you know, early looking grim for old Team Dust, but they're doing great now. They managed to claw a couple games back, get some good dubs. And all is good. By the way, this is the last mirror match of the day, so if you guys really hate this, it is the last one. I don't believe there's any more after this, you know? So White Kings are cruising up. We got the Claw of Nagash here, and Skeleton Spearmen going to be heading towards objective number Trace. And soon, the grind in the middle is going to begin. The Vampire Count players are going to be rubbing their sausages together. Just their decrepit, rotten sausages. As the White Kings do arrive up on the point. So there they are. And there they have it. So it's going to be 6 capture weight here for the White Kings. Characters have 3 capture weight. And soon the Skeletons, which of course are expendable, are going to be moving and getting ready to grab these points. Will they get there? I don't think we've seen a Brettonian game today, actually, as well. Yeah, it's crazy because Brettonia is so strong in tabletop. They're freaking just insanely good. Insanely good. So up you go, Skeleton Spearmen. And yep, they are now on the point. And it looks like the armies of Agrippa are going to be grabbing this. It's got a pretty funny name. And there's going to be a Vampire of Death being called in. Okay, that actually changes the paradigm of the Air Force fight. Because now we have a Vampire with the Red Duke who could easily 2v1 the Strigoi Vampire Lord in an air fight. So the Strigoi Vampire Lord's going to need to, be choosing his engagements carefully, right? He can't afford to be getting 2v1, especially now that there's a Spirit Leech character on the table who's going to be dropping those fat leeches. But yep, fighting has begun. This is where you need to be seeing a big Scab's Wraith coming in from Agrippa, and just right down the pipe there, and you're going to get a ton of value. Mortis Engines piling in. Both sides do have them, and they engage on opposite sides. The Strigoi Vampire Lord is on the run. So you can see he's just kind of running away from the Red Duke. Red Duke is going to be chasing him down. This Mortis Engine does have a slowing aura, which is pretty funny. It slows these guys. But yeah, this is Elseef activated. So Elseef is activated for Valkanos. And here comes the engagement. So Valkanos getting a really, really good one right here. And probably what you do is you land. Yeah, you got to land with this guy and get some spear support. Try and mitigate some of those attacks. Elseef is going to be active for another 7 seconds. And the Opal Amulet is also popped. Spirit Leech going down. Valkanos with a very nice Alpha Strike. So certainly make him eat my words. Granted, I didn't know he had a Deathcaster in reserve, so that certainly changes things. But the Strigoi Lord tanking it like a champ. He actually turns around and gives some damage back to the Lord here. There's going to be a zombie summon going down from Valkanos to try and tarp it a little bit. Back in the middle, we have some super high octane Total War action. Middle objective is owned by Agrippa, so Agrippa's just kind of chilling there. The Mortis Engines rubbing their sausages together. Nobody's going to be winning that fight per se. And the Strigoi Vampire Lord, he put the moves like Jagger on those guys. So what you do now is you Death Streak this Mortis Engine and probably try and get a snipe on it. That's what I would do, but I'm not sure if he's going to pull the trigger on that. Side objective is owned by Valkanos, middle objective is owned by Agrippa, and outside objective owned by Agrippa as well. Strigoi Vampire Lord, what is he up to? I'm really surprised he didn't try and do some damage to that Mortis Engine. He had a lot of time, to, a lot of freebies there to get some work done. The blue Mortis Engine is taking some work, so Agrippa's Mortis Engine might want to pull back here. It is taking a beating from quite a few Crypt Horrors. And honestly, Valkanos will probably win the game if he just manages to snipe this. And I think he's going to, actually. Spirit Leech and Breath Attack. Yeah, Valkanos is honestly playing a little bit of a better game. Overall, his decision-making, his engagements are very, very good so far. So he is going to move down. He's going to be charging into the Claw of Nagash, and he does get a really, really nice charge into it. So if that Claw dies, I think that's probably GG. Because that's like, the Mortis Engine is such a deciding factor in these fights. And we do see the Death Streak attack coming super late, right? Like, he could have attacked this thing and really gotten a lot of damage in there. Scab's Wraith coming down, beautiful Scab's Wraith. Does nail those Skeleton Spearmen. And now Blood Knight's coming out for Agrippa. If Agrippa can invo and save that Claw, maybe Blood Knights do get a good charge and do manage to surround the Red Duke, and the Mortis Engine does get away with critical binding. That's very lucky. But where is the invocation? He has it. He has not cast Invo on this Mortis Engine, so he just barely stabilizes. Blood Knights get in, but they do get baited into a zombie summon, so the zombie summon there is going to be causing quite a bit of havoc. Spirit Leech going down from Valkanos with his Vampire of Death, so he does manage to nail that Mortis Engine right there. Beautiful cast by Valkanos. And it's sitting at 27 leadership, so very, very low. Might as well use that single Vampire to try and finish it off. And the Red Duke, Elseef, the Sword of the Desert, going to be pulling back up in the sky and probably coming over to try and finish the old Mortis. In the meantime, Strigoi Vampire Lord doing something similar. He's diving in, trying to kill his opponent's Mortis Engine, but it's not quite as easy. This Mortis Engine does have a lot of Crypt Horror support, whereas this one is kind of in the pits. Now, where are the Blood Knights? They probably need to disengage here. The Blood Knights are really, really set in this fight, although the Blood Knights are getting good fights. They're fighting Crypt Horrors, which is like a very ideal fight for them, so maybe, just maybe, they're going to be able to grind through. Mortis Engine and Weak Binding. Where are the invocations? Where are they? Where are they? We must have seen one earlier. I think he did cast one on it. The fact that it's so close to a healing cap is indicative of that. And the Red Duke does use the Van Hell's Dance Kebab and is going to be jumping in. But the Claw of Nagash, it's surviving it. This could be a turnaround here. If the Red Duke gets trapped up by Blood Knights and also attacked by the Strigoi Vampire Lord, this could be a throw by Valkanos potentially. We see the Red Duke very trapped up. Blood Knight's doing a lot of damage. He's also poisoned down to 50 movement speed. This is where the Strigoi Vampire Lord needs to really, really push the tempo and get in there. If this Klob Nagash continues to survive, it's also probably going to be giving Agrippa the game, because he's investing so much in killing it, and if it just doesn't die, that's going to be huge. Yeah, I think Valkanos is in trouble. And this matchup, you know, much like in lore, when a Vampire Lord dies, the army that he's leading is going to be suffering pretty hard. It's much like that in Tabletop too. Like when Tomb King's Lords die in Tabletop, the rest of the army starts to crumble if their Arafant dies, the wizard. Good micro by Valkanos. Valkanos, of course, a very seasoned player. I remember watching him in competitive Warhammer 2. He's very good. So he does get the Red Duke away, but man, takes a lot of damage in the process. Blood Knight's Giga Chatting it, and Agrippa doing an excellent job keeping that Klob Nagash alive. Despite some very big blunders, he has been able to endure, and that Strigoi Vampire Lord is doing great. Side objective owned by Agrippa, by Agrippa in the middle one as well. And the Strigoi Vampire Lord continuing to duke it out. There's going to be a breath attack on the Mortis Engine, but he's going to dodge it. Yep, he dodges it. Very nice. Man, MLG micro here from Agrippa. He's doing great work. Info going down on the Red Duke. And on the middle fight, we see the Mortis Engine of Valkanos starting to win this battle. We see a lot of crumbling skeletons, a lot of crumbling zombies, but more Crypt Orders are going to be on their way in. Blood Knights have also been Giga Chads this game too. 1300 value. Without the Blood Knights, you know, a lot of this stuff would have died. So they're going to be retreating back. He's protecting his Mortis Engine. He does get the fat heals on it, so the Invocation has healing cap the Mortis Engine. And now we have a big blob fight. This is probably the best mirror match we've had of the day. This is definitely the most interesting one, to be completely fair. The old meta used to be like Helm and Gorse, so that's partially why they were so miserable. At least here we get some big monsters fighting, and they have different banners, right? Red Duke jumps down and is going to be attacking in, and he is chewing through the old Klob Nagash. But the Strigoi Vampire Lord is hot on his tail, potentially going to be getting some good connection here. There's also a Vampire of Death helping out with the Red Duke, and the Klob Nagash escapes to 2,000 HP. As far as value trading goes, 8.6 for Agrippa, 7.5 for Valkanos. I do think that Agrippa is in the winning situation, and a lot of it too is kind of an unsung reason. It's because he has the two White Kings. White Kings are really good grindy fighters and really cost effective for how much you're paying, and the fact that he's got them still fighting at more or less full health is pretty crazy. Red Duke coming around the outside, but the Strigoi Vampire Lord's going to be hunting him down, not letting his prized Klob Nagash fall. And maybe he's going to be able to get back up in the sky. We'll have to see. That is a really good breath attack by Valkanos. Beautiful one. 500 HP, negative 30 leadership. He charges in, and finally he does get the kill in the Mortis Engine. So shout out to Valkanos there. You know, really persistent effort. He gets it done. There are going to be Blood Knights coming out for Valkanos now as well. So here they come, and they're going to be circling around the back, maybe looking to pin down that Strigoi Vampire Lord in open field if they can, but I don't think the Strigoi Lord is going to take the bait. Although if he's not paying attention, you better get away there. Don't want to be eating a full Blood Knight charge, and it looks like they do get a little bit of poking damage, but now there is a situation where Valkanos has the Mortis Engine effect, and Agrippa does not. But, I mean, most of the army here for Agrippa is Crypt Horrors anyways, who don't really care about Mortis Engines at all, right? The damage is going to be pretty negligible to them. Outside objective is owned by Valkanos, and looks like this one is going to be taken by Valkanos as well. He does get hit a Smeagol push, so he gets all these little Crypt Ghouls, and the Crypt Ghouls are a very good counter against skeletons. And yeah, you can see they cut through them pretty quickly. Very high DPS, and yeah, good at stealing objectives. You know, Crypt Ghouls are not a good frontliner. You don't really want them in your main army, but typically as like a call-in piece, they can do pretty well. But yeah, this could be Valkanos getting back on the scoreboard. Currently, Agrippa is up pretty heavily on the points. Dire Pack being called in, and Valkanos looks like he's going to be split pushing on 3 objectives here. So he's going to be trying to, you know, grab all of them if he can. In the middle, we have the Duel of Fates. The Strigoi Vampire Lord got surrounded by Blood Knights, it looked like. Yeah. Big blunder there by Agrippa. Valkanos just so tenacious, you know, but despite being in, what I would say was the losing position for a large majority of the game, he's found a couple good opportunities here in the end game, and the fact that this Strigoi Lord is crumbling, that's pretty massive. 2,000 HP. The Mortis Engine doesn't only drain, it also heals nearby units too, so there's constant healing going down for these Blood Knights and these other pieces, which is just freaking huge. And yeah, are we starting to see this game fall apart for Agrippa? I think we are. I think Valkanos killing that Mortis Engine and getting this Strigoi Lord so low probably is going to break this game open. So the Red Duke sitting at 3,200 value, the Strigoi Lord sitting at 2,700, so pretty good performances from both of them. Skeleton Spears and Skeleton Warriors heading towards objective number 1. Probably going to be taking that. I don't think the Crypt Horrors of Agrippa are going to be able to do it. And yeah, I think we got maybe a GG on our hands. This Mortis Engine is just carrying here in the middle. It's probably got insane value already. Yeah, 4,200 value. So really, it did come down to the Mortis Engine fight, right? Whoever was able to keep their Mortis alive kind of just ran away with the game a little bit. Strigoi Lord is fighting, but he's popped his Opal Amulet. Gonna give him some ward save, 800 HP. Might as well go out on your shield now against Elsif. There's not too many other options. 2,400, and the Duke does connect, 400 HP on the Strigoi Vampire Lord, and the Sword of the Desert, he gets the job done and is able to defeat the Strigoi Vampire Lord. Crumbling down he is, and down he falls. So Valkanos with this reverse there, dude. He came in, he popped the Stone Cold music. You know, you heard the glass shattering, and that man rolled up with his vampire counts and got the dub. GG, well played. That was actually a good mirror. The other ones were pretty awful, but that was a good one. All right, so taking a look at old Valkynos, he is on Team Dustman. So we have a 4-4 series. Now, the rest of the games are going to be replays. So there's quite a few of them. So we're going to be doing it. All right. So let's get this intermission up. Go from there. And now we are going to be doing replays. I don't think I missed anything here. Looking good. Let me check here. He's asking if I received the replay. I think I did. I think I got all the replays, so we should be fine. Yeah, you guys want more vampire mirrors? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, great game. Valkynos, really nice comeback. I thought he was on the back leg in the beginning, but he did a great job scrapping back. Okay. So next up, we are going to be casting a match between the Chaos Demons and it looks like Kislev. All right, I did jump ahead a little bit. Did I put the score down? I did. Yeah, it's 4-4 now. So here we are. It is go time. It is going to be border low landing. We have Chibambu. So Chibambu is going to be on which team? He is going to be on, I'm scrolling down. Okay, Chibambu is on Lord Chicken's team, and Alexander on the other side is going to be on Team Dust. So that is the tail of the tape here. Yeah, Demons of Chaos versus Kislev, kind of an interesting one. I mean, I can't help but feel Kislev is probably pretty favored here. Although there is one unit that's very, very strong. The Fiends of Slaanesh, that is just counters most of the Kislev roster. It's very tough for them to deal with, so maybe we see that. I'm not sure. I am not sure indeed. So 8 games in, we have a lot more to cast here today. We have a lot more to cast. All right, guys, so spawning in, the forces of Nurgle, well, sort of, Demons of Chaos, all the colors of the rainbow. It is going to be Nurglings in the front. Exalted Flamers have a weird niche in this matchup. They do have 150 range, so they can outrange a fair amount of the Kislev shooting, and they can melt the infantry. So very curious to see if Chibambu is going to be able to make those work. That's going to be fun. You did, Valkynos, you did. You made it good. You made it good. Yeah. And it is going to be Sour Guts into the sunset, so there are going to be 4 of those. And Pink Horrors are okay against Kislev. I mean, they put some firepower down. They do struggle against the shields and armor, but I'm curious to see how he's going to be able to make those work. And a Herald of Slaanesh with Shadows, just going to be spamming Melkoths on the outside. Now, for Alexander Nuts, he's a Dwarf main, but it looks like today he's playing Kislev. He is going to be rocking Horse Archers. He does have a Tempest Caster to just cast Blizzard and nuke Exalted Demonettes. And the rest of the army is going to be Armored Kossar, Streltsy, and a Snow Leopard coming in. So the cool part about the replays is we could fast forward if they decide to build up or do anything like that. A little bit of skirmishing here in the front. We do see Snow Leopards coming out. And I do like the Snow Leopard pick. It is a nice little anti-large unit that can chase down these SEs of the Demons of Chaos. Demon's going to be trying to put some action back into the Snow Leopard while the other Exalted Flamer does move up, wanting to get in range of the Armored Kossar. But Alexander Nuts able to do a pretty good job screening out the Snow Leopard as well as the Ice Witch. And, oh, Ice Witch eats some heavy shots to the face, though. And now some Fiends come out as well, and you can see the damage from those bad boys, able to really rip apart those Armored Kossars. Man, nice work from those Exalted Flamers. So there's going to be a Snow Leopard summon coming down, and he's going to be sending it to its doom, most likely. So the Snow Leopard is summoned from the warp, and is going to be attacking into the Exalted Flamers. So it looks like Fiends, though, can intercept and take down the Snow Leopard probably pretty easily, although I don't know if they want to. They do have anti-large, those things, right? So it's a little bit tricky. So moving on up, we see the Hordes of Kislev. One of the strongest factions of the game. Demons of Chaos are very, very good, though. They're a great faction. And one of the Snow Leopards does get surrounded by the Fiends. Going to be taking quite a bit of damage, while we do have some Kossovite Dervishes coming around the flank. This is a very risky play by Alexander. This is one of the first mistakes I think I've seen him made this game. Like, diving into this backfield with, like, 1 light cav. I mean, Pinks are pretty stalwart. They have 28, well, I think, like, you know, what is their melee defense? 26, right? Not bad at all. Yeah, so they're going to be able to probably hold that. And, oh, my God, the flamethrower from the Exalted Flamers there. Melting the Kossovite Dervishes. Absolutely brutal. The Sour Guts have moved out, and we do see the Nurglings getting ready to party. Yes, yes. And here, Fiends of Slaanesh are going to be pushing up to the Kossovite Dervishes, intercepting them. Like I said, one of the better units. But Kislev does have the initial advantage on the objectives, and value trading, I suppose, is pretty even at this point. Curious to see how the Demons of Chaos are going to get through the Kislev infantry line. It's going to probably have to rely on these Exalted Flamers, and so far so good. And they at least they shoot at the center of the formation. You know, they're able to make contact there. A couple Nurglings going to move up, and the Snow Leopards are going to be taken down by the Fiends of Slaanesh. So basically the Demons of Chaos are kind of yielding the objectives right now, or at least not fighting it, just to value trade and kind of pick off all the diving elements. And when those get taken down, we're probably going to be seeing them moving up once again. So Kislev is moving on up, and the Exalted Flamers are cooking into those guys, shooting into the healthier unit here in the secondary. If you're the Demons of Chaos, I think you just have to mass as many Fiends as possible. And yeah, there's going to be another Fiend on the other side, and try and mitigate some of the archers. But Fiends do suffer against a small arms fire of Kislev, like all those armored Kossars, like that firepower really does add up and do some pretty considerable damage. So more flamethrower attacks coming in from these bad boys. Nice. Shooting into the armored Kossars here. They lose about, ooh man, a lot of HP. And it seems like it leaves like a damage over time effect that also continues like spraying. But yeah, a lot of firepower from the Demons of Chaos. Fury's going to be called in, and I think we're going to be seeing the infantry maybe start to push up. Fury's probably going to be sent on top of the Streltsy. Although I don't really like that play because the Streltsy are the ROR, they're the Boydnyov's Brawlers, and these guys are really good in melee. They have 45 melee attack and high melee defense too. So yeah, these guys probably not going to do a whole lot. Although I guess I understand. You know, he wants the pressure. He's probably tired of sitting back, so he's going to call him in. Blizzard going down was not used on the Sour Gut, so a bit of a misplay by Alexander Nuts, but it's not the end of the world. Fiends need to be sent in, so this is a big mistake here by Alexander. Not by Alexander, by Chibambu, excuse me. He needs to get the Fiends to dive in and assist while the Furies are there. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of a rough day. But Fiends will rip apart like any of the Kislevite infantry. And honestly, this demonic firepower from Chibambu is looking really, really good. It seems like he's up in value. He's trading quite well against Kislev, which is not an easy faction to trade well against. Some of the Furies do manage to survive. Kossars here getting torn to shreds. But now we see some big scaries coming in. It is going to be the Things in the Woods. They do mitigate healing, which isn't super relevant against this build, but still are anti-infantry, so they can kill things like Nurglings and, you know, cause a little bit of havoc there. But yeah, the Tzeentchian firepower and the pinks, it's all adding up. Armored Kossars and regular Kossars are getting melted down. And will the Demons of Chaos be able to make progress? Pulling back are the Boydnyov's Brawlers, and the Exalted Flamers, definitely some of the bigger carries here in this game. I wonder if they're going to be unsummoned once they're used. This one's sitting at about 900 value so far, which is good, and this one's at 1200, so very, very solid performance. And now a big torrent of pink fire shooting into the Mordheim Brawlers, exactly what you want to be shooting. That's going to be a very cost-effective shot. Seeker's going to be called out as well. As long as the Seekers can avoid the Kislevite Warriors, I think they're going to find a pretty good place for them. Yeah, like coming over here, although there are more halberds. You got to find a spot where there's no halberds for these Seekers. So maybe going after the Boydnyov's Brawlers and then shutting down these archers would be a very, very strong play. The Demons of Chaos continue to maintain a good value lead as the Exalted Flamers are now going to be trying to cook these Kislevite Warriors, these halberd boys. And where are the Seekers going to go? It looks like it's a little bit of a tricky time for Chibambu to find a home for them. On this side, we have a unit of Idle Fiends, so certainly needs to be corrected here. These halberds are extremely low. Buyer Blood is active, and the Seekers are going to charge into them. But Buyer Blood, I feel like Buyer Blood should be nerfed a little bit. Maybe like take like 5-10 seconds off it. It's such a strong ability. Like, even if it was like 10 seconds or 5 seconds, I think it would be fine. It's like, how long it lasts, it's pretty freaking insane. What is it, like 20 seconds? Yeah, 25. Maybe like bring it down to like 15 seconds. I think it would feel a lot better to play against Kislev. So in the backfield, we see the Fiends diving in, shutting down these units, and they're going to be attacked by Griffin Legion. Griffin Legion probably will win this, but it's still going to be a hard fight for them because Fiends are, yeah, and their charge kind of got broken by their own infantry. But yeah, the Fiends will grind into them well, and Seekers are going to countercharge, and ultimately this is going to be turning around now. I think that we're going to start to see Chibambu take over this battle, especially with this like this new expensive unit being called in and defeated by like 2 very beat up units. That is not good at all. So a lot of pinks are going to be cruising, and we see Seekers of Slaanesh moving on up to try and chew through the remnants of the Kislev infantry, and Kislev is looking to be on death's bed here. Chibambu with the forbidden tech, man. The Exalted Flamers and also the Pink Horror Firepower. I didn't think it would be that good against all the armor, but what I forgot is the Kislevite Warriors are going to be kind of prevalent here, right? You're going to see them to deal with the Fiends and stuff. So Kislevite Warriors are extremely weak against this type of firepower, but, you know, Alexander could still win on objectives for sure. Although, I don't know, is he that far ahead? He's not, like, super, super far ahead. The Demons of Chaos look like they're going to be flipping the middle here in a minute. In the backfield, the Fiends and the Seekers and all these Tzeentchian shooting units just doing great work. The Exalted Flamers, people often forget, too. They're still pretty okay armor-piercing fighters. They do fire damage, too, so that's relevant against a couple healing pieces. But, yeah, in melee, Exalted Flamers are worth keeping around, probably. Although you could, on some of them, get a big refund and then, you know, call them back out. They're both viable options. Really, you just kind of have to read the room and figure it out. Now, as far as today's tournament go, I'm pretty sure they just prearranged all the matchups, so they were all agreed on by the players and whatnot. All right, Cab Charge is going to be coming in. It's going to be some Horse Archers into the Pink Horrors who get afflicted by the Blizzard, but even with that, they're doing pretty good. And most likely going to be able to fight off the Horse Archers. This objective does go to the Demons of Chaos. Kislev is trying to get up here, but like these Kislevite warriors going to get melted by these popcorn bandits. Although Sour Guts are out of ammo, but they do explode when they die. So probably what you want to do with the Sour Guts is send them into combat, like get them into combat with these guys, and then they just start dying and doing damage in that way. Griffin Legion absolutely eviscerated by the Seekers and the Fiends, which makes sense. Slaanesh has really good counter against heavy cavalry. And on this side, the Herald of Slaanesh, able to break down the Kossars. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that is going to be it. It's not a triple cap situation. The Demons of Chaos can happily just sit on this objective here and just cackle on it if they want to. They could go for the triple cap, but I don't see any hope for Alexander at all. Yeah, it's been a really cool one, man. Really cool showcase of the Demons of Chaos against, you know, arguably the strongest faction in domination mode, which is Kislev. And yeah, he made it look pretty good because Alexander is a top tier player too. I think he's number 4 or 5 on the leaderboard right now. I don't know about Chibambu, but you know he's certainly someone we'll be keeping our eyes on. You know, we'll keep an eye on with great interest, as Palpatine said. Objective 2, yep, firmly under the control of the demons. I'm going to fast forward a little bit because I have casted for a long time, and I'm pretty sure I can tell when things are over. On the far side, we do see the Rampage going down, so the Ice Witch gets Rampaged by an army ability, and then it's just going to die, right? So the Ice Witch is going to be dead. That's going to kill the leadership of the Kislevites. Kislev comes in with a couple of cav units, gets a Blizzard, but the Blizzard ultimately misses. The Exalted Demonette's able to get through, and they're going to start ripping apart these heavy cavalry. Over here, we do see another engagement. Kossovite Dervishes battling it out with Fiends and Seekers. And that's a good engagement for Kislev, but yeah, look at the value difference. A 3,000 value difference. There are so many demons sitting on this objective, and the Kislevites just lost their lord. Alexander, he doesn't know it's over yet, but it's over. Obviously, this is played via replay because some of the players, you know, not everyone was free on the same day. A lot of firepower going down onto the Kislevite warriors back here. And ladies and gentlemen, I mean, cool game. What a cool freaking match. Seeing the Demons of Chaos perform that well against Kislev is certainly something you don't see often. So yeah, you can see they're going to be catching up on the double cap right now. Exalted Demonettes are basically stuffing the Kislevites back in their spawn zone. As a matter of fact, this side objective might be taken. Kislev trying a desperate back cap here, which is a very common play, but you know, demons can respond to back cap super well. They have really fast roster, and the Seekers tear them apart, so no problemo there. That's going to be a triple cap, and Alexander, you know, this is why it's so nice having fast forward sometimes, because it's just like the game is obviously over. I don't need to lead you guys along, but we still get to see some of the scrapping here, and you get to hear my auction house commentary. All right, GG Chibambu with the victory. It's funny because we used to call my dog Chibamba. Yeah, Anna was saying that. We used to call our little pug dog Chibamba, so seeing his name, it brings back the memories. But yeah, let's look at the value. 2,000 here. Exalted Flamers, 1,300, 1,800. They did really good. As far as the little popcorn bandits, great value. 1,100, 1,000. I mean, really, really good demonic performance. 2,000, 1,800. Like everything performed very, very well. For Kislev, I would wager not much did. They were really down in value. Nothing really ripped it up, but that was great. Is it worth getting into the tabletop Lord of the Rings? So Chauncey, it's a really fun game, but I would not recommend getting into it unless you can find a lot of people to play with in your area. Like, get a group of 4 or 5 people, or one other person who's really hardcore and you know they're not going to flake on you, and then you're going to be okay. But I don't recommend getting into it because it's not played everywhere. So make sure you have a play group that's active in your area, and if you do, then it's a super fun game. I have a Gondor army. I play Gondor. So yeah, it's a great game. All right. So for old Chibambu, he's going to be bringing a W back for Lord Chickenfeed. So let's adjust the score. So Chickenfeed is going to take the lead here in this series. And let's go ahead and do this. So I'm just going to do some edits here. And this is going to help me keep track of which games we've casted already. Okay, and then we did this one. Cool. So let's get another game going. GG, well played. We're going to set up our next match here in a second. Yeah, oh dude, Jakub, we're going to be streaming it tomorrow probably, yeah. That was one of my favorite games of the stream. That build was very innovative, very cool. So now we're going to go ahead and do a game which is going to be a Chaos Civil War. So we're going to have the true Ungabunga here. It is going to be Ash facing off against Count Games. We have Archaon the Everchosen versus Wulfric the Wanderer. So that's a fun one. Yeah, it's a fun one. Yeah, Chauncey, make sure you have some people to play with. Like, I love Old World Warhammer, but like I have to drive an hour to an hour and a half to get a single game that's outside of like one of my buddies who's free like once every couple weeks, you know? It's tough. Yeah, Middle Earth strategy battle game rules. It's really fun. Yeah, if you have like a dedicated play group near you, then it's worth playing. But make sure you have that. Like I have no one that plays near me. No one. So my Gondor army just collects dust. But it like, even still, like, I'm such a Lord of the Rings fan that, like, I just like having my Gondor army that I fully painted on the shelves. I have, like, the Rangers of Ithilien. I have Gollum, Frodo, Sam. I have Faramir. I have Boromir. It's a very cool army. So it's like, it's kind of a fun decoration piece too, just to have around. Yeah. Time to stand and bang in the middle. Yes. I'm going to pause for just a second, guys. And I'm going to go get some water, and then we'll cast this game when we get back. One last update before I go. This match is Count Games versus Ash. Count Games represents Lord Chicken, and Ash represents Team Dust. So that is going to be the play, and I'm going to go get some water. Yes. I know. He is. All right, guys, I'm back. Hope you're all doing well. Let's get this party started. And spawning in on the south side of the map, it is going to be the Warriors of Chaos led by Ash, using Wulfric the Wanderer on an elephant. Oh yeah, this is so Chad. I love to see it. Granted, going to be very bad against Archaon. And looking at the armies of the north, which is very lore-friendly, I suppose they're both from the north, it's going to be the Lord of the End Times with Burning Head, which is great against Norska. Slayer of Kings as well, going to make him excellent at taking down the Big Mammoth. And the rest of the army is going to be warriors backed up by trolls. Yeah, this is like a tabletop army almost. Like, well, although to be fair, infantry are terrible in Warhammer the Old World, which is super depressing. One of the reasons why I haven't like really launched the tabletop stuff is because the meta right now, I really just don't enjoy it too much. I mean, I enjoy the game and having models on the table, but until infantry and, you know, maybe there's some sort of a balancing pass, it's tricky. Yeah, it's dragons and monsters are just so stompy and meta. It kind of gives me some, yeah, not my favorite. But yeah, a lot of Marauder Horsemen. They're pretty Chad. You know, they're very necessary for Chaos, but they are facing off against Horsemasters of Norska, so the Horsemasters will be slightly advantaged in that fight. Objectives 1 and 2 going to be going to Norska, and objectives 3 going to be going to Archaon and the host of the Everchosen. Armored Chaos Trolls advancing up. And just to clarify my previous point, though, some infantry are good in Old World tabletop, like Chaff. Like medium and elite infantry just suck, like horribly. But Chaff units are pretty good, like Skeleton Warriors and Mass. Those type of things are actually really, really good in tabletop. Very sustainable, and they give you a big brick that can tie things down. All right, so it looks like there's going to be a Melkot's going down to the Marauder Horsemen for Wulfric. But Wulfric stands firm with his Mammoth and his Marauders. Mammoth is going to provide some nice terror route, but Trolls in general will trade pretty well into, you know, kind of this big chariot-esque monster. So the Mammoth moves in, it does make impact, and the fighting in the middle is now going to be erupting as the Warriors of Chaos advance into the hordes of Norska. Archaon the Everchosen probably going to be coming in with a full erection, looking to use the sword of Sword of Conquest, right? Slayer of Kings, that's right. On top of Wulfric. Did he activate it? Hunter of Champions and a big Burning Head going to be coming down from Archie. That is a really, really good Burning Head. Thing of beauty right there. And a Terror Route does go down as well because Archaon is going to be rocking the Crown of Domination, which does give him terror, which is super badass. So he routes off the Marauders here, and now he needs to turn around and go after Wulfric the Wanderer. That would for sure be the play. Wulfric does have a couple of condom wolves with him, the Maws of Savagery, but at the end of the day, they're kind of out-muscled by just the sheer amount of chaos here. On the backside, though, we do see Norska winning the mobility fight a little bit, using their Melkoths and all of their superior Horsemasters to harry back the forces here of Count Games. And those guys are going to be running, but Count Games does get his Poison Hounds in front of the Horsemasters. But with proper micro, you just get your Horsemasters to attack the Hounds, and they should be able to defeat them. Yeah, absolutely crushing defeat for the Warriors of Chaos in the mobility game. Now, as far as the frontline fighting goes, Archaon's doing really good, right? So elements of the game are going in the direction of both players. We have the Lord duel. This is what we're here for. Giant Mammoth battling against Archaon the Everchosen. This is what it's all about, baby. And Archaon the Everchosen doing quite good, but Wulfric not taking it. You know, he's giving it right back to him. He's connected 2 or 3 times. Archaon actually starting to lose this fight. I think the Maws of Savagery may be helping out a little bit and clubbing into Archaon. Archaon, oh no, Archaon isn't being given an attack order into the Mammoth. He's actually attacking the Maws of Savagery, it looks like. So he's going to want to run, and the Enfeebling Foe has been activated on him as well. So Wulfric actually living up to his kind of lore for once, and he is, of course, going to be winning a duel versus a Mighty Champion. Horde Knights with lances called out, you gotta love to see it, and looks like they're going to maybe try and intercept some of the reinforcements. Warriors of Chaos do have a lot more stuff here, in between the double troll unit, several like hardened warrior units. Like they're looking very, very stalwart, and using the Chaos Knights to cut off the reinforcements here, I think is going to be a very, very good call. So they're going to come in. Yeah, run down. Oh, these are Marauder Champions, actually. That's not going to be a good engagement for the Chaos Knights. So they do charge in. It was kind of a limp charge. And they do a lot of damage, all things considering. But these are Marauder Champions. And in sustained combat, the Lance Knights are going to just get absolutely punched right in the wiener. So at this point, they're going to pull back and retreat, which is the right idea. You don't want to be fighting there. Archaon getting a good wipe in the middle. We do see the Fimir Balefiend low health. You know, we see the Maws of Savagery destroyed. And the skirmisher fights are going on. You know, it's a bit of a little fun song and dance out here on the outside. The skirmishers of Ash are doing a good job kind of harrying and controlling the battlefield, taking a look at the objectives. We do see Objective 1 owned by Norska, Objective 2 by the Warriors of Chaos, and this objective by the Warriors of Chaos as well. But really, the epicenter of the battle that's probably going to be deciding the outcome here is going to be what's happening here on Objective 2. Now, this is what I was kind of hoping to see from Ash. I wanted to see Ash pull in the Horsemasters and have them start killing the Trolls. You know, picking those units off, providing some support. Hunter of Champions and Enfeebling Foe on Archaon. Homeboy has 0 melee defense, which means Wulfric is basically going to be guaranteed connecting to him. Not guaranteed, but it's like some. I forget what the minimum chance to hit is in this game, but it's pretty much going to be nonstop. So he makes contact. Archaon does retreat, having lost another duel with the Hunter of Champions, and 3,000 value on Chadrick this game. He might be able to put this game on his back. We'll have to see. We do see some halberds being called in to try and help with the Mammoth. Trolls are going to be routed back, so Archaon definitely needs to kind of rally his trolls if he can. Objective 3 looking firm for the Warriors of Chaos, calling out Chaos Knights of Khorne once again, so the heavy hitters are going to be rolling up in the battlefield. And those Chaos Knights are still alive. They do fire damage, which was really nice against Condom Wolves too. It's going to be mitigating their healing. And yeah, the Maws of Savagery are going to fold up against the Chaos Knights here, although another Melkos goes to go down here by Norska. So Norska getting a nice bombardment on those bad boys. Halberds cruising up for a bruising, and over on the side, the Chaos Knight's going to be screaming across, looking to maybe harry some of the horsemen, run over some of the reinforcements, but it looks like Ash is basically just calling in elite infantry. So the Chaos Knights, you know, will struggle against that high armor. They do have 80 armor on those guys. So here, Wulfric still causing a lot of havoc, as we do have the Marauder Champions with Great Weapons, basically a hard counter against these Halberd units. Now the Mammoth is going to roll over, and Big Daddy Wulfric getting a devastating charge into the Chaos Warriors. Trolls also going to be broken up. Meanwhile, on the backside, the Marauder Horsemen of Norska doing an excellent job, and that's one thing Ash has been doing super well this game, is keeping them active. Archaon the Ever-Chosen, you know, he's back here. He's crying some tears, man. He's getting wrecked. I don't know why there's randomly a bunch of blood that shot out there. That was very strange, but even still, I mean, he's Chaos. It makes sense, right? You know, that's what Chaos is all about. It does look like Norska is starting to take over the game value-wise. 7.7 against 5.9. Whenever I go Archaon, I always bring an Urgelcaster in reserve as well, just to pop out and heal him if need be. It's only 700 gold, and you get like an insurance policy to make sure Archaon lives and can continue fighting and doing all that sort of good stuff, right? So in the middle, the Marauder Champions, the Giga Chads, very elite builds from both players, are going to be moving up, and they're going to be bashing all of these Chaos Undivided Marauders. And here we have the Khorne Knights. Where are they going to go? There's not too many great homes for them. I mean, I guess you could just kind of control the side objectives and keep those from Norska. That probably would be my game plan, is to get the Chaos Knights and some Hounds and go steal Objective 1. Because wherever Wulfric is, like, engaging on Wulfric is a big mistake. These Chaos Knights, I don't think you want to engage here. They're just going to take a mad casualties from those Mammoths, and also from those from the Mammoth and the Great Weapons, and Melkos is going to go down. Burning Head, you know, does a little bit of damage, but it sucks against armor. And these are champions, right? So you see, he just sacrificed the Chaos Knight unit, a 1,500 gold powerhouse unit, to a horrible engagement. What he should do is, you know, avoid Wulfric, play Benny Hill. Get here, you know, take Objective 1, play the outside objective, force him apart. But, you know, in the heat of the moment, it can be very hard to realize that you're going to want to do that, right? Wulfric sitting at 3,500 value. He's going to be terror routing these bad boys unless Archaon gets a little bit closer and provides his Crown of Domination buff. Norskin Frost Doggies are called out, so the Frost Dogs have arrived. Frostwolf Hungers. And they move in, chase down the Chaos Warhounds, and now it looks like there's going to be an attempt on the side objective. But man, those Chaos Knights just got bullied. They're down to such low health right now. Khorne Chaos Knights are pretty sweet, actually. I'm an enjoyer of those, but now they're going to charge in again. And, you know, it makes sense. Khorne is not like the type of faction that would learn its lesson. They would just want to keep berserking in and just getting wrecked. So So yeah, they're just going to charge in and die, and that's how it's going to go down. The Norskins, you know, a little bit more cunning here. They have the perhaps the patronage of the crow or the raven, or whichever one Tzeentch is, and yeah, a little bit of wisdom there. So that's going to be a break for the Warriors of Chaos. Norska is going to be securing the outside objective, 9.7 against 7.4. Currently, this one is looking to be pretty damn bleak for the Warriors of Chaos. We see routes on pretty much every front. Norscan Marauders are swarming up on all the points. Currently, Norska owns 1, 2, and is soon going to be owning 3 once Wolfric and his champions make their way over there. Archie trying his best. You know, he's still scrapping hard. We do see old Count Games getting some Warhounds in there and going to be trying to save some of his trolls from routing, but I don't know if that's going to pay off. Marauders on the outside. Frost Doggies here getting a great fight. Frost Dogs are really good if they can catch skirmishers because they slow them and they just rip them apart. They have that frostbite ability, so you can see the Marauder Horseman down to 63 speed, going to get absolutely annihilated by those guys. Yeah, so Mammoth Rick was really, really good this game. You know, usually he trades bad into Archeon, but Archeon was taking fights in a blob where everything else of his was losing. So he was kind of being swarmed a little bit while he was also fighting big old Wolfric. 4,000 value. Archeon is going to be sitting at 1,700. Not bad considering how rough it went. And that's going to be GG. I'm going to fast forward a little bit because I'm pretty sure the Chaos player is going to just tap out here in a second. I respect you guys too much to pretend like there's still a game here. There certainly isn't. You see some Marauders arriving on the outside. Archeon trying to find an opportunity here, but he's just going to be eating some Javelins. Burning Head going down from Archeon as well. Wolfric holding down the side point. Norska controlling that point in the middle. And here we do see Norska holding this one down by flanking the advancing Marauders with the Frosthounds and using the Marauders to swarm them in the front. So very, very cool performance by both players. Awesome characters and legendary lords. Love to see those bad boys in action, but that is got to be it. We see Archeon in full route, being hunted down by the Norscan Ice Wolves. He's at 300 HP. Might actually just run off the battlefield right here. And yeah, more of these Marauder champions arrive up here. Basically no chances whatsoever for the Warriors of Chaos. Archeon being that beat up for that long. Maybe if there was some healing on the roster, maybe. But Wolfric the Wanderer, dude, he finally beat another champion in a duel. That almost never happens. Usually he's just like clearing out infantry, but he got it done. He beat another Chaos champion in a duel. Epic. Epic. So we have 4,200 here. Caster was really good. Marauder Horsemasters did well. And I love the build from Count Games. And, you know, talk dirty, man. Bringing just some badass Chaos Warriors with Archeon. It's right up there. It was a winnable game for Count Games. I think if he ignored Wolfric and just kind of played the mobility game, played the side objectives more, but he didn't really have a build for the mobility game, I guess. But yeah, he needed to play those side points with those Chaos Knights. I think that's where the game really, really broke open and became tough for him. So that is going to be another one here. Another one bites the dust. All right, so that was a victory for Ash. And Ash is on Team Dust. So wow, these games are really going back and forth, aren't they? They sure are. All right, another glorious caveman win. Yeah, dude, the Unga Bunga got in there and got it done. Did indeed. So where are we at? So we are going to be... Oh, no, I accidentally loaded into the same game again. Got to delete that one. And we'll get the next one going here. Thank you guys for joining today. It's been a fun one. It's been quite a bit of good times. And we're going to have a full run of streams this week as well, including a faction war very soon. My wife is launching a t-shirt business, which we're very excited to do. And when that is ready, we're going to do a faction war at the same time to show you guys. So we'll have all those going there, which is going to be fun. Yeah, we got to see what match is going to be next. So I accidentally loaded into the wrong game, so give me a second here. If Norska ever gets a DLC, they'll be unstoppable. I know, it's crazy. They're a faction that, like, despite haven't not been updated in, like, some people's lifetime. There's, like, 7-year-olds out there who were, you know, yeah, Norska was just released when they were came into this world, right? It's crazy stuff. Yeah, Norska's old as hell. This game is old, too. I mean, Total War Warhammer's been out since, what, 2016? 8 years? It's insane. I mean, of course, we have 1, 2, and 3 with sequels, but I mean, in many ways, they feel very similar to those games. Hey, Derek, glad to hear it, man. Glad to hear it. All right. Sorry about that. Let's delete that game. All right. So now we are going to have some Conquest games, which is going to be fun. Fun little mix-up. We have a Duel of Fates between Twerkman and Adelmo. So let me see who's on what team here. So Adelmo is on Lord Chicken's team, and Dustman is going to be Twerkman. Could I do... yeah, hit me up, Dark Age. Hit me up. We'll get you in there. You were in middle school when Warhammer came out? I know, isn't that insane? God, man, time flies. Time flies. I was still skinny when this game came out. I was in shape. It's insane, man. It is insane indeed. All right. So what other games do we have? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games left, I think. 9 or 10 games. Yeah, 9 games. 9 or 10. Something in that ballpark. Yeah. We will get to the bottom of it. And there we are. All right. No, it's not a merch store, Rod. No, it's gonna be, it's like my wife's custom art. Yeah, it's great. You'll love it. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, Conquest Battle here. Spawning in here, we do have the Vampire Coast, who's going to be led by Count Noctilus, facing off against Norska on the other side. Norska going to be coming in with Throg, and looks like we have another Norska game. That's fun. So Skinwolves are pretty good against Vampire Coast. Not like a ton of them, but a couple to keep Crabs honest, and also Animated Hulks. We do have Throg, who is good because in land battle, oftentimes you do see big battle crabs. You know, they're very good. You know, those big scary SCs in land battle are no joke. Marauder champions in the secondary with basic Marauders, and on the flanks, a couple Norscan Hounds. So nice, well-rounded army. One thing that's a little bit strange is there's no Javelin play here for this army, which makes me nervous. Normally in this matchup, from Norska's perspective, you would see a couple Javelins, like 3 or 4 of them, right? Because they give you tools to at least fight back against the air units, and they're good against a number of other targets on the roster. So that's a little bit scary. Now, looking at the, not the Tomb Kings, but you know, I'm on Tomb Kings kick. I was painting my casket last night. For the Vampire Coast, we have a lot of deck dropper handgunners, which are pretty good. You definitely just want to shoot the Skinwolves here in this situation, and or the Hound Skirmishers. And the rest of the army here is going to be zombie part Dickhand mobs, with pistol mobs in the secondary, Animated Hulks, Noctilus on foot, and a couple Depth Guard. Oh, hell yeah, dude, let's go. So it's a Depth Guard build. So we got double Depth Guard in the backfield. These guys will certainly be up to the task of going fisticuffs against Norska. So they are on Toothgrass Hill. The objective is up on this little, as you would expect, a hill in the middle. On the backside, we have Marauder Horsemen and Deep Vanguard, looking for cannons, looking for opportunities, but Vampire Coast didn't actually bring any armor here today. So there's not going to be any armor, or excuse me, artillery. So there's nothing for them to really, well, there's very little armor too, but there's no artillery for them to really dive back here. As far as like the Hounds, you probably want to rear charge into like the Animated Hulks, or maybe the pistol mobs and try and pick those off really quickly. Burning Head is going to be incredibly devastating if the Vampire Coast army blobs up. And the middle objective, the only objective in this land battle, Conquest, has been taken by the Vampire Coast. So it's going to be on Norska to get in there and fight and figure it on out. But really, the lack of Javelins is certainly making me nervous. And I don't know why he's going in pencil formation with all these units. Very, very strange. Norska would want a wide surface area. It must have just been a bit of a mistake on the deployment there. So Bombard's coming down from the Salt Lord Scuttlers, and that's going to be a God tier Burning Head, though, potentially, although he's a little bit off kilter with that one. Yeah, he kind of went, like, diagonally, but if it rotates the right way, that's very nice. Throg is getting sniped, though, so Throg is getting taken to Pound Town by all these guns. So these deck dropper handguns up in the sky are doing good work, and, yeah, the Marauders, I do not know why he's moving like that with some of those units. That definitely feels like a mistake to me. So on the other side, Marauders engaging versus the Dickhand mobs, and here we got Marauder Champions against Animated Hulks. It will be a victory for the champions, but they will take quite a bit of damage, and they cost like twice as much as an Animated Hulk, so yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, keep sniping Throg. Norska made a colossal blunder of not bringing any anti-air, so you pretty much need to just, you know, punish them, and Throg is a great target to shoot, right? In the middle, the Vampire Coast is holding it down. The Marauders engaging in pencil formation is a colossal blunder, you know, especially these champions, because you're minimizing your surface area, which means that your like good units aren't stacking in and fighting as much. So big mistake by Norska there. And Throg, in the meantime, he's getting a little bit lower. Value, I would say that this game is going a little bit better here for the forces of the Vampire Coast. With Throg being damaged and the big misplay in the middle with those formations, you would want to go wide and like push through, right? We do see some battle doggies on their way in, so that is going to be the Skinwolves getting into the flank here, going after the zombie part Deccan mob. So there they go, ripping it on up. And on the backside, Throg, he's got Foe Seeker active as well as Fight or Die, and he's getting in there and clubbing some stuff, but yeah, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Deck droppers, there are some. What is he trying to snipe? He's trying to snipe the Fire Wizard, which isn't a bad idea. Although, like, he has Throg low. So I think this is one of the misplays we've seen in this game from Vampire Coast, is not using his guns to just finish off Throg. I think that is really what you want to be doing. So Depth Guard sitting in the middle, and on the flank we got some Marauder Champions moving in to try and swarm around. And this is a good engagement here. Condom Wolves will finish off these guns. Champions are going to be able to rip apart these halberds and basically take like 2 casualties in doing so. If it wasn't for this like really weird pencil formation engagement in the beginning, Norska could potentially be in a good position, but yeah, I think that the Air Force here, they're still trying to kill that caster. The problem is Bale Fiends do have really good missile resist, right? Yeah, 45% missile resist on the Balefiend. If all this firepower had been put into Throg the entire game, that would just be God tier. Like, Throg would be dead right now. Norska would probably be on its last legs. But, you know, trying to snipe this caster, this is like the best case scenario for Norska because all of his ammunition is being expended in an extremely inefficient way. Burning Head going to be going down. These Depth Guard here are going to get cooked pretty good by the big cackling Burning Head, and it's going to continue through, and oh man, it's going to hit the other ones. Oh my god, what a perfect Burning Head. It literally just goes only through the Vampire Coast units. Cooks a bunch of those bad boys. But Vampire Coast holding on the sides. Marauder Champions still grinding. Condom Wolves in the back able to take down the animated Hulks. Norska, I think, might actually find a way to win this game. Although, I don't know, it's a really, really close one. The fact that the deck droppers are misplaying and trying to kill this Balefiend to fire is like, look, they're all just missing, and like what does hit is being mitigated by 45%. That's tough. Now, looking at Throg's missile resist, somebody in chat was asking, he does have 15%. And he's also a much bigger target, so more of your shots are going to be connecting. So that is a huge misplay by Vampire Coast. They could have already killed Throg by now and then probably just win the game, right? Because Noctilus would just solo everything else with his Depth Guard. But with Throg still being alive in the game, this is a contested game. On the outside, Condom Wolves being chased by the Salt Lord Scuttlers, but they do manage to rally. Norska definitely coming back in this game. The Depth Guard in the middle are doing well. The Depth Guard polearm is very, very grindy, but they are fighting Marauder Champions, which, despite lacking the AP, do have really good combat stats, so they might be able to hold their own against the Depth Guard to an extent. We do see a couple Depth Guard getting taken down here, and more Zombos. There's a lot of them. We got Deccan Mobs here, here, and here. Count Noctilus dropping a fat invocation on himself, so that's going to be a nice cost-effective heal. Balance of power is looking a little bit even, but it's a contested one, that is for sure. There's a bombardment coming down from the Vampire Coast. That is going to be the Wraithstorm by Count Noctilus, dropping fat bows on the Famir Balefiend right here. So the Balefiend is going to be trying to weasel on away here. But yeah, man, what a big misplay. That is such an unfortunate one. I mean, understandable trying to get rid of Burning Head, but like, you got to just snipe Throg. He's such a vulnerable target. And we see a Melkoth's going down on Throg, which is a big mistake also. Typically, you want to use Melkoth's on multi-model units. It's way better. So using Melkoth's on top of like his champions would be pretty solid. And here comes the Burning Head. It's going to be okay. I still think Burning Head on this blob would have been better on the double Depth Guard. It will completely melt the zombie unit, but the value you get from lowering the Depth Guard leadership, maybe getting one of them to crumble, I think would be quite nice indeed. Now, Throg does pile in, which is a dangerous play. There's a lot of anti-large here. These Depth Guard are nearby, and Noctilus himself is also a very, very good anti-large fighter as well. And up in the sky, we do see the old bats still trying to snipe that Balefiend, man. I mean, they're getting him low. He's at 1,300, but this is so much dead ammunition. Like, there's so much being wasted here. It certainly pains me. Overcasted Invo, that's really good. That's going to be healing up both Depth Guard units and also healing Noctilus, but he did take overcast damage. Now he's crumbling. Big Daddy Throg, he's getting in there. I mean, even though Noctilus is on paper kind of a counter to Throg, he still hits hard as hell. And he's going to be bonking old Noctilus on the head. And if Noctilus doesn't stabilize from this crumbling soon, it's going to be bad news bears for the Vampire Coast. And it looks like Norska is taking over this game. And really, I think a lot of this could have been avoided with proper focus fire. But, you know, not the end of the world. Both players made mistakes. You know, the Norska made a big mistake with their engagement in the beginning with the pencil formation. And obviously, Vampire Coast had a little bit of rough target priority. Noctilus is crumbling. He's at 1,000 HP. He's so close to stabilizing. Let's see if he's going to stabilize, and he does. So now he's going to be in critical binding here in a second. Nope, he goes back down as he takes another hit there. Looking at the middle objective, though. Remember, this is an objective game. Vampire Coast does have this, but Norska can flip it pretty easily. If they just park their horsemen here, so if they lose to this objective, then they deserve to. Because, yeah, if they just park like a horseman here, the objective, you can see it's going to flip really, really quickly, right? So I guess Norska did have a little bit of anti-air. They had one Marauder Horseman throwing axe, but that was pretty much it. The Hard Knock Life is crumbling down, which is a pretty rare sight. Usually you don't see him dying. But what's going to happen when he dies is the rest of the army is going to start crumbling down and having a lot of problems. All right, so Norska, are they going to get the point back? Well, maybe Vampire Coast can use their bats to rear charge and break some positions. We see Noctilus sitting at how much HP? 8365. The mighty von Karstein Vampire Lord is going to be going down. So there he goes. And now you see critical binding on all the halberds and different pieces. Army loss is likely going to be kicking in here for Vampire Coast soon. And GG, well played. Yeah, it was a good match. Throg needed to die earlier. He was at like half health. And definitely focus firing him would have gotten it done. But Norska gets the job done. Unga Bunga, 2-0 today, baby. As we have a victory here for Adelmo. GG, well played. All right, so looking at Adelmo. He is on Team Chicken, so that's going to be another victory for Team Chicken. 6-5 here as we block that one out. And we're going to get into another game. All right. Should be fun. You guys want to see value? Looking at value here, we have 900, 1200 here, Noctilus 800. Scuttlers did good. Yeah, the gun bats unfortunately whiffed it. Yeah, cool build though. Solid stuff from both players. Either build could have won, honestly. That one could have gone either way. I do dare say. Okay, intermission time. Let's go to the next replay all set up. And we cast that one. And now we have, we have a Brettonia game. Okay. It's going to be a fun one. So why exactly is shooting a small familiar a good idea when you have the biggest? Oh, well, you know, it's easy to forget that the Bale Fiend doesn't have, that it has missile resist. It's not a super, like, unit you see a lot. And on top of that, like, as a Vampire Coast player, Burning Head is one of your worst things to fight. It's brutal against you. So I completely understand why he made that mistake. Because you want to get rid of the Burning Head, right? All right, guys. So now we have Prussian Prince on Brettonia versus Hot Fiery Potato. Okay, why is it not loading? There it goes. Okay. So Prussian Prince is going to be on Brettonia, facing off against Hot Fiery Potato on the Ogre Kingdoms here. And Prussian Prince, for all of you guys, is going to be on Team Dust. And Hot Fiery Potato is going to be on Team Chicken. All right. So let's get this started. Taking a look at the legions of Prussian Prince. He's got double Grail Knight and a bunch of Knights of the Realm, which obviously makes sense against Ogres. We have Alberic and a Lifecaster. And the rest of the Brettonian army is going to be a whole bunch of men-at-arms with polearms, which makes sense. And yeah, basically the entire army's anti-large, which is good, but you know, you need Noblar killing power too, which I suppose Knights of the Realm do enough damage in Grail Knights that they can kill Noblars pretty quickly if they have to, but yeah, we're going to see how that all plays out here. All right, guys. Alberic, a great choice here. He does imbue anti-large, but also himself is a great anti-large fighter. And looking at Team Hot Potato, or not Team Hot Potato, but Hot Potato himself, he's got Ogre Bulls. He does also have a Slaughtermaster of Beasts. Flock of Doomstam is pretty good. Very, very strong. And in the back, we have an Iron Blaster, which I love. Iron Blasters are a great counter against Grail Knights, and a couple of Man-Eaters with great weapons to fight back against the heavy cav. So the Brettonian Knights do charge in. The Grail Knights hammer in. They kill a couple Noblars, and they retreat back before the Ogre units do arrive. But they're going to want to saturate back in to help their peasants. But the Iron Blaster getting great damage against the Grail Knights. One shot actually kills 8 models right there. As the Knights of the Realm going for a very circuitous charge. Going to be coming around trying to steamroll these Noblar trappers, I would imagine. And Alberic the Chad is in the fight. He's battling it out versus the Ogre models, and he's certainly going to be killing a lot of these guys. Polearm saturating in with spears and doing good work as the Grail Knights engage once again against the Ogre Bull units, so should be able to get some good value there. Meanwhile, on the outside, Knights of the Realm do charge into Noblars and then rear charge into the back of the Ogre Bulls, which is a really clean play. So basically what he did, follow my mouse, he came down like this and then slammed back into this formation, got good value. But if the Man-Eaters are able to get in there and the Noblars do hold, it could be a tough situation for those Knights of the Realm. And you can see them retreating now while regrowth goes down in these Grail Knights, trying to keep their numbers up as they have been taking a pounding versus that heavy artillery. So in the middle, Alberic and company do break through, and there's potentially going to be a fight between the Knights of the Realm and the Man-Eaters here. But Man-Eaters with great weapons will crush these Knights of the Realm pretty hard in combat. And you can see the bonk. It's bonking time. Oh my god. Oh, what an awful fight. Imagine just being a dude on a horse and like you're just like kind of stuck and can't gallop and you're just being like these giant club bros. Oh, that's such a bad time. So Knights of the Realm getting absolutely hammered. Dismember going down, which is going to be slowing him down. There are some halberds nearby, but they're probably not going to hold up. Very chaotic fight here. Iron Blaster still shooting, getting great value. Probably up to about 800 value by now. 1300 value, my goodness. Been farming these Grail Knights. And yeah, looks like the Ogre Kingdoms are holding pretty well as Alberic gets up in the sky. And it's going to be putting pressure on the Iron Blaster, which I think is a good call. That thing needs to be stopped, or else the Grail Knights are going to, wither and just die super quickly. Grail Knights riding over, Lance's couch for the lady, and they get in, and the Man-Eaters do eat a bit of a charge, but they're also going to return the favor. And is it going to be enough? More Knights of the Realm coming from their retreat, flanking into the side of the Ogre Kingdoms. Alberic going to be peeling over here to try and help break the double Man-Eaters. These Man-Eaters are doing a lot of work wherever they go, and the Brettonian Infantry Corps is getting really worn down. There are a couple halberds, but for the most part, the infantry fights have been very tough. So Knights of the Realm trying to get into the secondary. They do get on top of the Iron Blaster, and they are going to be shutting that thing down from shooting for a period of time. Alberic is certainly a character that can carry these games. As long as he has enough left in the battlefield, he can cause terror routes and pick off high-valued Ogre assets. But man, Alberic taking a righteous whooping right here. These Man-Eaters just beating him down, dude. Taking him straight to the club. And yeah, he has lost a lot of HP, probably down to about 25% at this point. Flock of Doom also going down on the Brettonians right here. Alberic is going to need some milk right now. He needs some calcium for those bones, some regrowth. He is shaken. 26 leadership, and it looks like he's going to get away. I mean, he did do good damage. He beat up one Man-Eater pretty bad, and the Brettonian Knights are able to clean up a lot of the scraps here. And suddenly, looking around the battlefield, it's not looking too bad for Brettonia. It seems like just really aggressive cavalry charging is doing a lot of work, and picking off isolated ogre units. Alberic certainly took that beating for the lady. He did a great job with that. And yeah, what do the ogres really have? We see a couple Noblars around. We see the Iron Blaster, which is going to be shut down by the Grail Knights. We see the Slaughtermaster Beast. One last Man-Eater unit was just being dragged down by Haggard Polearms, and Alberic's probably going to be coming back in to get them. Regrowth going down on Alberic. And it looks like Alberic and the Brettonians have rallied, despite being picked apart by the Iron Blaster in the early game. Really frenetic, heavy-duty Cav Micro, probably going to be winning the day here in this game. Iron Blaster is being routed back here, and Alberic, the Borderlow, is going to be getting in. And Slaughtermaster's probably going to die. Obviously, the big bird is going to be more than enough to kill that Slaughtermaster. He's surrounded by anti-large cavalry. Not going to be great at all. So, Man-Eaters with great weapons. Yeah, they get the Butcher, which is good. Another Man-Eater's coming in, but that's going to be army losses, and that's going to be a glorious victory for the lady. Brettonia claiming the strap. Aquitaine getting it done. Always fun to see Prussian Prince playing. He's been playing forever. He's an OG for sure. So, yeah, Alberic did good. He was a Chad at 964. The Knights of the Realm did fine. Grail Knights 1800, 1100 there. Iron Blaster was really good, but it did get shut down kind of mid-game. And the rest of the army was just kind of folded up, unfortunately. Man-Eaters are strong, but I do love me some Crushers. Yeah, Crushers feel really, really strong into Brettonia. Like, I think the way to play that with Ogres, Iron Blaster I like, but then like double or triple Crusher with healing, with a Slaughtermaster to heal them up. I think that's how you win that matchup. All right, so let's see whose teams they were on. So we do have, let's see here, Prussian Prince is on Team Dust. So he gets a dub for Team Dustman. All right, man, it's really, really climbing up there as the Civil War begins. The two team captains' names are represented up on the top scoreboard. And overall, it has been good. Yeah, Alberic deserves it. He does. He did great. All right, let's find another game to cast. So I got to delete that one to make sure I don't cast that again on accident because I'm kind of old. I forget things. I think I might be missing a couple of the replays. I'm not sure. Yeah, I might be missing a couple of them. I'll let you know which ones I'm missing when we get there because I see a lot more games and I only have a handful of Oh, there's 2v2s. That's why. Okay, got it. We have some 2v2s in here. All right, understood. We'll do a 2v2 game. That'll be fun. It's domination. Wait, is it 2v2s? Yeah, here's a 2v2 right here. Okay. So, let's do this. We haven't had a Cathay game yet today. So we're going to go ahead and do this one. All right. Shout out to Big JP for the organizing. This is him playing right here. He organized this event, did a great job with it. And any other organizers. I don't know who else helped, but here we are. So, Big JP is going to be on which team? He is going to be on Team Dust, and Nalnish is going to be on Team Chicken. And it is go time. Let the games begin. Grand Cathay is here, and this is one of our new maps in domination mode. It is the Reichland Estates. It's a very, very nice map. It's a lovely one. And let's see who is going to pull it out. Yeah, we had a couple Ogre games today. They had some nice games, but I think the Ogres lost most of their matches today, to be fair. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It's a conquest battle, and it is going to be Nurgle facing off against Grand Cathay. So, looking at the legions of Big JP. Oh, wait, I thought this was a domination map. Oh, I got it confused with something else. Okay, I was thinking this was a different map. Okay, no, this is a conquest line battle. Yeah, there's been a couple of custom maps. Is there a Dom version of this map? Maybe I'm just crazy. All right, guys, so for Grand Cathay and Big JP, he's got Jade Warrior Halberds in the front line, some basic Jades. We got Peasant Archers in the secondary, Iron Hill Gunners, the Zhanggu War Drum, a couple of the Longma Riders, so we got Great Longmas and the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, which are the Arwars with armor piercing, and a Dragon-Blooded Lord of Yin, so he's going to be dropping the Ancestral Warriors, which is kind of cool, and Storm of Shadows as well. Looking at the Nurglite army, it's going to be a very interesting army. So he's got a very small infantry corps, a couple Chaos Warriors and Marauders with great weapons. We do have Plague Drones of Nurgle and double Soul Grinder. So Nurgle is playing like a kiting, like ranged build actually, which, you know, if Cathay had brought like 1 or 2 cannons, this would not work. But considering there's no cannons for Grand Cathay, Nurgle might be able to get away with this. We're going to have to see. Yeah, double Grinder into Cathay is risky, but if they don't bring cannons, it can pay off. That is for sure. So in the sky, Long Marauders are going to take this fight, which is precarious. They're immediately going to crush the Furies, and now the Plague Drones are going to move in. But the Plague Drones, a bit of a lapsed order here by Nalnish. He needs to get them engaged against the Long Marauders while the Furies are still alive, and it looks like he does. So maybe Nurgle's going to be able to win that fight. We'll have to see. Now, bombardment's going down, missing horribly. A couple of them do make contact with some peasant spears, but overall it's not been going great. Up in the sky over here, we do see the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin and the hero character, the Lord, Dragon-Blooded Shugenkin Lord to be specific, do defeat the Furies. And the Long Marauders definitely come out ahead there because they're much faster. And now they're going to isolate these Nurgle range units, right? Like these Plague Drones are going to be swarmed by the Righteous Lances as well as the Dragon-Blooded Lord here. And it's going to be a pretty bad time. So we see the Plague Drones trying to get away, but they're very slow comparatively speaking. Although Poison maybe does equal things out a little bit. Storm of Shadows activated down to 50 speed. And now they are being crushed. So the Nurgle bombardments are continuing. They do manage to make contact with Peasant Archers, but honestly, Cathay has taken very little damage in the process, and they seem to be cackling all the way to the bank right now. They seem to be doing pretty damn good. Oh, and did the Nurgle Sorcerer die? Oh my god, I think... No, he's down here. Yeah, no. It was the Nurgle Rot Flies. For a second, I thought there was like a flying Rot character that I missed dying or something, but I don't think I did. Yeah, so the Longbow Goon Squad is doing great work, and you can see the Rot Flies are going to be trying to land. But honestly, Nurgle's looking pretty beat up here. Having lost 2 Furies as well as a Rotfly unit, in exchange doing very little damage with those Bombards, it's going to be rough. And the Cathay battle lines are stalwart. You know, it's Jade Warriors and Halberds, all of whom, with Harmony and the Zhanggu War Drum, are going to be holding for a long time. So, yeah, I don't think this is going to go well for Nurgle. And also another thing that Nurgle is doing wrong is Soul Grinders are best at medium range. So you want to get them here, like short range, and have them shoot like this. And then you just dodge the enemy arrows as need be. As long as it's just Iron Hill's not hitting you, then you're going to be okay. So some Chaos Warrior Grey Weapons move in, and they're just going to get peppered pretty hard. Iron Hill Gunners aren't really going to be unleashing on them. A little couple shots on the periphery are going to be picking apart some of those models. But at the end of the day, the Zhanggu War Drum will probably advance, and those Chaos Warriors are going to eat enough shots to probably finish them off. The Righteous Lances are cycle charging into the Chaos Warriors here. Big JP playing a very, very dominant game here, as he really seems to have Nurgle at his mercy. Now, Niche is trying his best to find good engagements, but really, this is, just a tough build situation for him. We do see the Dragon-Blooded Lord charging into the back of the Noxbringer, and the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin do charge, or no, just regular Long was charging to the back of the Warriors. And he pulls back immediately. I think isolating the other Rotfly unit probably is your best bet. And it looks like up in the sky, the Rotflies are trying to fight the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. There's going to be, another Storm of Shadows going down by Big JP. He's going to be turning around, and they are going to get in there and just do the dirty. We're going to see these Plague Drones get absolutely melted. 6,000 HP, rapidly dropping. There is going to be some Nurgle healing and support going down. But overall, another good engagement for Grand Cathay. And in the middle, it's just like, dude, this is what I like to call the dreaded Reaganomics, right? Just the trickle down. He's trying to trickle his disgusting wealth into the Cathay peasantry, and it's not working. So Marauders move up. Halberds are going to screen them out, and Chaos Warriors, once again, just going to be shot to pieces by these archers. And though they're enduring it well, considering the circumstances, I think against Cathay, like swarming with like Pestigores and Marauder Great Weapons and Chaos Warrior Great Weapons works very well. And you can use the Exalted Heroes to take down any monsters and, big Cathay scary things like dragons. But Nurgle, are they doing medium range shooting? Now they are. Definitely shooting the Iron Hill Gunners would be good. The Furies needed to be used to shut down the Iron Hill Gunners, probably. Would have been a better bet. We do see the bombardments coming out from the Soul Grinders, but yeah, Cathay is just going to laugh this off. Their drum is hitting so much right now. You can see the disdain of the Dragon Emperor is going to make them strong, and they do manage to hold the Chaos Warriors. We're very, brave going in there solo, but yeah, they're going to get shot to pieces and are going to have a very, very bad time of it. Now back up in the sky, we do see the Plague Drones looking for opportunities, but the Longbow Riders are just hot on their tail trying to finish them off on the other side. The Longbow Lord needs to get away, and it does. The Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle is a very powerful fighter. Chaos Sorcerers in general, even in tabletop, are pretty good fighters. They do have a good stat line, and also do have a built-in ward save, which is very, very good. Stream of Corruption, beautiful cast there by a Nurgle player. That was quite good. And the Long Marauders, did they manage to get the Rotflies? They did not. So honestly, the Nurgle player, despite being a little bit behind, is doing a pretty good job keeping those Rotflies alive. They've just been getting chased pretty much in perpetuity here. Archers are now shooting into the Noxbringer. Definitely need to get these Chaos Warriors involved, and a couple Marauders are standing idle right now. I think he's maybe a little bit overwhelmed trying to keep the Long Riders alive, but that's going to be a crushing one there. The victory objective does belong to Grand Cathay even, so Cathay also has the victory option on the objective, which is still a ways away. It's more of like a means for making the people fight each other in this format. And here on the side, we get the Peasant Archers shooting into the Chaos Warriors, and even the Chaos Sorcerer Lord's like desperate. He's getting into fight, trying to rally his warriors to fight harder. And the Noxbringer is just going to get punched right in the dong. So there's a lot of Iron Hill Gunners which are going to tear this thing to shreds. It will penetrate into the secondary line temporarily, but the Longwood character and the Archers will probably form ranks and start to bring that down. Storm of Shadows here is active, and that's going to be slowing down the Noxbringer pretty heavily, down to 3,900 HP, and we do get the Ancestral Warriors being called out, which isn't going to do much, honestly. They're just going to get kited. The Noxbringer probably just runs away, unless, I mean, he decides to sit here, but yeah, he's a little trapped up. Iron Hail Gunners are going to be turning and shooting. The other Soul Grinder has penetrated into the secondary battle lines. Long Marauders now, though, are going to be rear charging into Marauders and just taking them apart. And Army Losses is going to be kicking in soon. So GG, well played. This game is 1,000% over. We see the other Soul Grinder, trying to run away while its buddy does get massacred over here. Long Marauders killing everything they can. Army Losses kicking in, and Big JP with a crushing Cathay victory here. Definitely was in many ways. There were big micro mistakes from Nurgle as well, but also a classical land battle build loss. You come in, your build is just not up to task. Even if you're equally skilled to your opponent, sometimes your build is just going to lose you the game. So it just was not great. The bombardment, in theory, it's all right. But if you want to make the Soul Grinders work, you need to be closer, like at half range. Also, you don't want to be you got to be really careful to not let your Furies just die to the Longman Riders. Keep the Furies behind the Plague Drones, and then you can survive the Air Force fight. So, GG, well played. Let's go ahead and note that we casted that game. So Big JP is on Team Dustman. Nice. And that is going to be Dustman taking the lead, I think, for the first time today. I think he's taking the lead. All right. Let's do this, and let's keep casting. Let's have some fun. Plague Drones are trash more at 11. Yeah, they're not the best unit. They do have some very, very niche applications, but in general, they're not very good. Yeah. All right, let's shut that one down. And now we have High Elves versus Dark Elves duel. That's a fun one. All right. So, Kiro here is on Team Chicken, I believe, and then Stingers is going to be on Team Dust. And here we are. And it is go time. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a battle in the Forest of Shadows, a conquest battle. It is going to be the High Elves, led by Stingers, fighting against the Dark Elves, who are going to be helmed by Kiro on the Forest of Shadows. Dustman's team has taken the lead in today's Civil War, 7-6. We will see who's going to be emerging victorious at the end of the day. We have a very, very Chad High Elf Lord. I love to see Tyrion in action. He's super fun. And it looks like it is going to be a sorceress. So, yeah, I don't know what lore magic. I mean, dark magic's fine. Shadow magic's fine. Plenty of those. Yeah, Rawflies do kind of suck. It'd be nice if they got a buff. All right, so taking a look at the builds here. For the builds of Stingers, he's playing High Elves. He does have Reaver Archers into the Sunset. Very, very good skirmish unit. They could definitely dominate a lot of the Dark Rider Repeater crossbow play, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any of that. Actually, a big, heavy cab push. A ton of Cold One Knights, actually, which is not a bad idea. He does have 4 of those skirmish cav. We're going to see how they turn out. The rest of the army here is going to be Silver and Guard, Talented Torquilada, Storm Riders, and regular Lothern Sea Guard. We have a single Lion Chariot of Grace, Tyrion, and a Mage of Fire, which is going to be excellent at burning through the Druchii battle lines and, killing the archers and whatnot. For the Druchii, a super wide build. Sorceress of Death, so Buna and Spirit Leech, both great choices. If you have the Fireborn ROR, Buna is just God tier. And honestly, just in general, Spirit Leech is pretty much always good. So, if you don't know what you're doing, just bring Spirit Leech. You're going to be fine. And for the Druchii army, very combined arms. We have the swords and spears across the front line, backed up by Dark Shards, one of the coolest units in the game, and 4 Cold One Knights. So heavy, heavy cab pressure, and we're going to see how that all works out here. So Tyrion does engage versus these spears, and is going to be popping Foe Seekers, which is a Foe Seeker, which is going to be giving him vigor as well as speed. And he's picking off a fair amount of the Dread Spear units. He's not the best at killing mass amounts of infantry, but if I were the Druchii, what I would do here is I'd probably grab the objective and then just pull back. I wouldn't push into their position here, because obviously that's what Stingers wants, right? He wants to just kind of use his defensive little concave here and force the Dark Elves into the open field. But, in this, there are no attacking rules in Conquest mode. Basically, the only thing that, forces you to fight is the objective. So, but yeah, looks like the Dark Elf player is going to be advancing out. He does also have some Corsairs mixed in. Corsairs are good. They beat Rangers. They trade well into Silverin, and they can also fight against, the other low-tier troops. First Burning Head going to be going down, and oh no, Chad Tyrion. Oh, that's such a rough one there. Oh man. So Stingers gets a beautiful Burning Head, cooks a Dark Shard unit and a Dread Spear. So he baited them. He wanted to get them blobbed up on Tyrion and then just Burning Head. That feels pretty nasty. So on the flank, there's going to be some Dark Riders coming in, and the Archers are now unleashing all their shots into the Golden Knights where they can. And here the Illyrian Reavers being hunted a little bit by the Golden Knights on the outside. So a bit of a lapse in micro here from Stingers. Good pursuit by the Dark Elves, as they do manage to catch some of the Reavers. A couple Spearmen actually going to be moving up. But Chad Tyrion is now battling against Coldwind Knights, which are okay against him. He does get Cascading Fire Cloak, and there are going to be some chariots coming up. The Dark Riders will countercharge them, as will Coldwind Knights, so these Lion Chariots are going to get wrecked. They do unfortunately charge into anti-large cavalry and are going to have a terrible time of it, so you can see their HP starting to diminish pretty heavily. On the side, the Dark Elves, they're going pedal to the metal. They're just going to go in and, force the issue. They're feeling confident that they can win this fight. Fate of Buna going down on Talented Torquilada. It's an okay cast. It's an expensive archer unit, the ROR, and it does have some nice synergies. So they are going to be getting shut down there to an extent. On the outside, it's going to be a Spearman and Wet Noodle contest. A couple Dark Shards sitting on the back, certainly need to rally those. And Singers does find some opportunities to get these full health Dark Shards. This is definitely an unacceptable mistake for the Dark Elves. They have such a superior cav core, like they should be able to protect their assets. And he also needs to get his archers up and engaged. You can see there's some Dark Riders like AFK back here. They could be chasing down these Illyrian Reavers. So a couple little micro mistakes are probably going to cost the Dark Elves this game against Stingers if he doesn't. Like, he has the tools to pressure Stingers and win this fight. But, like, this shouldn't be happening, right? Like, this unit should be killing this unit. These Dark Shards should be in position, wasting these units right now and doing a lot of damage. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of idle units standing around, and that's going to cost them. It's going to cost them quite a bit. So the Illyrian Reavers shooting where they can. Chad Tyrion holding it down in the middle. He does manage to salvage the Lion Chariots of Christ. And do we see these guys moving? Yeah, the Dark Shards are being left to their own devices. But we do see the Dark Riders coming around the back. Going to be charging into Storm Riders maybe, which isn't going to go super well for them. The Storm Riders do have 53 melee defense and anti-large. They're really good against light cav. And though they take some damage on the rear charge, as Murderous Prowess does proc on the battlefield here, I think that the Storm Riders are going to hold that just fine. Mage of Fire is still in good shape. Silver Guard is holding it together. And the Druchii army is looking more tattered. The forces of Tyrion are looking a little bit better here. That is for sure. Very, very tattered Dark Elf army. A couple Bleak Swords on their way up. The Dark Shards back here are going to be losing against the Reaver Cav, which makes sense. Silverin here are going to be favored for the High Elves. Obviously, Silverin will defeat Bleak Swords and Dread Spears any day of the week. It just takes a while. And yes, Tyrion is also like a carry character, whereas the Supreme Sorceress is going to get maybe like a Buna or two, but like, how are you going to kill Tyrion? Your best bet for killing Tyrion is to surround him with Golden Knights probably, and just drag him down over the course of a really, really long grindy exchange. But he seems to be hanging in there pretty well. Golden Knights didn't hear no bell. Once again, going to be charging into the back of these bad boys here, and these are anti-large spears. And they're not just regular spears, they're RORs. So they have that 53 melee defense, and their bonus versus large is pretty good. It's actually 16, which is incredible. So they're going to get a big stat increase against these cav units when they're fighting those bad boys. Now, can the Druchii pull this one back? Looking around the battlefield, we see some Dark Shards. He needs to stabilize those Dark Shards. Those are some of his big DPS carry pieces, and one of them, unfortunately for him, is, I guess it was able to win. Oh, Murderous Prowess allowed these Dark Shards to actually win that fight because it gave them a big stat increase. But is it going to be enough? The objective is owned by the Dark Elves. We've had it for quite some time, so that's a very good play by our Druchii player here. He manages to grab the objective and is at least having that in his back pocket in case the game does get really long and grindy. Might be tough for the High Elves to get that one back. Couple Silverin Guard, still in good shape. We actually have multiple units of Silverins, all of whom are very, very healthy. And Tyrion is just doing his best to pick off the elite cav where he can. These Golden Knights are beat up. You want to kill them before they can get a critical mass. A couple of them swarm you, and yeah, so pick them off while they're isolated. Here, Silverin Guard are holding, and there's going to be a Spirit Leech going down in Tyrion. Tyrion probably has the Rebirth ability. Yeah, he does have the Heart of Avalorn, so it's kind of unfortunate to have to use Spirit Leech on him at this point, because, he just has so much extra life with that healing, which is pretty nuts. Talented Torquilada have returned. Somehow Palpatine has returned. Balance of Power does favor the High Elves here. Dark Elves, though, have scrapped back reasonably well, but I don't think there's anything that's going to be able to take down Tyrion here. And the Druchii have a couple Dark Shards, but they're just being hunted and compromised on every front. Dark Elves needed to put more effort into protecting their Dark Shards this game. They just got absolutely eviscerated and constantly compromised. Probably one of them maybe got like 500 value, but I'd be surprised to see, more than that. Reaver's being hunted by Golden Knights, but Tyrion is taking him down to Pound Town. Silver and Guard are heading in, and hopefully for Tyrion's sake, he doesn't forget about the objective. Maybe he's been overtaken by Kane's Fury, and he's got his eyes elsewhere. We have a Mage duel. The High Elf Mage will lose this fight, probably, although, I don't know, they're pretty similar in strength. Yeah, actually, a bit of a wet noodle contest. Looks like either of them could win that. Silver and Guard are hustling, chasing down the Dark Shards, while the Fire Sorcerer is going to be going after these Dark Shards. Could even see a Burning Head, but I suspect saving the Burning Head for, a really cataclysmic fight on Objective 1 would probably be the way. So Tyrion going to be coming back and across, heading after the Hellbroni, the Chill of Spears in the Realm. He does actually opt to use the Burning Head here, which is smart, considering the Dark Elf player was going for the kill on him with Spirit Leech. Yeah, that's where the Spirit Leeches should be going into that Mage, and that was a good change by our Dark Elf champion here. Spear's getting it done. Balance power is kind of even, although I feel like it's not really an accurate tell of the situation. I don't see anything here that's going to be able to kill Tyrion, right? Like, how are you going to deal with him? Like, yeah, I mean, spears are okay against him. A couple Cold Knights have like 13 models here and there. The Mage of Fire is trying to get away, using Cascading Fire Cloak to get the stat increase. Honestly, could maybe even turn in fight right now. And Tyrion is clearing out the last of these infantry units. Spear units are going to get up to the point. You know, it's getting danger close on the objective, but I think the Dark Elf player knows it's over. GG, well played. So it was fun. Yeah, that was a fun one. But at the end of the day, Stingers just played a little bit cleaner. Well played to Kiro. They did not do bad. Stingers is a top-tier player. Really, really good at both domination and land battle. And Kiro put up a great fight. It was a good contested game. It wasn't short. It wasn't a stomp. But yeah, needed to protect those Dark Shards a little bit better, I think, with his Cav superiority. And then he might have been okay. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and get this next game going. Oh, I need to update the scorecards too. So let me see who's on what team here. So that is going to be Stingers winning, and he is on Team Dustman. Uh-oh, Dustman is pulling away here. Team Dust is not messing about. Let's go ahead and get this one all scored out. And perfect. And I might be missing some replays, Big JP. I'll let you know which ones in a minute. If you're still here. I don't know if you are. What deals with Tyrion of the army? I mean, oftentimes you'll see, you know, Marathi or like a dragon character like Malekith or Supreme Sorceress on a dragon. They can all fight Tyrion just fine. Especially with Soul Stealer. Yeah, it's not bad. Alrighty, let's get into the next match. And now we have, there's a 2v2 there. And there's another 1v1. So we did that. So we got Fabrosi versus Maverick Sloth. So this is going to be a domination game. On the Kasar's Cursed Oasis, it's going to be Khorne versus Vampire Coast. And here we are. Dark Shards can kind of kill him, for sure. Like if he's sitting still, but if he's running around chasing and constantly moving, they won't be able to effectively kill him. Like they need to sit down and just really plant their bows and get him while he's still. But yeah, if he's like trapped in a bunch of spears or something, yeah, the Dark Shards could feasibly kill him potentially. Yeah, he's probably too quick though, overall. All right, guys. It's going to be Fabrosi with the Vampire Coast versus Maverick Sloth here on Khorne. Khorne is eagerly awaiting the update, as are we all. Man, it's been a dry spell, hasn't it? It's been a long time since we gotten an update. I mean, we had the Tzeentch and the Nurgle updates like back to back. That felt really quick. It was like a couple months, but man, talk about a dry spell. But alas, you know, this game's got enough diversity in terms of the factions that it stays pretty fresh. This matchup, I would say, is Khorne favored in my anecdotal experience. Although, I don't know, I'm really out of the touch with the meta right now. I know that there's a couple Coast players who could probably feel confident winning this. And here we are. So, looking at the hordes of Maverick Sloth. Maverick Sloth is going to be rocking a Valkyrie the Bloody. Anti-large, armor piercing. Pretty good at hunting down vampire monsters. But even if there is no anti-large, or no large, targets for her, she can still pop her Demon Shield and go shut down gun lines using Sleipnir, which is her AoE ability. We do have a Blood Shrine of Khorne, a Cultist, a lot of Marauders and Chaos Warriors, which makes sense, and a Cultist of Khorne. So just a ton of shielded infantry and a couple of elites here via the Shrine as well as Valkyrie the Bloody. Surprised we're not seeing any Horsemen, but I would imagine Maverick Sloth probably will bring Horsemen out to contest. They're really good in this matchup because they kill super effectively in melee against like crappy zombies, and they can also contest the objectives and do all that kind of stuff like that. What's up, Jay? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. All right. So objective 2 is up. The Cultists of Khorne have arrived, and they're going to be getting that point. Now, how is Coast going to get this one back? The Coast Army has a big gun line, which gives me a lot of stress for poor Fabrosi, because this map is very suboptimal for guns, in my opinion. There's tons of trees. I mean, look, if you can find like that nice little like line of sight in between the trees, that's good, but it is so rough for gun line in this map. But, maybe they're going to be able to make it work. We will have to see. So objective 2 belongs to Khorne. Objective 1 is going to be belonging to Khorne as well. And, I mean, hey, if blunders like this are made, if the Blood Shrine gets in there and gets killed instantly, that's one way to make your gun line work. And here we have the Cultists looking for a fight versus these zombie pirate guns, and it looks like the motorcycle is going to be heading out that way as well. Because the Blood Shrine does heal in combat, it has Gore Feast, so as it fights, it's going to be healing. So it obviously wants to get in combat where it can. So Khorne has gotten up on the point, and the Vampire Coast, what are they going to call in next? Are they saving for something huge? We see 2100. I mean, maybe a battle crab, like a big, giant enemy crab would be pretty good for sure. But the Blood Shrine is now in combat, and it's going to be killing these zombies very effectively. And honestly, its healing will probably outscale their DPS. These things are absolutely just pathetic DPS-wise in melee. They have freaking 14 melee attack and just their weapon strength is 15. Yeah, it's going to be doing pretty good. Cultist also going to be engaging here, so the Cultist does start to charge up its summon. Cultists do have silver shields, which makes them an absolute nightmare to deal with. And the Forces of Khorne, I don't know why they're not engaging. Very, very strange. Like, for me, I feel like engaging in the front. Although maybe they want to wait till they get some Furies to shut down the hand cannon mobs. Would be my only guess. I like the formation shift. I think it's kind of cool. So, look, he lined up a pencil formation here to create an alley for him to shoot with his Iron Hill Gunners. And we're going to see what kind of work they can get done. A couple Flesh Doggies do get called out here, and they do rip apart the Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs. And there are going to be Mourngulls called to try and help. But to be completely honest, the Flesh Hounds plus the Blood Shrine beat the Mourngul probably. The stat increase on the Flesh Doggies and the tankiness of the Blood Shrine can probably win that fight. Alright, so Khorne is advanced up, Marauders have engaged against zombies, and a couple of them are going to be eating some shots as the hordes of heretics advance out, looking to get a big surround in this army. And we're going to see if Fabrosi is going to be able to hold and get that gun line online. And now we see the Doggies and the Blood Shrine engaging versus the Mourngulls, and Valkia the Bloody is going to be coming over there. So this is a pretty optimal situation for Valkia, although there are 2 Mourngulls here, so that's a little bit precarious. Those dogs going to need some reinforcements. If I were Maverick Sloth, I'd probably call another Flesh Hound out here, like right in here, and I think that might be enough to help you win the fight. We're going to see how that fight does unfurl. So everywhere else, Marauders have engaged. We do have some Spawn of Khorne. Oh, I love seeing Spawn. Spawn definitely need buffs, but against Vampire Coast zombies, like, they can really rip shit up and do some good damage. Chaos Warriors going to be surging in, and Khorne Chaos Warriors were cost reduced in a recent patch, and they're going to move in, so here they come, and yeah, it is clobbering time. They're going to start beating down these zombies. You can see them piling in on the flanks to get a bit of a surround. We got more Chaos Warriors trying to get into the secondary, also eating some shots, and this is really the big epicenter of action right now, and you can see how ineffective the Mourngulls are being. The Mourngulls would be best used on the Chaos Warriors, but against, like, the dogs, because they're an anti-infantry unit at their core, right, and they have low melee defense. And these Hounds are just steroided right now. 45 melee attack from the Blood Shrine and Valkia the Bloody nearby, also providing anti-large support. It's going to be a pretty crushing defeat here, and Khorne is going to win on this side. But not crushing defeat in the game overall. As far as the middle objective goes, Winds of Death going down, not a bad one. It does manage to nail 2 Chaos Warriors, does some respectable damage. And here we got more Warriors in the secondary, eating a lot of gunfire from the handguns, but if this were an open field map, it'd be so much nicer. You can see a lot of these guys, when they shoot, just literally shooting directly into the trees. So a lot of the effective DPS of Vampire Coast is being mitigated by the tree line, which is super unfortunate. It looks like there's going to be some Witchcraft going down. A Wraithstorm from Count Noctilus. I love seeing Spawn of Khorne in the heat of the action. They're for sure going to be able to tear apart these zombies. You can see the zombie units are crumbling pretty rapidly as the Hordes of Hell do advance forward and the Chaos Warriors push through the battle lines. Over on the other side of the battlefield, we do see Objective Trace being owned by Vampire Coast. And this is a good play. Even though the Mourngul play kind of was a bit of a whiff, the Depth Guard are not. Depth Guard are going to counter a lot of what's on the battlefield. They'll wreck the Hounds, they'll wreck the Spawn. They're going to be very good against the Shrine if they can catch that in combat. And they are able to push back the Khornate Warriors, and now that they're here, Khorne is going to be fleeing over the middle. Khorne does have the double cap right now. Chaos Warriors in the front are holding well. Melkoth's is a very good tech against them. Noctilus up to about 700 value here, and here comes the Spawn of Khorne, getting a flank charge and running into the Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs, while Valkia cackles up in the sky, looking for opportunities to shut things down. She does find the gun line. That's a great choice. The Zombie Pirate Gunnery mob hand cannon is something that can really just melt whatever it hits. So getting the Spawn as well as Valkia on top of it's going to be nice, and that's going to be another Winds of Death, which is going to be cute. Honestly, for the Winds of Magic cost, not worth it at all. That one just barely did anything. Khorne does also have fat spell resist of 35%. Because they don't have magic, so it's kind of balanced by giving them good spell resist. And Khorne is like the god who hates and counters magic. It's the whole idea, right? So, yeah, so he's able to laugh all the way to the bank there. Now, coming on in are the Chaos Furies and the Marauders of Khorne, and it looks like maybe you're going to have an opportunity to overwhelm Objective 3. As far as value trading goes, Maverick Sloth is doing very, very good here, but so is Fabrosi. I mean, here's the thing, guys. Fabrosi's build was extremely tough on this map, and I would say suboptimal. But is still keeping the game close in value, which is a very impressive testament to their skill. But at the end of the day, Maverick Sloth is also just very, very good and is not going to be, he's a bulldog. He's got the bone in his mouth. He's not going to be letting go. A couple Furies coming in. Don't know where they're going to be going. They are being shot up. And, oh, Sword of Khorne with the steel chair. Oh, deleted the source code of that unit. That handgun unit got deleted by the Blood God. That was super heavy metal. You got to love Khorne, man. I mean, who doesn't love Khorne? Khorne's so freaking cool. But he gets it done. Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs are going to be fleeing to the old scene as they do get chewed up by the 2 Khorne Fury units. Chaos Warriors is holding extremely well. Animated Hulks, of course, a great tool against them, but Valkia and company here defeating the Animated Hulks. We got the Spawn of Khorne still grinding. Spawn of Khorne are just kind of good. Like, if they're not being shot, they're good against most of the things on this roster, to be fair. Yeah, but the Depth Guard were definitely... I think, like, melee coast would be better here. Like, Depth Guard with, like, a crab character, or, like, even just a battle crab and, like, Noctiluss on foot. I think you probably need something like that. Because Khorne is just, like... In this tree line, and, like... Not only are there trees, but there's also, like, minor elevations, which can affect line of sight, right? It's a really, really cool map, though. And the Khorne Warriors, yeah, able to just butcher the zombies. This is a summon of Jickan mobs, but they're not going to have a good time. Sorry about that. There we go. So dual weapons cruising for this point. We are also going to see some Marauder Horsemen coming in. The dual weapons, you know, we'll trade okay into the Death Guard, actually, because they're the polearm variant. But that's going to be a tap out and a GG for Khorne. So, taking a look at the player tab. Maverick Sloth is on Team Dust. Okay. So that's going to be that. And then we have Team Dust pulling up 9-6. Pulling away in the fourth quarter, ladies and gentlemen. All right. GG, well played. So how many games do we have left? Let's see which ones I'm missing. Yes. So definitely missing a handful. So let me just go check my messages and see where those are. Big JP probably has them there somewhere. Yeah, probably just missed some of them. Yeah, I don't know. That one's not there, but let me go ahead and download this one. This is a 2v2 match that we could do in a second. So maybe I'll just finish these games out, and that'll make it a little bit easier to figure out which ones we're going to do. Yeah. So now we have a... so that was the vampire count mirror we did earlier. And now we have a 2v2. So let me just show you guys this 2v2 before we load in. It's going to be Shirayuki and Iskander playing the Empire and Beastmen versus Clan Angren and Brettonia. So the Empire, you know, they'll take whatever help they can get these days. And this is going to be a 2v2 on Peak Pass. So it's going to be a land battle. I personally think land battle is exponentially better for team games than Dom. That's just my 2 cents. All right. So loading on in. Yeah, I think I just forgot to download some of them. So I will make sure to double check that in a minute, and we'll get it all squared away. Yeah, because Team Chickenfeed's going to need some dubs here, man. They're definitely falling behind pretty heavily. Like, they need to win, like, sweep the rest of the games here to get back in it. 4 more games, yeah. Should be 4 more games. Okay, so you saw the builds. The Empire is going to be the gun line, and the Beastmen are going to be the front line. So this is typically what you see from Empire in team games, is, like, they have really good artillery and cav. So you use the Empire, their guns and their artillery, and use their heavy cav. And then the other player is going to be handling the front line. Beastmen front lines are okay. They're not like I mean, you could do Pestigors, Angors, probably not Besties. Maybe in this matchup a Bestie just to deal with the dwarves and Brettonian cav, but I don't know. There was a time when Bestigors were used. That was ages ago. Absolute ages ago. All right. So, taking a look at the armies of the Empire and Beastmen, you can see they've deployed in such a way that the Gore Herds are going to be the front line, and the Empire troopers here are going to be in the secondary. There's going to be the Sunmaker here, and a crazy good cav corps. We got Centaurs, we got Knights of the Black Rose, Empire Knights, Throwing Axes, tons of Vanguard out here for the Beastmen. And for the Dowie, it's going to be them and the Brettonians. So it has a hybrid front line, Brettonian peasants, blasting charges, and some Quarrelers and Rangers mixed in. Fey Enchantress and Thoric Ironbrow versus Malagor the Dark Omen, as well as Karl Franz. Very, very strange. Yeah, Bestigors just got straight up replaced by Pesties. It's very true. That's extremely accurate, Olaf. So Knights of the Realm are going to be the cav corps in the back, and the battle is soon to be on. So Karl Franz juking some of the shots with his new BFF is going to be Malagor the Dark Omen. And we'll do some fast forwarding while the players jockey for position. I assume they're in the scouting phase of the game, so there's not going to be action for a while. And now we see the Sunmaker shooting into some peasants. Unfortunately, there's no restock for the Empire. Like, I feel like if you have a Sunmaker, you really, really want to restock. Looks like the Dwarves and the Brettonians are going to be taking the high ground, so they're moving their army up to the hills here. And the Beastmen doing some light skirmishing, just using Centaurs to get some throwing weapons to these bad boys. And now they're shooting into the Rangers with the Sunmaker, but really the Sunmaker isn't doing a whole lot of damage. Flock of Doom going down was a good cast. Manages to hit the Grail Knights. So there are Grail Knights here for Brettonia as well. But the Beastmen really just doing some light skirmishing. Probably going to continue using Flock of Dooms. Fran's thinking about landing on the peasant mobs and trying to, you know, club some of those unwashed peasants. Sunmaker hasn't really connected very well, honestly. And it's certainly not enough. Oh, there's no capture point. This is just a true land battle. Okay. Interesting. But again, these guys are all friends, so they're not going to be abusing the attacking rules or anything like that. And Sunmaker connects. It does manage to hit some Knights of the Realm as well as some Dwarven Miners. But guys, ammunition's going to start running out on the Sunmaker very quickly, I think. Oh wait, no, the Empire Engineer has, does he have an Empire Engineer character for the restock? I don't know if he does. Yeah, I don't know if he does. Well, anyways, Karl Franz just circling about, and the Brettonians and Dwarves moving up slowly. Again, we're just going to keep fast forwarding until the real action kind of gets going here. This is a very, very light skirmish phase. In the backfield, Håkon long rifles are ripping apart some of the peasants. They're getting some okay shots into those bad boys. Might as well take down what you can. Beastmen really, really cautious with their engagement here. And the old Sunmaker, oh man, you don't want to shoot into the tree line here. Definitely got to be careful about that. What are they shooting? He's shooting into the Long Dron's Pirate Slayers, but I think the Sunmaker needs to be repositioned. It's doing very little damage. So now the Sunmaker is going to be shooting across into the Cav here, into the Grail Knights, and we're going to see if it can get some work done. And now we can go to the live action speed. So the battle is now underway. Peasant mobs and dwarves going to be engaging in the front. The Beastmen will be protecting their valiant Sons of Sigmar as they move in and start to eradicate some of the peasants. You're going to see these peasant mobs be torn to absolute shreds by the Gore Herds. Yeah, the Gore Herd front line isn't bad, but you know, there's not much of a front line. The Empire is very close to being compromised here. Like, if they just break through in one or two areas, like you can see their gun lines right here. Granted, there are Pestigors in reserve, and Knights of the Black Rose is like a sweeper unit. Up at the tree line, we do have the Empire getting a big fight here. So Karl Franz using Gal Maraz and the Reikland Runefang to buff his Empire Knights up. He takes the fight versus Knights of the Realm. Sunmaker making it rain on these Knights of the Realm too. Brutal damage. But there are Grail Knights here. So the Grail Knights are rapidly going to be turning the paradigm of this fight. Although Centaurs of the Grey Opens are on their way in from the Beastmen player to help their Empire ally. And they might be able to pull around the back and get a good engagement. I'm not sure where they're going. Okay. They're intercepting these very tattered Grail Knights, which is going to be horrible for the Grail Knights. Because now they're going to be picked apart by throwing axes and also annihilated by the Grey Opens on those Centaurs. So overall, it looks like the Empire Beastmen Alliance is doing pretty well on this side. Franz, though, needs to be careful. If he gets surrounded by Grail Knights and, you know, just ends up falling here, that would be a huge disaster. Now, as far as the frontline fighting goes, the Dwarves have gotten in. The Chad Dragon Slayers are pouring into the front line, should be able to do some work. And the Beastmen have been routed a little bit in the tree. So the Beastmen herds are going to be running and pulling back. Broken indeed, as the Dwarven Miners and Dwarf Warriors continue moving up. Empire Knight's going to be used as a roadblock to buy some time. Håkon Long Rifles is going to be repositioning, so the Empire player is going to be pulling the Håkon Long Rifles back because they don't want to get in range of the Dwarves that are advancing up through this big open pocket right there. Now back over here, it looks like Karl Franz was able to escape. The Centaurs did take down the Grail Knights, but then were countercharged by the Knights of the Realm, where they did fall. A couple Centaurs here are going to be running away, so the Beastman player does realize what's happening and is able to disengage. It seems that the momentum is kind of shifting. The Dwarf battle line breaking through the Beastmen in the front. And how effective is the Empire gun line going to be? I don't know. It's going to be hard. There's a lot of like crappy Dwarf units that are just so tough to finish off. We got Double Dragon Slayer and Thoric Ironbrow. You can see the Håkon Long Rifles are trying to snipe those bad boys. Not sure how well that's going to go. Knights of the Black Rose going to be eviscerated by a combat of Cassandora. Well, the Chalice of Potions. That's going to come in from the Fae. And boom! Knights of the Black Rose get nailed right in the face and lose about 30% HP. Really, really bad stuff. And the Long Dron's Pirate Slayers can, you know, probably push them back at this point. So Håkon Long Rifles are still hanging in there. Sunmaker was a really lackluster this game. Although 1,700 value isn't too bad. At least it paid for itself. It wasn't like a complete disaster. And the Brettonian Cav seemed to have won this fight. The Empire was forced back. I mean, the Empire was bringing non-anti-large Cav to fight Knights of the Realm and stuff, so obviously that's tough. Fran's going on a date night here, trying to hunt down the Fey Enchantress, but alas, the Fey Enchantress's boyfriends here are going to have a problem with that. And Karl Franz is going to be forced back. He will be retreating for sure. And he has no support nearby. He stands alone. He's listening to some Godsmack right now. As the Knights of the Realm penetrate in, Håkon Long Rifles on the back foot, but the Dowie battle line is just persistent. Pushing, getting into the secondary, doing a ton of work. And the Brettonian Cav have won most of their Cav fights, right? The Beastmen Cav Corps has been taken down. And the Empire gun line, like the Håkonlands as well as the Sunmaker, don't seem to have gotten the job done super well. Franz is in a horrific 3v1 back here, but Franz is such a Giga Chad here that he's able to hold his own. He's actually taking down one Paladin while being 3v1'd. He does get an Earthblood, and we're going to see if he can make it work. Oh, it's actually only 2v1. He does have a Jade Wizard as well. Okay, so it's a bit of a better fight for Franz. And he does bully that Paladin, so is Franz and Malagor going to be able to carry in the late game? We'll have to find out. Most of the gunline pieces are being compromised, and it looks like the Dwarves and the Brettonians are going to be crushing it. And you know what? To be completely honest with you guys, that's what the Empire gets for allying with the Beastmen. You should... Anytime you're in a 2v2 game, you got to bring some thematics in. Thematics win games in casual formats, right? The glorious Brettonian Cav, you know, supported by the Dwarven Steel Wall, super cool. Of course, Franz couldn't rely on the haggard Beastmen frontline to support his gunline long enough, and that is going to be army losses, and Franz is going to have to go rethink his life after this. GG, well played. All right. That is it. And let's see what we got. Let's look at the value. That was a fun game. It was cool. I think for team games, thematics make it a lot funner to watch. But even still, that was quite good. So Beastmen, their front line folded pretty freaking hard. None of the Gores got over like 300 or 400 value. Pestigores also got dunked on. Throwing axes were okay. Yeah, nothing really in the Beastmen army did well. Shirayuki needed some Centaurs of Tzeentch. There should have been 4 of those, like maxed out, because they would be able to counter a lot of the Brettonian cav and also would be good against the dwarves. So you need a lot of Centaurs of Tzeentch. Yeah, the map also wasn't great. Like the gun line angles were tough. Yeah, Hawkland long rifles got absolutely dumped on as well, and no wonder the Brettonian micro was so good. It was houseplant. Okay, that explains it. And yeah, so we got decent work there. Yeah, Sunmaker was the only thing that really did okay. Franz also did all right. Looking at the Brettonians and houseplant, yeah, insane values. 1200, 1600, 1600. His cav did really, really good. And the dwarves were just chads. They just moved up and did their job. Stalwart, steady, push, and they just anchored it down, man. GG, well played. All right. So let's get that next game going. Let's have some fun. Thank you guys for joining tonight in today's Civil War of Doom. And let's delete that. And now I need to see which replays I need, because I know they should all be in that folder. Okay, so that was that. And that was a win for Houseplant and Team Chicken. Okay. So Chicken does get back on the board here. Okay. So now I need to make sure I download the right files. Hang tight. Perfect. Okay, so looks like we got most of these here. Did I forget to score one of the games earlier? I don't think I did. Oh, we did do Hot Fiery Potato versus Prussian Prince. Yeah, we did do that game. Okay. Thank you, Big JP. Sometimes when you rapid download these files, it some of them don't always register. But we're all good here. Okay. Almost ready, team. Almost ready. So we need to go to the Creative Assembly folder. God, this hot weather sucks. Such a dong, dude. It's just so bad. Just always like sweaty and grungy in here. Ugh, it's awful. All right. So how are we looking? Let's get into this match. Yes. And see if Lord Chickenfeed's team is going to be able to pull it back, man. He's down 2 games. Down to the wire. All right. I think it's time for our boy Tim the Wilder versus Menacing Platypus, a battle of the OG Dom players. It's kind of, isn't it crazy? They're kind of OG now. Yeah. They kind of are, man. Time's flying. Time is flying. All right. So it is going to be Nurgle versus Tomb Kings here. Domination. The map is going to be the Dusted Steppe. So these are 2 very, very seasoned domination players. Platypus has, when he was active, he had gotten to the grand finals of so many major tournaments. Unfortunately, he often ran into Houseplant, which was tough because, Houseplant's Houseplant. He's definitely probably one of the GOATs of Warhammer 3. I think he has the most major tournament wins as Houseplant. Him and I mean, obviously Voidlaws probably would have as well if he, didn't be exiled from the old scene there. And yeah, Nurgle in this matchup, I do like the Plague Bearers actually, especially on Dusted Steppe, where there's potentially some trees for them to advance out of. A little bit vulnerable to shooting, but they're going to want to shoot other things. I do like the Plague Bearer grind. I like that from Platy. And Tim has optimal stuff. He's probably double Battle Cat. He probably has Cetra plus a Sphinx, both of whom are going to be on the War Sphinxes. So that's going to be very, very tough to bring down, and they will massacre Nurgle infantry. So Nurgle, to counter that, you need throwing axes and probably double Exalted Hero. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad time. So for Tim's build, very solid. He immediately grabs all the objective with 4 Skeleton Horsemen. And yeah, he's got double Battle Cat, Ushopti Great Bows, ROR, and a couple skeletons. Yeah, this is a very, very meta, very strong build here by Tim the Wilder. Now, looking at Houseplant, we'll see what kind of prep he's got here. He does indeed have a battle line of Chaos Warriors and Plague Bearers. So he's going to be trying to HP and armor check the Tomb Kings. But with Battle Cats being as good as they are now, I don't know how effective that strategy is going to be. It would have once been effective, but now, I don't know. So we do have Rancid Visitations on Festus, which I really like for sniping, and 1 Exalted Hero. I don't know if that's going to be enough, because Cetra can easily take on 1, which is going to be hard for him. So we'll do some fast forwarding while the players jockey for the objectives. We do see the Exalted Heroes surging forth, but just being kited by the Skeleton Horsemen, and honestly losing a bit of HP in the process. Battle Cats do get that objective. And of course, if you want Mordor and build-ups, Tim the Wilder is the lord of it, but I don't know if he's going to do it this game. Like, if anybody ever said that Dom doesn't have skirmish mode, you got to watch games like this. Like, there is a skirmishing phase, and of course it becomes irrelevant after a time, which is the difference between land battle. Like, skirmishing stays relevant in land battle much longer. So if you're a player who enjoys that, you know, teach their own. But there is certainly skirmishing in the early game of Dom. Occasionally, you know, it goes on. So Setcher the Imperishable is pulling back. He's going to be retreating past these spears, and we do see the Nurglings moving over this way to grab the point. So Nurgle, at the very least, is going to be getting the objectives back, but not before they fall behind by a lot. And I would say Tim is probably one of the more methodical players in the community. He really is calculating, you know, when he's down an objective, he's going to be like, okay, I have X minutes, X amount of seconds to skirmish and poke before I have to alpha strike. You know, really thinks in a very clinical way, which is fun. It's definitely great. So on the backside, we do have the Skeleton Horseman Archer shooting into the Nurglings, and the Nurglings getting popped like little popcorn bandits. And Setcher the Imperishable, as well as the other Sphinx, are going to be holding it down in the middle. Nurgle certainly wants him to expire and perish, and we're going to see if it can work. And a great play by Platypus, by the way. Really nice. So Platy calls out a second Exalted Hero, which you really need in this matchup. Otherwise, the Battle Cats are going to bully you. Middle objective being held by Nurgle, so the Plague Bears do move up and manage to get that. So Tim is currently down on objectives, but up in points. And you got to get away from here. And yes, Necropolis Knights. So Necropolis Knights are not great, but like they're also not the worst unit. Like if you guys noticed the video series I've been doing on bad units, I didn't include those guys on it because I honestly don't think they are as bad as some of the other like heavy cav like Skull Crushers and Rot Knights and things like that for their cost. They have poison, are reasonably durable, have a high model count. Like, you know, they can do okay. They can do okay for Monster Scav. Back in the middle, Healing Elixirs is active in Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, so Tim trying to get what value he can. Melee Shopti being called in, and Skeleton Horsemen. So we got double Skeleton Horsemen, and the Melee Shopti have arrived. And the Firepower is going to be engaging now. So they're shooting into the Plague Bearers, and the backside Battle Cats. I don't know why they're not feasting on these Plague Bears. Probably because of the Exalted Heroes, I would wager, so just a little bit nervous. Yeah, Heroic Killing Blow was popped. And now Platypus is going to be advancing in, so very much a game of cat and mouse. Nurgle hasn't really done any damage to the Tim Kings yet. Tim really is mitigating that, but Nurgle does have the double objective, and if they can just kind of hold on to that for a while, you know, they will get the W. We're going to see how that goes. So Plague Bearers moving up. We have Chaos Warriors versus Kepler Guard. Kepler Guard will win that fight. Kepler Guard are really good. They have anti-infantry, they have passive regeneration, and have just great stats to boot, despite, you know, poison and whatnot. 41, 51 on their stat line. The Chaos Warriors of Nurgle not going to stand much of a chance. But if Festus gets there, provides healing elixirs, maybe uses a little bit of razzle-dazzle magic, maybe we will see the turning of the tide. The Usirian's going to be going down on the Marauders. It's a nice little damage spell, which will slow them down and do some damage to them. Necropolis Knights with Halberds waiting in the wings. Meanwhile, we do see the dreaded Platypus waiting with an ambush in the trees. He's got his Forsaken of Nurgle waiting to come out. So he's waiting for Tim to disengage and like commit his elements up to the front fighting, and then he's going to be ambushing with the Forsaken here. But Tim the Wilder, he sees it coming, and he immediately responds with some Ushapti, so the Ushapti are going to get in there and absolutely take those guys to Pound Town, right? It's going to be bad. Objective 2, though, owned by the Plague God, and they're going strong. Exalted Heroes of Nurgle punching into Setcher the Imperishable. This is how Platypus wins the game, right? If he just takes down Setcher like this, that's huge. And Tim definitely blundered this, letting Setcher get, you know, circle beaten by these two Nurgle characters. Very tough one. So he does manage to get away, but not before Setcher takes a lot of damage, and Setcher's only gotten 400 value so far. It's a very Chad play there by Platypus, which honestly got him back in the game. He was kind of looking like, you know, Tim was picking him apart a little bit, but getting Setcher down like that is going to give him a fighting chance. So now we see the Harbingers of Pestilence being activated, I believe. Yeah, so the Mortis Engine effect is here, and that's going to be hitting the Horsemen, the Kepler Guard, the other Horseman unit. Very good stuff. Nothing being contested on Objective 1. As far as this point goes, we do get the Forsaken coming out of the trees, but alas, those poor Forsaken are going to get ripped to shreds by the Ushapti. So the Ushapti boys are, they're going to get them. Forsaken are really weak against monsters anti-infantry units like Croxagores and Ushapti. Their low melee defense really suffers against the anti-infantry and just the hard-hitting stat line. So Nurgle's hanging on to the points pretty well. And here's the thing, guys. Platypus is keeping the score close, right? And the fact that Platy is keeping the score close is just such a huge boon for Nurgle. Because, you know, it's easy to usually farm value from Nurgle because of how slow they are and how static their armies can be, and they usually make up for it by their healing. But if Nurgle's value trading evenly with you, especially on Tomb Kings, I feel like you're going to be in a precarious position. That's going to be a Rancid Visitation going down, maybe? I'm not sure. Is it? Yes. So Overcasted Rancid, or yeah, Upgraded Rancid on top of Setcher is really good. Festus probably has enough Winds of Magic to maybe get 2 more of those over the course of the game, which could potentially kill Cetra if he takes a little bit more damage. And now Tim is going to be going for outside play. So he does get some Skeleton Horsemen. It looks like he's going to be trying to chase down these Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. That Platypus does have rallied back here. Tomb Kings are getting some momentum back. You can see the melee Shopti are surging forth. Battle Cats are getting some good ground. But Nurgle has this pocket in the middle where it's so incredibly tough to get through, right? You can see these Plague Bearers just getting the healing elixirs from Nurgle. The Exalted Heroes are just in super good shape. One thing about Platypus that could cost him the game if he's not careful is the back objective. If Objective 1 gets back capped here, I think Platy's going to want to reinforce that, maybe with some Chaos. I don't know if he has Chaos Knights, but Chaos Knights are actually okay in this matchup to mix in for these type of situations. But yeah, this was Tim's plan. Tim was banking supplies, and the reason why he's doing that is so he can get 3 or 4 units and supplies Platypus and come over here and steal this objective. But remember, Platypuses are a poisonous creature. They're venomous. So he will find his way back, I am sure. So Tomb Kings with a big push. They do have the Battle Cats, but the Battle Cats are being perpetually hunted by the Exalted Giga Chads of Nurgle. So these mighty champions with their huge great weapons going to be cleaving into the tail of the Sphinx, which is trying its best to get away here. And it will escape. Cetra the Imperishable just kind of cleaning up whatever he can. But like, if the Battle Cats are too low to really contribute to the fight, that is going to be hard. And is Nurgle holding the line here? The Plague Bears and Warriors very healthy here in this position. And up here, the Plague Bears are honestly in great shape. Yeah, I think Nurgle is in a pretty good position as far as that fight goes. But Tim is very scrappy, and he manages to steal the objective, which these little plays like this are what you want to do against Nurgle. Nurgle is a very slow potato faction. So, you know, you want to force them to move around. It's not their strength. I mean, they do have some speed via Furies, and I guess Plague Toads have a little bit, and Poison Hounds and things like that. But aside from those bad boys, it's not great for them. So the Exalted Heroes have returned. We see the Ushopti summon going down here, and there are going to be some old Marauders of Nurgle on their way up in Forsaken. So they're going to be heading towards Objective Trace, which is owned by the Tomb Kings. If Platypus manages to wrestle this objective from Tim, that's going to be brutal. And Tim right now actually trying to steal the middle objective, and he has a shit ton of capture weight. 4, 8, 12, 16 capture weight, and he's pulling his big monster in. Man, the objective play from Tim the Wilder is so freaking good this game, despite maybe being a little bit down to the army trading. He might be able to win this game just simply because of how well he's playing the objectives. And up here, we do see Platypus moving in. Unfortunately for him, the Ushopti are probably going to take apart these Marauders, although they are great open Marauders, so maybe. This summon is temporary as well. It's going to be dissipating in 4 seconds, which means the Forsaken capture weight is going to be arriving. Although Necropolis Knights with Halberds with the Skeleton Chaff might be able to fight these guys off. It's going to be a tough one. And Tim does flip the middle objective. What a Chad Horseman play. Now, that play is very good, but Tim is going to start losing these Horsemen in droves. Fighting them in sustained combat versus Chaos Warriors, it's going to be a disaster. So probably for Tim in this situation, what you would want to do is maybe pull the Horsemen back and sit them on the edge of the objective right here to maintain capture weight while not fighting the Nurgle forces for as long as humanly possible. The Exalted Hero of Nurgle also finding Cetra once again. Cetra down to 3,800 HP, so he's pretty damn beat up right now. But the Necropolis Knight's coming in to protect Big Daddy. Rancid Visitation's going down on Cetra. If he were to die, that would be a disaster. Obviously, he would, leadership would become a huge issue on the Tomb Kings roster. There's a chance that Nurgle, just with their value lead that they most likely do have, are just going to slowly grind out all 3 objectives. But they need to start sending like a Plague Bear to Objective 1 or something. Like, they got to play all those. And the Battle Cats are actually able to fold up Nurgle on the middle objective. That's very impressive. Yeah, those Battle Kitties are no joke. Festus and company here doing a good job. Draining what they can. Plague Bears still fighting. Forsaken coming. Pestigores and Chaos Warriors and Plague Bears are heading for all the different objectives. Exalted Hero of Nurgle a little bit surrounded right now, but he's in a happy place, sort of. I mean, although the Necropolis Knights are pretty good against him, but we're going to see if he can stabilize once he gets some infantry support. Nurgle winning this fight over here, as expected. The Forsaken and the Exalted Hero able to do some work. And I believe there's a Plague Bear unit in there, very, very stalwart fighters. Necropolis Knights with Halberds are pretty subpar against infantry. If you bring the other variant, they can do okay. But yeah, it looks like Nurgle will maybe find a way. Tim is so good at playing the objectives. So he moves up. I mean, this is a match that you could see being the season finals of a Total Tavern Championship. So yeah, of course it's going to be scrappy. These are 2 of the best players in the world. The Platy's been very inactive. He hasn't been playing as much. Maybe he plays behind the scenes to keep his blade sharp, but I haven't seen him playing in weekly tournaments and things like that. All right, so objective number 3 is up, and oh man, Tim holds on to it. These Pestigores are almost there. On the middle, is Nurgle going to find a way to get this one back? I don't know. Tim might be able to just win this game on objectives, man. I feel like that's the case, and he's also kind of, value he's behind. Here are these Chaos Warriors going to be battling Necropolis Knight Halberds. Not going to be a great fight for the Chaos Warriors, probably. Halberds still are armor-piercing, and Necropolis Knights have 110 armor. So the Chaos Warriors are going to be reasonably subpar against those bad boys. And back here, we got a couple Nurglings moving up. The goblins are going to be moving up and heading towards objective number 2. Festus and his legion in the middle have ground down most of the Tomb Kings. And man, Tim is just so scrappy on these points. Like, he's so good at playing them. He gets Cetra over there. Cetra needs to get nailed with another Rancid Visitations, but I think that's why he's staying far away from Festus. Yeah, and Nurgle is actually going to get pushed off this point by the Battle Cats. That mobility that the Battle Cats bring and their killing power is absolutely insane. And it seems like Nurgle is kind of, in a way, struggling to keep up with that. A couple Marauder Horsemen moving in. Festus is going to be trying to stabilize this point. Here, the Chaos Warriors are fighting to the best of their abilities. They are going to get some Throwing Axe support. Throwing Axes will be very, very good against the Necropolis Knights here. These weapons do have a ton of armor piercing and maybe are going to be able to drag them down. So you do see the throwing weapons going in. One of the Necropolis Knights does fall potentially. No, they're hanging in there. But yeah, I think maybe Nurgle has a shot at that. They do manage to get this objective back, but it's hardcore going to be a triple cap situation. Rotating over with the Marauder Horsemen to try and support. Cetra is very low. And now we do see the Exalted Hero trying to help out the Plague Bearers. Getting some nice damage against Cetra here. He is fleeing back. 2,200 on that bad boy. Yeah, Tomb Kings really, really just have their like bony, cold, dead hands just gripping these objectives and really not letting them back into the hands of Nurgle. And yeah, Tim's like decision making with allocating resources to various objectives is very good. Very, very good. And Cetra, he does not serve, he rules, man. Despite taking a beating here, he continues to rule, doing a lot of disruption in this game. Probably not crazy value, 1,600. The other Battle Cat probably a little bit stronger, I would imagine. 1,500 on them, so yeah, not terrible. Fury's being called in. They will be able to tear apart these skeletons. But only 50 seconds left, and I don't think Platypus is going to have the means to get it, but what a scrappy game. Platy was up, 2,000-3,000 value here, and with Nurgle healing, it's probably even worse than that, but he really is just getting bounced around and ping-ponged by Tim's mobility. The Skeleton Horsemen, the Light Cav, and the Battle Cats are able to just really turn and flip points quickly, whereas Festus needs to, catch him. I mean, if he had been able to kill one of the Battle Cats, I think Houseplant wins this game. Or, excuse me, I don't know why I get them confused, Platypus and Houseplant, but yeah, it's just two random objects, One's an object, I guess one's a creature, but you guys get the idea. All right, Tim the Wilder with the dub. And Tim is going to be bringing home the win for, what team is he on? He's on Team Chicken. Oh man, we're getting a really, really close series here, ladies and gentlemen. So Team Chicken is only down by 1 game now in today's Civil War, and we have 2 more games to be cast. So we're going to see how this goes and go from there. Yes, yes. All right, guys, 1 sec. I got to go refill my water. I'll be back in just a moment, and we'll get this next game prepared for you ASAP. All right, team, we're back. We got 2 more games to close out the day, so thank you to RTK for organizing this. It's been a lot of fun. And let's see what kind of matchups we got. So that game was just played. And now we have two more Conquest games at the end of the day, so that'll be fun. Oh, this build looks sweet. So check this out, guys. We got Torsen on the Dark Elves, and he's going to be rocking Lokir Fellheart with a Charybdis and triple Blackguard. So a very defensive Dark Elf build. Facing off against Khorne, who's going to be coming in with a Minotaur bus, Marauders, as well as Valkyrie the Bloody. Oh, yeah, dude. Let's get it. Oh, yeah, boy. Let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. Who doesn't love seeing a Charybdis in, like, elite Dark Elf infantry? It's so cool. That's probably my power fantasy, is, like, when elite units do good. Yeah, so basically what the Dark Elves are trying to do here in this game, and for the sake of knowing, Torsen is on Team Dust, and Scarbrand Chan is on Team Chicken. Yes. So what the Druki want to do is they want to just sit on the objective with a bunch of elite units and force their melee opponent who has very little range to come fight them. On top of that, we do have Scourge Runner Chariots. Now, what you should do in this situation when you're being chased by dogs with Chariots is you should just turn around and charge them, because Chariots annihilate Hound units. Like, it's absolute bully beatdown, right? But I guess our Minotaur is kind of close by, so you got to be careful. But anchoring down here, we do see the Halberds, the Blackguard, preparing for the advance of the Champions of Khorne. Minotaurs have arrived, and Lokir Chadhart is going to be up on his big dragon. He can certainly fight Valkia, but Valkia is going to be okay here. And now the engagement has begun. Khorne just, didn't hear any bell whatsoever. They're just getting in there. They just want to fight. They're going to be charging everything in, including the Minotaurs, and it is going to be a big, scary blob fight. Now, the Chariots are doing very well against the Doggo units. You probably are going to want to bring, these are Flesh Hounds, which are much harder. So from here, oh no, you need to get in here and rout these Hounds off. He uses a breath attack, but no, the Chariots are overstaying their welcome. They should have started to run after their initial impacts, but alas, several of the Scourge Runner Chariots are going to be taken to Pound Town by Valkia the Bloody and her crew back here, and the Minotaurs and whatnot. A couple throwing axes and Minotaurs are going to be coming around the backside, and the elite Druchii infantry are going to be holding the front line. Now, they will beat the Marauders and trade pretty well into the spears. A big blunder by not engaging the Charybdis. The Charybdis needs to get in and fight. It looks like it's going to turn around and go elsewhere. Maybe some of these backfield engagements, but yeah, losing 3 Scourge Runner Chariots out of the gates could potentially be a GG situation here, like just really, really quick. Lokir is certainly an okay fighter, but I mean, there's Minotaurs and Valkia back here and throwing axes, all of which are things that probably counter him. So the Chad Charybdis is trying, but the Blackguard are going to be fully surrounded now, and they're going to pay the troll toll. As far as like magic usage for the Druchii, I think using probably Spirit Leech spam. What would you Spirit Leech in this case? I don't know. There's honestly not too many great choices. I think Soul Stealer would be better for this playstyle. If you're going to be sitting on an objective with like a box, a land battle box, I think you're going to want to have a Soul Stealer or like a big AoE effect. So in the backfield, the 3 Scourge Runner Chariots do pay the price, but the Charybdis is scary. It is an anti-large monster and does also have a Abyssal Howl ability, I think is what it's called, where it lowers the leadership of nearby units. So maybe going to be able to get some breaks. We'll have to see. Nice breath attack there by Lokir Felheart. Very good. Able to clear out a big pocket of those Marauders, leaving a scorched earth in its wake. And instantly a big terror route goes down. So that's kind of an interesting one. Even though the Dark Elves had a horrific start in this game, they still do smash up the Khorne infantry. And Khorne is going to have to come engage eventually. Lokir does also have passive healing. He does have an item, the Kraken Helm. I believe it's what it's called, and it gives him 0.10 per second. So he is going to be able to heal up. So the Druchii actually win that fight. The Minotaurs are definitely scared of the Blackguard. And now, in land battle now with the conquest mode, you have to get the objective, right? So like he's either, if he doesn't want to engage and doesn't want to fight his opponent, he's eventually going to lose on points. It's essentially how that plays out. So Khorne has time to kind of figure this out if they want to. They could use their entire throwing axe ammo. I would probably use the throwing axes to try and kill as many Blackguard as I can so the Minotaurs can kind of bunker bust them. I don't know about the Sleipnir situation in the back pocket, but Valkia the Bloody could have a fat Sleipnir and maybe nail down the Blackguard units. Who knows? But yeah, Khorne is going to have to figure this out. This box is going to be a very, very tough one to crack. You got 2 big terror-causing monsters in Lokir Felheart and the Chad Charybdis. Throwing axe ammunition is almost out, and the victory tickets are counting. Granted, it's like, I think it's like 7 minutes or 6 minutes, is it? Or is it 8 minutes that you need to hold the objective in land battle now? But thankfully, we have the fast forward button, so if it does get a little bit stagnant, we can fast forward. So Valkia engaging against Lokir, but he wisely lands on the ground, not wanting to duel the Blood Valkyrie. And yep, he's just using his throwing axe ammunition. I'll let you guys know when the big engagement comes. Yeah, Marauders move in. He's thinking about it. He wants it. But yeah, Marauders move, and now the Alpha Strike comes. Now, the one thing I don't like about this Alpha Strike is there's nothing on this side, I guess. But I guess the Blackguard here, you're ignoring 1 Blackguard unit and Alpha Striking 1. So maybe his decision was better than what I had originally schemed. Doom and Darkness activated, really nice actually, and Sleipnir does go down, tearing through a bunch of the Blackguard. So 1 unit of Blackguard gets slapped up really good, and now the Minotaurs are going to be pulling back to refresh their charge bonus. So was that a good engagement for Skarbrand Shan? Maybe. Not the worst thing in the world. A lot of them are going to be on retreat while Doom and Darkness is active. You're going to be seeing routes. Now, if a unit breaks several times, it actually shatters. So every time you break a unit, it's kind of like a little incremental value, right? But we do see the Beastmen, not the Beastmen, but Khorne is up on the balance of power bar right now, but that isn't always the most accurate thing in the world, especially in weird niche situations like this. Yeah, you definitely just want to get all your halberds like on a tight box on top of your monster is probably going to be what the plan is. So it looks like the forces of Khorne are going to be encircling again, and they're going to be getting ready to party. So here they come. Big engagement right there as they flank in on the other side. The Blackguard numbers are getting diminished. Granted, there still are 63 here. There's going to be another Doom and Darkness activated, which is going to probably break a couple of the attacking Khornate units. One of them gets terror routed and shatters. These Marauders are probably going to break as well. A natural break, and this Minotaur unit is going to be breaking. -1 leadership. Is it going to break? And yeah, we see the Charybdis and Lokir Chadheart moving out here and routing these bad boys down. I'm sure right now Khorne is so upset they didn't bring, 4 Marauder Horsemen. If they had 4 Marauder Horsemen, this game would have been over like, 2 or 3 minutes ago. But the fact that he only had 1 means that the Dark Elves can get away with a box like this and just cackle. Also, bringing 1, a Bloodletter would hard counter this build too. Like 1 Exalted Bloodletter would crack this build open. But We do see the Minotaurs on the run. They're going to be fleeing as they get chased back. And honestly, it's starting to look like maybe Lokir and the Charybdis are going to get it done. I don't know. The objective is still going, and it is getting closer to that victory condition. We do see them a little bit isolated here, so this is actually a good opportunity for Khorne because these Black Guard are not engaged in the fight. So only a small portion of the elite Druchii army is here, and this is a potentially a big mistake by the Druchii to move off the point like this. They just basically sacrifice one of the Black Guard units. And sure, some of the Hound units are close to wavering. The Charybdis is doing some damage, as is Lokir, but yeah, the Minotaur bus is going to be pulling back at this point. So they retreat, and they do manage to kill one Black Guard pretty much to the last. Valkia getting into fight. She's certainly not bad here. You know, these are all anti-large units except Lokir. And, you know, she's pretty durable. She has a really, really good stat line. So she does manage to punch Lokir in the face, but he uses the dreaded duelist. He is extremely, extremely dreaded. And now it looks like Khorne is going to be trying to move on to the point. Maybe ninja that. That would be good. That would buy them quite a bit of time if they can get that. Valkia getting her butt kicked by the dreaded duelist, though. Man, that dragon, 84 and 80 combat stat line. That is nasty in there. It's going to be a Doom and Darkness going down, which is insane, right? So Doom and Darkness, Merciless Slaver, plus Abyssal Howl. Oh, that's right. Lokir lowers leadership, too. So negative, that's 14 plus 16. That's negative 30 leadership in a blob. Oh my god, that is insanely good. Negative 30 leadership. Now in Dom, this wouldn't be as good because you'd have to spread out more and play the objectives. But in land battle where you can force somebody to fight your box, yeah, that is nuts. That is actually a really cool strategy. I like that a lot. And it might be able to carry them home. We'll have to see. So Doom and Darkness is still active. And look at that, though. Khorne does jack the objective from the Dark Elves. So moving them off the point, we do see the objective going there. So it does go to the forces of Khorne, which is going to buy them quite some time. All right. So Charybdis is hunting down the Minotaurs. There's still a lot of Minotaurs left. Remember, several of these Minotaurs have broken. And if there's a Spirit Leech, maybe Lokir can just turn around and beat Valkia in a fight. I mean, maybe that's a good idea. The Black Guard are going to be heading back towards the objective. We're probably going to see a Shattering or a Terror Route on these Hounds. They do get Terror Routed. And, you know, for Khorne, you got to make sure you don't have those routes or those Shatters, which is potentially going to be on the table here soon. So it's a baseline negative 14, Lokir plus the Charybdis. You know, that's something I would like to see people experiment with in Dom. That's kind of a cool idea. I like this a lot. Despite, imagine if the Scourge Runners hadn't been blundered earlier, too. That could have been interesting. Although, with his build, he didn't really have the assets to protect the Scourge Runners super well, so they were likely to get caught eventually. But Lokir back on the point. Chaos Warhound's going to be breaking here again, so they're shattering. And now Khorne and the Horsemen and Valkia are going to be coming in for the kill. So she descends on the battle line. Minotaurs coming in from every direction. Big, big fight here. Charybdis has got nice value this game. About 1,200, not bad. More so in the leadership. But the Black Guard are wavering, close to breaking. They're holding, and Lokir Fellheart, how's his leadership looking? He does use Dreaded Duelist, so he's up to 80 melee defense right now. He does punch Valkia in the face, but leadership is a big problem. And we see just mass routes going down. Marauder Horseman, the Doom and Darkness, negative 30 leadership combo is pretty disgusting. And Khorne really just needed a little bit more punching power and some more ranged. And maybe they could have gotten it done. But Valkia the Bloody getting smashed up by Lokir Fellheart. And the Chad Charybdis isn't going to get it done. Oh, the Minotaurs rallied. Oh, and there's great weapons. They can turn around and kill this now. This is a close game. This could honestly still go either direction. Valkia is wavering. Does she have Demon Shield? I don't think she does. 700 HP. And the Charybdis is going to be fully surrounded right now. And it looks like it's potentially going to be wavering. And I think Khorne is going to pull this one out. Wow. Yeah, the Black Guard faltering was enough to do it. Negative 14. Charybdis, maybe. Is there going to be another Doom and Darkness in the back pocket? I don't think so. And Lokir Chadheart does break. The Charybdis is now going to be isolated and army lost. What a crazy game. So it looks like Khorne manages to pull victory out barely. Absolutely barely. That was so close. So Scarbrand Chan was on Team Chicken. Wow. Okay, I was just picking the replays in random order, guys. And we literally come down to a tiebreaker at the very end here. Insane. 9-9 here in this series. And now we have a duel between Random Cuban and Drakens, which is going to be another one of these. I love that Dark Elf build. If he didn't blunder those chariots, he for sure wins that game. Because they would have been really good against the Minos too. Crazy match. Crazy match. Yeah, Minotaur's got it done, man. Tiebreaker, baby. Yeah, it's tiebreaker time. Okay, so here we are. Going to set up the last replay here. And let's delete this one. And now the fate of Middle-earth shall be decided by a random Cuban man, and Drakens. And here we go. Let's get it going. Mercurius, thank you for the tenor. Appreciate the donation, guys. Thank you for all your support today. It's been great fun. And this is going to be it. All right. Altdorf Outskirts is the map. It's going to be the High Elves facing the Greenskins. No Grom the Paunch, no Eltharion, but you know what? It's still kind of a grudge match of sorts. Did he bring Tour of Rest? No, he didn't. He did the Shadow Walkers. Okay. A bit of a lore fail there, but it's okay. They're trying. Oh, yeah. That was a lot of fun. That last game was great. It was good. Sometimes those like box fights can actually be fun. I like, especially when there's an objective in play. Like the objective like creates a sense of urgency where the players have to fight. All right, so looking at the High Elves here, they're going to be using a defensive line. So they have the Phoenix Guard battle line backed up by Spearmen. So really just waiting and, going to get on that objective and force the fight. We do have the Bolt Thrower. It's going to be an Archmage of Pendulum against Greenskins. Now, I don't know why you would do that as opposed to Burning Head. I feel like Burning Head is exponentially better against Greenskins, but it is what it is. But a super elite build. We have 2 Phoenix Guard and double Swordmaster of Hoeth. So these guys are definitely some of the coolest looking units in the game. The Swordmasters of Hoeth look really like their idle positions. Oh, they're so freaking cool. But yeah, very Lord of the Rings. Reminds me of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the Peter Jackson, where you have like the elves and the end of the Second Age battling it out. So freaking cool. Looking at the Greenskin build here. Oh my god, he's got the big in. Yeah, baby, let's go. Orc Boar Boys everywhere. We do have Black Orcs on the periphery. This is a man after our own heart. It's a very cool build here. And the big one will actually be potentially okay against the elite build. Probably get it a little bit closer so it's more accurate. But yeah, he's going to be throwing boulders. And I don't know why he's throwing at the Lothern Sea Guard. That's a colossal blunder. I think you want to throw at the Swordmasters or the Phoenix Guard, like kill the elite units. And that way you're really getting your money's worth. But we're going to see what he decides to do. So the objective is going to go to the Greenskins. Orc Shaman does have Brain Busta as well as Fist of Gork. So he's going to be able to bust some brains and also use Fist of Gork to get some cav engagements. The Black Orcs will be okay here. They will get dominated by the Swordmasters, though, which is unfortunate. We have some Orc Boys in the tree lines and actually double Black Orc in the build. Brain Busta going down, so he's trying to kill the Archer units. He's really putting a lot of effort into the Archers. The Big and Rogue Idol is also being poked by the Bolt Thrower, so that's going to hurt that bad boy. But we'll see if the Big Un is going to be able to get it. This is a great game to end the day on. Seeing the Big Un in action is going to be freaking awesome. So moving on up. We do see objective number 1, and the Night Goblin War Boss has arrived, so he's going to be there hanging out. And the Phoenix Guard, they're continuing to hold, but now we see the Big Un throwing his boulders at them. The Big Un can replenish its ammo by using Rock Bottom. It basically pulls rocks off its body and, gets a little bit more ammo, which is pretty funny. It's probably worth doing, honestly. Greenskins, unfortunately, don't have any way to heal him, so there's no, like, crazy MLG long grind combos with that. But yeah, they get the objective? No, they didn't. Okay, that was a little bit weird. And now the High Elves are going to be advancing up. Probably just leave a single spear unit to guard the Bolt Thrower and move the rest of the army up. But do they get the objective? It's really close. Come on, buddy. You can do it. All right, so the objective has been grabbed. And now we see the big boulders coming in. They're going to be bombarding into the Everqueen's Courtyard. So wow, we actually have Sisters of Avalorn. Talk about a super elite High Elf build here. I don't know why the value scale isn't showing up. In Conquest games, unless it's live, it doesn't show up, which is really weird. Yeah. If I had a mod on or something, that might help, but yeah, I don't. So Big Un poking away. And the Night Goblin Warboss is going to be retreating into the tree line. And the Rogue Idol continues to get some okay value, but once again, the tree line is his nemesis, as the Sisters of Avalorn are hiding behind the trees. So a lot of the shots from the Big Un are probably just going to slam into the tree line. Let's see. So he's throwing another boulder there, and oh, yep, it just hits that tree. See, that feels so freaking bad. I mean, you spend like 2,000 plus gold on this guy, and he's just chilling there and missing most of his shots. You probably want to advance him up like right here and just throw boulders at the Phoenix Guard. That's going to be your best bet. So skirmish phase of the game continues. The Big Un is going to run out of ammo soon. Nice connection there. He does manage to get the Phoenix Guard. The Blorks are in the tree here, so we do have the double Black Orc, and if they can get engaged on like Spearmen and like low tier troops and bully them, like Black Orcs are a pretty good bully unit. I mean, they're still, I would consider, weak as an overall unit, but if you get them on like crappy spears that can't really get through their armor and they can continue value trading, maybe. So Brain Busta going down to the Everqueen's Courtyard. They're going to get smashed up a little bit. The Greenskins have taken some damage, mostly from their own. You can see the Shaman here is actually almost dead from all the miscasts that he's had, which is rough. And the Big Un is out of ammo, so he's going to need to move up. We see Orc Boar Boys coming around the backside, but I can't help but feel this is going to go a little bit better for the High Elves. They have all the answers against the Greenskin army. Like the Black Orcs are going to get in and get loose to the Swordmasters. The Archers are just peppering down any of these units. It's like spears are everywhere. It's looking very, very comfortable for the High Elves here in this game. So Goblins moving in against Phoenix Guard. Talk about a one-sided fight. Orc Spear is also going to be moving in against Elven Spearmen, which the Elven Spearmen will have the advantage. And now both sides are going to be committing to the engagement. Maybe a bit of an opening here. You can see this like pocket, like some mobility, but These are Lothern Seaguard, right? So that's going to be tough. The Biggin is coming in. The Biggin will be good against Swordmasters. If you can get him in there, and it looks like we have what I like to call the Turin special, the dreaded tactical reserves. The Morgans, Magi Marauders have been forgot about in the back, so potentially could cost them the game. Fermented Fungi going down in the Lothern Seaguard. Not a bad idea. Probably would have been better suited to do on the Everqueen's Courtyard to get them into melee, but there's nothing to really rampage them into here. Just a couple Crap House Goblins, so I don't know how much that's going to matter. But there is going to be some Elven Magic, and Pendulum is going to be actually very good against Blackworks compared to Burning Head. So, yeah, arguably, maybe the Pendulum is better here. Maybe he was expecting Blackworks, so that's why he brought the Pendulum. But the Wog is going down. The Greenskins are pissed, and we're going to see if it matters. More Orc Boys and Goblins swarming from all directions. They're trying to push through. You can see the attack orders are being given. A couple of them are being held up by spears, but some do manage to make it to the archers and might be able to start picking them off. And now, this is just horrible for the Biggin. I mean, Sisters of Avalorn are going to be able to punish him. Archers and Phoenix Guard here. There's so many things that are just a good counter against that big boy that, yeah, it's going to be hard. On top of that, we do have the Morgans Magi Marauders heading in. There's going to be some heavy firepower here today as the Boarboy Biggins and the Blorks do get some work done to the back line. But, yeah, the Boarboy Biggins are really struggling to find a home. Probably pull them back or force path them into the archers. You need to get the Everqueen's Courtyard down. Those things are just dunking on so many of his units. The Blorks are running away here from the Swordmasters, and we do see another Pendulum going down, wrecking the Greenskin army. Black Orcs and Goblins getting hammered pretty hard by that, and yeah, the Bolt Thrower also needs to be shut down. And now the big Chungus is here. So Spider to Bad Moon is active. Oh yeah, the Atomic Pimp Slap coming in, as he does slap a lot of those Swordmasters. And this is where he should be. So good play by the Greenskin player to get the Biggin where he needs to be in the exact right spot on the battlefield. And now he's going to be clapping some cheeks, as they say. And he does quite literally clap them. Swordmaster is getting obliterated by the Biggin, and we're going to see if he can continue getting work done. Wog is going down, so Black Orcs suddenly are going to become a good unit for a short period of time. Bolt Thrower is offline. Wog in the backfield doing some work. Swordmaster is being taken apart by the Rogue Idol, and it looks like some Wild Hogs going to be coming over to help. The Phoenix Guard front line, though, basically 0 damage taken. These Swordmasters have taken no damage either. It's going to be very tough for the Greenskins to crack that position. Typically, they would do so by probably having Rusty Arrows and a bunch of like Orc Arrow Boys to pound the, the Phoenix Guard and different things like that when their armor is sundered. But yeah, hard to say. Buna is also pretty good in this matchup too. If I were Greenskins, I'd probably go with Fated Buna instead, because Fireborn are really prevalent, and on top of that, it's just going to be good against any of their cav units. So Rogue Idol is doing work though. I don't know what kind of value he's gotten so far. Let's go ahead and double check. Yeah, 1600 value ain't bad. He does manage to clap a couple elite infantry. And the Black Orcs do get in front of him and are fighting Phoenix Guard. Now, this is the best case scenario for Black Orcs on the battlefield. This is what they want to be fighting, is Phoenix Guard. Although it looks like there's going to be a Melkots going down on them, which is going to hurt quite bad. And the big man comes back and claps a couple of these units. Also crushes some goblins on the way in, which is very, very lore friendly. And this battle, which I thought was going to be more one-sided based on the army comps, is actually looking like it's turning out to be a good close fight. Four Biggins tiding into the spears, and looks like these Elven Spearmen are going to be wavering and breaking. We have a lot of Orc Boy spears. The banners are unfortunately very, very similar, so it's incredibly hard to tell them apart on the shadowy map, but, it is what it is. Black Orcs are still alive and numerous. As long as they can avoid the Swordmasters, that's good. And this is really good target priority by our Greenskin player. Using the Morgans Magi Marauders to shoot into Swordmasters is great. Although they do have bronze shields because of their swordsmanship. And the archers are going to be rampaged, potentially to their doom here. The Morgans Magi Marauders could charge into the archers, but it looks like they're going to be rampaged into melee here. Maybe the Night Goblin War Boss is going to go after it. And the big man, he's going to be running. So he's running from the Phoenix Guard, which is smart. And he's just going to be trying to terror out these various Spearman units wherever he can. And he gets the terror out, and he needs to continue running. You don't want to be sitting here fighting Phoenix Guard with the big monster. That's going to be bad. Objective could come into play, over the course of this long game here. The High Elves still pretty resilient. Got Spearman here. We got Phoenix Guard here. A very healthy Swordmaster. These Black Orcs, unfortunately for the Greenskins, and fortunately for the mighty High Elves, are going to get massacred now. They're getting caught, and I guess they're just going to turn and fight and do what damage they can. I guess they have a couple Gobos coming into support, so that flank might help. But yeah, Swordmasters should be able to win that fight. The Biggin trying, but there's too many pointy sticks and too many halberds everywhere. I think the Elves are going to get this game. Balance of power is coming into the favor of the Elves, and a very nice attempt considering the circumstances. Yeah, he's up to 1700 value. Another Pendulum coming down, which once again wrecks a lot of the Orc units. And the Blorks do end up running away from the Swordmasters, but like time is not on his side. And now the Biggin going to be heading up toward these Spearmen, just kind of doing a Benny Hill, running around the map, trying to pick on the weaker pockets of his opponent's army. He does manage to clap a couple of those Spearmen, and he is going to be retracting his Iron Man hands. But yeah, I don't see him getting him off here. I mean, Orcs, what do they have? We have a couple tattered Blorks coming back. The Biggin is certainly an okay unit, but it's not going to be enough, and that's going to be it. High Elves are going to get it. And with that, so Drakens is the winner, right? Let's go ahead and double check who is playing what. Yeah, Drakens is the... No, Drakens loses. Random Cuban wins. And that is going to give the victory to Lord Chicken's team. All right. Yeah, Random Cuban, let me just confirm this. Yeah, it was the High Elves. And he is on... I'm checking the team roster. Yep, he's on Team Chicken. So with that, guys, Team Chickenfeed wins 10-9 in today's Civil War. So if you guys enjoyed this format, please drop a like on the way out. It helps quite a bit. Congratulations to Team Chicken, but really it's a victory for all of RTK since it's in-house, which is solid. So shout out, drop those chicken emojis if you got them. I'm sure YouTube has some really haggard ones, but that is going to be it for today. Congrats and big thanks to the RTK folks for organizing this. It gave me something fun to do this afternoon. So shout out to Big JP and all the crew over there at RTK who organized this event. And with that, we will be back soon. Yes, yes. We'll be streaming all week. Age of Mythology, Tower Defense, maybe some Warcraft 3. I don't know. We're going to feel it out. It was fun. All right, guys. See you around. Take care of yourselves. Yeah, a lot of cool builds. We had some rough ones in the beginning. When we got past the mirror matches, it got great. All right. Take care of yourselves. Adios. Do widzenia. We'll see you on the other side. Once again, thank you guys all for your support. And a few of you guys who donated, thank you guys. Helps a lot. And that is going to be it for tonight. Cheers.